All right, it is 9 a.m. on Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. We're going to call to order the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Let the roll call show that all supervisors will be present, with Supervisor Alejo arriving shortly. Are there any additions or corrections for closed session?
None today, Chair.
All right, we have closed session item number 1A. Is there any public comment on our closed session agenda this morning? I'm seeing no hands raised. Hi. I'm seeing no hands raised, so we'll close public comment and we'll recess to closed session. We'll be back here at 10:30 for the remainder of our agenda. All right, we're going to go ahead and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors. Let the record show that all supervisors are present. I'd like to welcome and announce our Spanish interpretation services. We have Diego Salas with us on Zoom. Diego.
Muy buenos días, mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete en español-inglés para la reunión de hoy. Si usted está planeando hacer un comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor de hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor de hacer una pausa al final de cada oración para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Thank you, Diego. We appreciate your services. We'll move on to the Pledge of Allegiance. I'm looking out into the audience. I'm going to ask John Anthony if you wouldn't mind leading us in the Pledge of Allegiance this morning in the back of the room. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under love, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you. We'll put you on the spot again in a moment. Okay, first up we have additions or corrections from the clerk.
Yes, good morning. For scheduled matters under the AM, for item number 12, a revised presentation was received. And for the consent calendar under criminal justice for item number 38, the department asked for it to be pulled, but we are looking into that currently as to why.
Great, thank you. All right, we'll move on to our ceremonial resolutions. We have 3 ceremonial resolutions this morning with 2 presentations. We'll take any public comment on our ceremonial resolutions this morning. Seeing no public comment, we'll bring it back to the board for a motion. We have a motion from Lopez, a second from Church. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? Okay, very good. Moves unanimously. And we'll start with our first presentation.
All right, John, come on up here. I promise we put you on the spot. We're going to do so. I'm going to ask Director Ishii. Come on up. Mr. Merkel, join us as well. And we know that the law enforcement family in Monterey County is strong, and it never stands alone. So I'm going to ask all of your compatriots to come up and join us this morning. Congratulations, John. So if we could, please start by playing the video. Best laid plans.
And of a 24-year career for County of Monterey Park Ranger Supervisor, Ranger 30, John Anthony. Ranger Anthony began his employment with the County of Monterey in 2002, working for the Department of Public Works. In 2006, he began his career as a park ranger and tirelessly worked his way up the ranks, being promoted to the County Park Ranger Supervisor in 2013, a role he fulfilled for the next 12 years with passion, dedication, and a commitment to serving the public. Ranger Anthony has sacrificed family time, missed first steps and words, worked on holiday celebration, selflessly put his own health and life on the line, running towards danger, not away from it, responding to thousands of calls for service, saving countless lives, administering first aid and CPR to dozens of accident and drowning victims, and has left county parks a better place than when he arrived. Ranger Anthony has enjoyed helping his community and has been a volunteer firefighter for the South Monterey Fire Protection District for 30 years. He looks forward to spending time with family and friends, enjoying holidays and vacations. On behalf of County of Monterey, parks staff, and all residents, visitors that have came to know Ranger 30, John Anthony, we acknowledge and commend and thank you for your 24 years of public service, leadership, and unwavering commitment to the County of Monterey and all its visitors, and we extend our sincere appreciation and best wishes to you on your well-deserved retirement. Job well done, Ranger 30. And now, good note.
Center, Ranger 30. I am 10-7, retired.
I've been lucky to know John for a long time. And, having joined the county family in 2002, this is 25 years of dedicated service that you've given of yourself. And for those who don't know, it's not just what happens within the bounds of the park. His commitment was countywide. I know of so many accidents that occurred along Halone Road, and he was the first on scene. He saved lives, and there's people alive today, present with us, enjoying time with their families because of the service that he gave to our community. It's hard to see Ranger 30 call it, but at the same time, it's well-deserved. You've given a lot to us. He lived on park for many years to be that person available in crisis situation, even when off the clock, responding to community need. It's that level of selflessness that many folks don't understand about the Rangers, but your pride extended beyond just personal service. You always spoke of the men and women who stood beside you and their needs. You advocated for them. And seeing your retirement coming up was a really tough one to see. As a proposed resolution, I asked Brian if we could just send it back and say no thank you for now. But thank you for all that you've given to the residents of Monterey County, to the visitors of Monterey County Parks, to your brothers in arms through your service. You've done so much for Monterey County. And I know, as I heard on the call, they've got it from here, but that's a hard thing. We know that you've got so much more ahead of you. He's not just a Ranger. His life is so much more than that, with his beautiful bride and his incredible family. His hobbies, if you don't know, if you ever need anything lasered or printed on leather, this is your man. He's somebody who loves to create and make with his hands. He's an incredible person. And John, all of South County is fortunate to have you. And we know that as you continue with your incredible, well-deserved retirement, that we'll see you more often. Thank you for your service to Monterey County, to our communities, and for all that you've done for all of us.
Thanks, Supervisor. So this is what John looked like before Ranger service, and so John, you'll be missed. It's been great time getting to know you and family, and that part about running towards danger rather than away from it. Numerous text messages. Hey, little fire on the side of the road I put out, hey, we stopped and helped this person, or, middle of a storm, you're always going, you're always willing to stop and assist people. And that is appreciated. I'm going to leave it right there. I don't want to cry and lose face here like you did a few minutes ago there in the video, but, it's just been a pleasure working with you, John. And we're going to go ahead and retire Ranger 30. And retire that number so there won't ever be another Ranger 30 in this county.
John, this represents a culmination of a life's work. Supervisor Lopez and Chief Parks Flores have said it best, and the ceremonial resolution also capture all of those details of all the hours of which you spent away from home, away from your family, dedicated to our public, over 25 years of dedicated service. And you don't only do that during the park hours, but you're also protecting the public during the various emergency events that we've had in the county, whether it be a fire event or a winter storm event with landslides and other issues that come along with that type of emergency response. But you're always there. You're always willing to put in those extra hours. You led the other Rangers very capably. And while doing that, also during our various weekend events at the parks and providing the services that people need, whether it's protective services or, in a worst case, life recovery services for those out on the water. It is with heavy heart of which we see you go. but we do wish you the best in your next chapter, Ranger 30, as you ride off into the sunset. So, take care.
Well, the tears I inherited from my dad, so I can't stop those. That's genetic. It's been a good 25 years. Making the decision to retire was hard, but amazing at the same time. I would like to address Chris and the rest of the board. Whenever the chief and director come to you for money, just write the check.
Still advocating.
Supervisor Lopez said something, you know, our parks are the Disneyland for our residents in this county, and that stuck with me ever since he said it the first time, and it's the truth. We have amazing parks, we have amazing park staff, and I've been lucky to get to work with them over the years. This being probably the happiest time I've ever had to come to the board chambers and grab a microphone. I'm glad I did it, and I look forward to seeing the parks improve in my retirement because I'll be using them. Thank you.
We are here to present you a resolution to thank you for your service. So, John, again, we know you're not going far, but thank you for all that you've given to all the residents of Monterey County and people from all over the world who've enjoyed the lakes, all of our parks, and just traveling through Monterey County.
Good morning, everyone. So, let's see. Do we have, is Francisco Valenzuela? San Andres, Francisco, and Martha? Anyone else that's here for the autism one? Come on up. How you doing? Sir? I'll fist bump you. How's that? So, want to announce. A little door gets closed here, just so we have less noise in here. There we go. April is Autism Acceptance and Awareness Month in Monterey County, and this resolution is to recognize that. The San Andreas Regional Center here in Salinas is dedicated to ensuring that individuals with autism are empowered to live independent, productive lives and are fully integrated into the fabric of the County of Monterey through person-centered planning. While autism is a complex, lifelong neurodevelopment condition that affects how people perceive the world and interact with others, and with the Centers for Disease Control and Prevention currently estimating that 1 in 36 children in the United States is identified with autism spectrum disorder, And while awareness is a vital first step, the County of Monterey recognizes that acceptance is a necessary bridge to ensure that individuals on the autism spectrum are fully integrated members of our community, who are afforded the same rights, dignity, and opportunities as all residents. So today we really celebrate the diverse perspectives, talents, and skills that individuals in the autism spectrum bring to our communities, our local workforce, arts, and civic life. And with that, I am presenting this resolution to Francisco and the San Andreas Regional Center here to confirm and to recognize April as Autism Acceptance and Awareness Month. And Francisco, would you like to say a few things? And I don't know if anybody else would too.
Thank you. First of all, the Board of Supervisors, thank you for recognizing San Andreas. I have to recognize the parent, Adriana Malgrosa, with the Watsonville Law Center. Forgive me if I messed that up. They were the ones that asked us to be here, so I have to thank them for that. Real quick, and I'm going to put this right here if you don't mind. So San Andreas, we serve well over 23,000 individuals in 4 counties: Santa Clara, San Benito, Monterey, and Santa Cruz County. Within Monterey County alone, we're serving over 3,700 individuals. A good portion of it, if not half, are individuals that are diagnosed with autism. As you all know, autism is a leading cause of individuals being served with developmental disabilities, not just within the state of California, but actually, throughout the United States and the world. San Andreas, we're very fortunate to serve the families that we serve, but at the same time, there's a lot of needs that these families have. Some of the people that we serve within the 4 counties are literally the most vulnerable individuals in our population. In regards to individuals with autism, there are individuals that are fully functioning. They have jobs, they're in the community, they're living with their families. Some of them live independently. Then there are others that are nonverbal that need 24-hour care. So to recognize autism, April's Autism Awareness Month is great, but there's a lot of work that still needs to be done within not only the local levels and the state level, but also at the federal level in providing services to these individuals and their families. In California, we're very fortunate. I'm going to jump right over here because I left this here, that we have the Latterman Act. The Latterman Act is the only act in the United States that says the state has to provide services to individuals with developmental disabilities. Without this act, we would not be able to provide the services that we do in California. We are one of 21 regional centers. There's 21 regional centers throughout the state of California. We all work the same, even though we're independent from one another. We operate under the Department of Developmental Services. But without this entitlement, we would not be able to provide the services that we do. Some of you might be familiar with Hope Services, SVS. Those are the programs that we fund. So we are not only a funding source, but we're also the case management. And with me are some of the managers that provide those, that manage staff in Monterey County. We also serve individuals with cerebral palsy, epilepsy, other intellectual developmental disabilities, such as Down syndrome, even though we are not using that terminology anymore, and other conditions. And as I mentioned earlier, we are literally serving some of the most vulnerable individuals in our community. So to be recognized, it's great. Thank you very much for that. We all need to continue to fight and support individuals with developmental disabilities. Chris, I'll be seeing you next week at our legislative luncheon. Thank you for agreeing to speak. I know Supervisor Alejo, when you were an assembly member, you supported our service system. You were at our open house, and we opened our building right down the street. And so I know that Monterey County has been a supporter of the disability community, but even more so for families that are being served by San Andreas. And one last point, and I know all of you know this, but I have to mention this. We have families that are eligible for services, but right now, because of what's happening at the federal level, are afraid to really access services. We are not a reporting agency. We do have to deal with a lot of the fallout that's coming from the federal level, but at the same time, our commitment is to our families. And for this recognition, we recognize that the county also wants to continue to support families that have children with disabilities. So thank you. Thank Adriana again. And thank you, Supervisor Church, for this recognition.
Pass this over to you. And why don't we pull in here close and get some pictures.
You guys don't want to come in? One more thing. I should have mentioned this. Thank you.
All right, thank you all for those presentations and resolutions. We'll move next to our appointments. We have 3 appointments on our calendar today. Is there any public comment on the appointments this morning? All right, I'm seeing no hands raised or no one approach the dais. We can bring it back to the board. I had one comment on our appointments this morning. Just wanted to call out on a correction on the North County Recreation and Parks District. Thank you to Antonio Diaz for offering and agreeing to serve. However, I just wanted to correct that this, according to the LAFCO MSR on North County Regional Parks District, this would be a full board appointment, not a district-specific appointment. I just think it's important that we have those appointments noted correctly. So with that correction, I'm happy to entertain a motion.
So move.
All right, we have a motion from Church, a second from Daniels, and that would include the correction noted, correct?
Yes.
Yes, thank you. All right, all in favor? Aye. All right, passes unanimously. Thank you to those who are offering to serve on our commissions and committees. We'll move next to our consent calendar. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? Seeing no hands raised and no one approach, we'll bring it back to the board.
Chair?
Yep.
I would like to ask a question about item 50 and item 54.
All right, do you want to?
Sure, I'll jump in. I just want to make sure we did get a letter from MST on both items 50 and 54. And I just want to find out from Public Works if there were any issues we have with giving them the advance notice that they wanted to have in regards to line 24 and any potential disruptions to service. Director Ishii, I don't know if you heard my question. This is regarding the 2 projects that are on Carmel Valley Road. One is the Rule 20A project, and the other is a resurfacing project. And we got a letter from MST asking for advance notice, and I just wanted to ensure that we saw that and that if we were able to comply with that request.
Supervisor Daniels, the department did receive the comment letter from MST. Staff have the project management staff have received the letter, and they'll make sure to provide that advance notice for MST.
Thank you.
Any other comments from the board? Otherwise, go ahead.
Just wanted to quickly comment on item 53 because it's about San Lucas, and we're applying for state water board money. We haven't forgotten, and I want to commend Supervisor Lopez for continuing the work there to finally bring that disadvantaged community a solution for safe and clean drinking water. I think it's been, I don't know, probably 17, 18 years since they came under state water restrictions to not drink their water. But it's just beyond the nitrates. It's other contaminants in there. And I just want to commend our staff for assisting. And hopefully we get across the finish line with the solution not too far down the road. Thank you.
If I could jump in on that one, Madam Chair, I'll just clarify there. That $4 million, I want to give credit where it's due. That is Speaker Rivas, who stepped in last year at the end of the budget process and was able to make sure that that $4 million was dedicated to San Lucas to help get their solution completed. That is stacked with about a little over $2 million from Congresswoman Lofgren as well so far. And so we have to apply to draw those dollars down. That is what's being approved today, is the application to draw down the dollars that were set aside for them in the budget. But I want to thank our staff who continues to work through with RCAC and keep the pressure in the right places to get this project over the finish line, as well as our partners at Cal Water who've been at the table the whole time as we start to really see a solution come together. So thank you.
And yesterday, Madam Chair, in our legislative committee, Congressmember Lofgren did put another request for another $4 million. I think it was the only request we got from our county, and so hopefully she's successful in bringing more resources in towards this goal. Thank you.
Great, thank you. Any other items for comment or question? Right, happy to entertain a motion with the exclusion of item 38.
So moved.
We have a motion from Daniels, a second from Alejo for items 20 through 55, excluding item 38. All in favor? Aye. Right. Approved with the exception of Church, who had to step out momentarily. We'll move right on to recessing the Board of Supervisors. Let's see here. We'll recess and then call to order the Monterey County Water Resource Agency. I'll let the record show that all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Church having just stepped out momentarily. Are there any additions or corrections to this agenda?
There are none.
All right. We'll take any general public comment on the Water Resources Agency. Seeing that, I do see two hands raised. This is what public comment on the Water Resources Agency agenda. We'll go to phone number ending in 837. This is general public comment for the Water Resources Agency. We'll have general public comment on the Board of Supervisors agenda shortly. Okay, those hands went down. Thank you. And we have one item on the consent calendar for this agenda.
It's two.
We have two. Sorry, thank you. We have two items on the consent calendar. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar for Water Resource Agency? Seeing none, I'll bring it back to the board to consider a motion. I have a motion from Alejo, second from Daniels for items number 1 and 2. All in favor? Aye. Unanimous with the exception of Supervisor Church, who stepped out momentarily. We'll adjourn the Water Resource Agency of the Board of Supervisors and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors, letting the records show that all supervisors are present, with Supervisor Church returning momentarily. We will now go to general public comment. This is general public comment for the Board of Supervisors, and we'll start with chambers. Welcome and thank you for being here. Just want to reiterate that these chambers do belong to all of us, so we ask for shared respect while people are providing their testimony. We don't allow signs, placards, or demonstrations of yelling, clapping, or stomping in the chambers. Public comment is to testify on matters within the jurisdiction of the Board of Supervisors, but not otherwise on the agenda. We allow everyone to make 2 minutes of public comment. We have a timer on the screen. A bell will sound when the time is up, and then the mic will turn off. Please monitor the timer so that I don't have to interrupt anyone. Additional testimony can also be submitted in writing to the clerk via email to the clerk and to all of the supervisors at cob@countyofmonterey.com. All right, thank you. We'll proceed with public comment now.
Hello, Karen Cameron, Concerned Salinas resident. I rise to invite you to environmental justice meeting that's happening tonight, and CDPR is having a Zoom meeting from 6 to 7 that's critical to our area. We are the Salinas salad bowl of the world, and they removed our air monitor system in 2017. So we don't know what we're breathing. And there is a move to expand. CDPR is considering new locations throughout the state. Yet, even though back on January 16th at the Steinbeck Center in 2025, when I was face-to-face with the CDPR director and the OEA director and confronted him there on this very issue that Salinas needs their air monitor returned, I got a blank stare. And it appears we get a blank stare again because Salinas is not on the list. So I will be speaking out tonight from 6 to 7. I urge you to do the same, because we need to know what we're breathing. With that said, several members on Safe Ag, Safe School were appointed to the Environmental Justice Advisory Committee. And I feel it's a success that they're finally bringing a meeting in person to Salinas. So I urge you to mark your calendars to this state meeting, January 25th from 4 to 8 p.m. at the Steinbeck Center in Salinas. Very critical. This and other issues will be addressed. There are several public comment opportunities. There's so much going on this Earth Day month, which I find Earth Day ironic because we need it every day to survive. Nothing is more important than our health. But during this month, a lot's going on. There is public commenting going on for the environmental justice element of the Monterey County Draft Housing Plan, where I will be filing a Brown Act violation for their March 11th Monterey County Planning Commission meeting that they didn't even advertise on the county website because there was a glitch. There are also two different commenting periods for CDPR, May 1st and May 11th. They're very critical, so please get involved for the health of the county. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Karen. Any other public comment in chambers this morning? If you could approach the front so we can move through. We've also got hands raised.
Good morning, Chair Root Askew and members of the board. Liz Hall here with WM to provide a quick update on our local call center for Q1 and some upcoming events in Q2 this year. Start out with the call center for Q1 this year. We answered 5,829 residential calls and 589 commercial calls. I feel really excited because I have these stats and it has an average speed of answer of 49 seconds, which is we're knocking it out of the park. For reference, the goal for ASA is to be under 3 minutes. So really proud of the team that we've established in Castroville. Our agent, Vanessa, she was actually promoted to a lead role in January. And an additional bilingual agent was cross-trained to help support the commercial sector for their calls as well. We will have a customer service position opening to be backfilled to replace an agent who's being promoted to a new role, which is exciting for Jasmine. This opening has an expected hire date of May 26th. We're also still hiring for an assistant diesel mechanic and container delivery driver. It's exciting. We're actually doing some career fairs at Shalone Peaks in King City. We're doing Elkhorn Elementary. They'll be a few years out from being hired, but we're still going to go see those kiddos anyway. And then we'll be doing an event at Rancho Cielo in May. So excited about that. Those will be posted on our careers.wm.com website. So for anyone interested in joining our team, please check for roles there. Upcoming events, Saturday, April 25th, we'll have both the Lockwood Bulky event and Castroville Earth Day. June 6th, the Aromas Bulky event, and then Saturday, June 13th, the King City Bulky event. This information is on our website, montereycounty.wm.com. Thank you for your time today. As always, if you have any questions, please don't hesitate to reach out. Thank you.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board, staff. My name is Megan Range. I'm just coming to introduce myself as the new government relations representative for Pacific Gas and Electric. I want to make sure you all have met me, seen me. When I show up in your inbox, hopefully you all have my contact information already. I'm happy to answer any questions, but as I am still getting my feet underneath me, we'll probably be more successful in one-on-one conversations, which I'm happy to set up. A few of you I am already gunning to set up meetings for. So I want you to know I'm here, I'm in town. Please don't hesitate to reach out. I look forward to working with the county. Any questions that I can attempt to field at this time? Thank you.
Thank you and welcome, Megan. Anyone else in chambers for general public comment? All right, we'll move online. We have a couple of hands raised. We'll start with Esther Malkin and then to the phone number ending in 705.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Hello?
We can hear you. It's a little quiet.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Esther Malkin. I'm a resident of the city of Monterey. I wanted to talk to 2 quick points. First of all, the Casanova fire victims are in need of some real donations through All In, and they need cash. You know, everybody's talking about volunteering time and donating goods. But All In did a huge presentation to the city of Monterey. They are $80,000 in the hole that they need to make up as well as replenish their coffers. So if there's any funding or any way of supporting them, it's really important to do so. I'm also calling in to invite everybody to Laguna Grande Park this Sunday. We're having a combination Earth Day and 50th anniversary of the JPA of the park. Just so to explain, the park in general is very unique because it is a JPA. So there are 3 entities involved: the City of Seaside, the City of Monterey, and the Regional Parks District. It is the largest park on the peninsula. We get visitors from all over the state and far beyond, because this is a very heavily promoted area to birders, because it's a unique park and environment for a number of different species. So this event this weekend, I want to just promote the fact that Monterey is part of the park, because we only have 1 acre out of the 10, and we tend to be forgotten. We have been at the forefront of getting a revitalization project going that we're going to be looking for funds as well. So hopefully we'll see some of you there. I know Supervisor Askew sent it out in her newsletter. I'm hoping that we can also have District 5 do so, because we are part of District 5. And happy Earth Day. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to the phone number ending in 705 and then to 837.
Good morning, Supervisors. Lorna Moffett here. And I wanted to comment on I tried to make a comment on your closed session. And it was regarding allocating money to the Monterey Emergency Management Grant Program for wildfire management in our area. And what really greatly disturbs me is that the wildfire management programs that are spreading like wildfire across the United States is basically a land transformation plan disguised as a wildfire hazard mitigation plan. And if it is implemented, it will endanger firefighters and the general public, and it will be an outrageous waste of taxpayers' money. And this is a statement by Dave Maloney. He was appointed by the United States Department of the Army to be Chief of Fire Prevention at the Oakland Army Base, and he was also appointed to serve on the task force on emergency preparedness and community restoration. And this task force was formed to investigate the causes of the most destructive wildland-urban interface fires. So you have experts like Jack Cohen and Dave Maloney, who are all saying it's not the trees that are the problem, it's not the eucalyptus, it's the houses, it's the wooden fences, it's a house ignition problem. And unless you go to the developers and say, you can no longer build with wood, you're going to have to figure out something else, they're going to continue building with wood, and we're going to continue having wildfires. So would you please start that process? Thank you so much.
Thank you, Lorna. And I'll just make a note that I believe that may have been on a consent agenda item 44. We didn't have anything related to fire on our closed session agenda this morning, but thank you. We'll go next to item number 837.
Hello, Brian Rosen here. I think a lot of the problem with fires is going back to climate change. Things are getting hotter and drier. And I think we need to plant more trees on public right-of-way. For example, as you come down Highway 1 from Marina to Monterey, it would be so nice to have a big row, lots of cypress trees planted as one is taking the bike path or whatever that is on the dunes. One wouldn't have to see the freeway. It would beautify things so much. And there's so many public land areas where we can plant trees. And the problem isn't eucalyptus, it's humans. And trees of all kinds have gone up in flames. I was just looking at a website about eucalyptus, and I think it was a recommendation around Mount Tamalpais that they are recommending taking out the dead growth around the trees, the lower dead branches, and it makes a huge difference without just clearing some of the dead stuff and some of the dead brush. You don't have to take out big mature trees. They are huge oxygen producers, and we can significantly reduce fire danger without taking out these big, magnificent trees. And yes, fences are huge, and maybe we could subsidize people to replace their wooden fences. They're dry wood that's been dried for many, many years. But we also need to teach every young person how to safely put out a campfire. This is very important. The campfires aren't what's dangerous. It's irresponsible people who don't know how to have a campfire properly. And we really need to do something to plant more trees, have more oxygen, offset global warming. And I'm going to change the subject real quickly to Trump. We need to do a resolution to
Thank you.
have
We are
him
out of
removed
time.
under the.
Thank you. All right, I'm not seeing any other hands raised, so we'll close general public comment and move on to our first scheduled item for the afternoon, which is to receive an updated analysis responding to questions raised regarding special real estate transfer taxes in Monterey County, as well as a transient occupancy tax in unincorporated Monterey County. I'll pass the floor to you, Michael.
Thank you, Board. Michael Beaton, Assistant County Administrative Officer for the County of Monterey. The item that we have in front of you today is a report back from March when we presented to the Board regarding a Board referral 2026.01 from Supervisor Daniels regarding a property transfer tax measure to potentially help support property transfer initiative to support workforce and missing middle housing. What we're asking the Board for today is to hear the report back regarding some of the direction that we received from the Board at the last Board hearing, as well as consider the addition of adding transient occupancy tax initiative if this item were to move forward to a potential review of a ballot measure for November. Also authorize a consultant services for about $83,000 using contingency funds to help the next step of the process. And depending on Board direction, we're asking the Board to authorize use of those contingency funds and help us do the implementation and feasibility planning with both a consultant to help us do polling, as well as a consultant to help us with strategic assessment and alternatives as we proceed forward. During the March presentation on the referral report back, the Board asked us to do an analysis of the property transfer tax, regarding limiting the assessment from potentially reducing the $10 million identified value in the initial referral to a $5 million value. The Board also asked us to look at the market behavior that for jurisdictions that have actually implemented a property transfer tax, what has the markets actually happened in those areas and what have they seen? In addition to those two items, we're also looking at bringing back the Board for consideration some policy considerations as a result of those two potential initiatives, and looking at some of the risks associated with moving the potential item from 10 million down to 5 million and what those other jurisdictions have actually seen. This chart basically shows a comparison when you look at the property values, the properties from property sales for $10 million and plus. Over the last 3 years, there was 30 transactions over the last 3 years. Looking at the 5 million properties and above, which also include the 10 million properties, there was 108 transactions. The average annual transactions for 5 million and above are about 36 transactions a year. The 10 million is about 10 transactions a year. So there, in total, there's transaction-wise, there's about 3 to 4 times more transactions than if you just looked at the 10 million alone. Now, looking at the actual sales volume, the next component of the chart basically identifies the total sales volumes comparing the 5 million to the 10 million. And as you can see, even though it is 3.6 times more property transactions, it's only about double the total sales volumes for comparison. This chart is just basically to explain, looking at the additional tax rate threshold. So if, as part of this tax measure, we were to approve, or the public were to approve a tax rate of 0.5%, this just kind of gives a comparison of what it would look like if we did the assessment on the full historical 5 million and above properties versus the 10 million and above properties. However, looking at other jurisdictions, one thing to point out that this chart really doesn't say is a lot of jurisdictions do a varied rate. So they might do a rate up to the first $3 million assessment, and then it would increase from 3 million to 5 million, and then increase again from 5 million to 10 million. So there are different areas that we would need to explore and look at the consumer and public palatability of any potential measure that we might look at. Some policy considerations for the board to consider. If this tax measure were to reduce to a 5 million, it would expand the tax base. It would potentially increase the revenue, depending on applying it to a larger stock volume. And it would potentially stabilize the revenue. If this measure were to be assigned to a $10 million and above, as you can imagine, that is dependent on those 10 transactions actually happening each year for us to estimate the total number of revenue that would come in. However, implementing a broader group of properties may risk opposition and fairness concerns as the market and housing increases. Some of the guidance we received in the March meeting include ensuring that this measure would also include a few things. That if we were to move forward with this measure, that we would exempt agricultural properties, that it would include a housing price inflator, depending on as the market increases. A $5 million house this year might be completely different than a $5 million house in 10 years or a $10 million house in 10 years. We were also asked to look at potentially exempting certain nonprofits, such as an example identified last board meeting was the land trust. And if they were to buy a property for an initiative, that they would potentially be exempt. So these are all items that we're currently tracking right now. And if it's the board discretion for us to move forward with reviewing this some more, that we would incorporate those suggestions into any potential property transfer tax initiative that we would move forward. Looking at some of the market housing price inflator indicators, we have identified a few of the consumer price indexes that may make sense. If this is something the board would want to consider, we would obviously work with a consultant and work with some of the user groups to see what would best make sense. And ultimately, if the board approves, we would return back to the board with ballot measures that may have that language into it. Okay. Jumping over to the next topic, we presented back in October of this board some revenue initiatives due to the projected shortfall of the general fund over the next 2 to 3 years. During that presentation in October, and again as part of the budget end of year report, we identified looking at a potential tax measure to do transient occupancy increase. What this chart basically identifies is it shows what the Monterey County unincorporated tax rate is currently of 10.5, and comparing it to the other jurisdictions within the recent or within the proximity of Monterey County and within the Monterey County. Currently, what we're looking at exploring and what we're recommending to the board is potentially looking at doing a tax measure that would increase it from 10.5 potentially up to our neighboring jurisdictions of a 12% or some of our largest cities within the county of Monterey of to 12%. We would like to include this as a potential item. And again, each 1% that we increase here would help, would be about $3.8 million in additional revenue. So we're looking at about $5.6 million when you extrapolate that out. Now, this is just a chart just to remind the board that the reason that we're recommending looking at a transient occupancy tax increase is because we are currently projecting a significant shortfall in our general fund contribution. I know we just came with the budget workshop, and in there we did identify that we're also seeing significant constraints throughout the different departments, and any revenue help here would definitely help with our ongoing costs that we are seeing as a county. So to help us move forward, and if the board approves moving forward the recommendation, we would need to solicit with a public opinion polling. This would really help us look at the initial support for any potential tax measure. It would help us look at the property transfer tax, whether if there's actually interest to support workforce and middle missing housing from the community. Whether a threshold of 10 million versus 5 million would make sense. Whether a special tax based on the interest and support would be palatable by the community, or if it or general tax options that may be considered. For the polling, we have included the draft scope of work as part of this agenda item from EMC Research, who will be, if the board approves, utilized to help us gather that feedback and help guide any future decisions related to the property transfer tax initiative, as well as the transient occupancy tax component. To help us out with community education and strategic and political assessment, where we would help engage the stakeholders, look at the fiscal modeling and economic modeling and potential strategic advancement options. We've identified a consultant with Clifford Moss, who helped locally here with the TAMC initiative as a potential political consultant component there. So the next steps, if the board approves to move forward with this item as a potential inclusion into the November election, we would go back, work with our consultants, look at more additional feasibility, look at more policy analysis. We would look at the polling data that they would secure, that we would secure through EMC Research. We would look at potential tax structures and what makes sense. We would look at the different ballot measures and ballot options to bring back something to the board. We would definitely work on a community and stakeholder engagement process to ensure that the community is educated regarding the current issues that are facing our county, and ultimately bring it back to the board review and recommendations on next steps towards a ballot placement or not. So with that, we are recommending today to help provide us direction on the revenue measures for both the property transfer tax, the transient occupancy tax, authorize the CAO's office approval of contingency funds of about $83,500 to help us with the phase one to do both the polling and strategic guidance with the consultants identified, and of which we would develop and return to the board the polling data and synthesis regarding what exactly that would help guide us, feasibility analysis of both tax measures, and implementation timeframe for consideration for the board. With that, available for any questions and open for the board's discussion.
Great, thank you. Should we take it out to public comment first? Would you like to start?
I'd like to just make some opening comments, if we can, regarding the referral, and I'll focus my comments on the transfer tax, since that's the one that I brought to the board, and want to just take a few minutes, and I hope you'll all bear with me. In the last meeting, I did my best to introduce the problem that we're trying to tackle with this proposed real estate transfer tax, and today I want to go a little bit deeper into why I believe this proposal is not only the right thing to do, but is necessary. I'm going to make some remarks, and I hope to accomplish three things. One, to paint an even clearer picture of the housing challenge facing our workforce in District 5 and across the Monterey Peninsula. Second, I want to explain why I believe this is happening. It is really important, if we go down this path, that we're very clear about the causes of our housing challenges. And third, I want to respond to some of the concerns that have come my way via our office about the proposed real estate transfer tax. And at the onset, I really want to be clear that I am not trying to stuff this down anyone's throat. I'm not here to force a policy like this on everyone. What I want to do is make a case for this transfer tax as clearly as I can, because I think that when we all look honestly at what is happening and where we're headed, the path forward becomes increasingly clear. So I hope that by the time we go into a November campaign, we are in this together with full support of this board and the full support of the community behind us. So I'm going to start from the very beginning, and really these comments will only take a couple minutes, but I want to share with you some of the knowledge that I have firsthand. I was born at the community hospital in 1974. And I grew up at a time in Carmel when our peninsula neighborhoods were filled with working professionals and teachers, nurses, firefighters, shopkeepers, tradespeople, and hospitality workers. The people who taught me at Carmel River School, Carmel Middle School, and Carmel High School returned to homes at the end of the day that were located within the school district or in close proximity to where they worked. The police officers and sheriff's deputies who patrolled our streets lived on some of those very streets. The person who built your home or fixed your plumbing could afford to raise a family on the Monterey Peninsula. That world is gone. I cannot tell you the number of times I've had constituents call me and tell me they are the last full-time resident on the block. Today, nearly every sector of our workforce is priced out of the housing market on the Monterey Peninsula. Working professionals, teachers, registered nurses, hospitality workers, public safety personnel, caregivers, artists. The fishermen who built the blue economy on the Monterey Peninsula, at every level, hourly workers and salaried professionals alike, the workforce that makes this region function can no longer afford to live here. And we are already seeing the consequences in declining school enrollment, staffing shortages in our hospitals and public sectors, and in the businesses across our hospitality industry, even on the culinary side. While in Carmel by the Sea, our higher-end restaurants are thriving, we learned just yesterday that the Wagon Wheel, one of our local favorites in Carmel Valley, is closing after 60 years in business because they cannot afford to keep the doors open. What I understand very clearly today is that our housing shortage is not a zoning problem. It's not a permitting problem. It's not a problem we will solve by streamlining approvals or debating density. Those conversations have their place, but they have distracted us from a more fundamental truth. We have two housing markets on the Monterey Peninsula, and they are not competing on equal terms. The first market is driven by buyers whose wealth comes from assets, investments, and equity, not from a paycheck. Our region is a destination that's known throughout the world, and it has become a vacation home for some of the wealthiest individuals on the planet. Last year alone, as we learned in our last presentation from Michael Beaton, 11 homes sold for over $10 million on this peninsula, 9 the year before and 10 the year before that. The average annual sales volume for homes above $10 million is $174.5 million. For many of those sales, the Monterey Peninsula is not home, but a seasonal escape from a primary residence elsewhere. The second market is our workforce, such as teachers earning $76,000 to $90,000 a year, hospitality workers earning less, even top-earning veteran teachers in the Carmel Unified School District making well over $100,000 cannot afford a home on their salary alone. Yet when I was a kid in the 1970s, a teacher earning $15,000 a year could afford a $50,000 home in or near Carmel. Today, the typical home price exceeds $2 million. That gap is not market fluctuation. It's a structural condition, and it will not correct itself. When a private developer builds a market rate home on the Monterey Peninsula, the price is not set by local wages. It's set by the wealth of that first market. The economics are straightforward. The highest return comes from building for wealth, and so that is what gets built. I live in Carmel Valley. We have 2 projects on the horizon representing 240 new homes, Rancho Cañada Villages and September Ranch, or otherwise known as One Carmel. Deed-restricted affordable units aside, these new market rate units will not be accessible to our workforce. This is because building housing that our workforce can afford will not yield a big enough profit for a private developer, so it does not get built. But let me be clear, this is not because the market is failing. In fact, it's working exactly as it was designed to work. It's simply designed for someone else, not for you and not for me. As I mentioned earlier, I also want to address some of the concerns some of you have raised with me directly because I respect that they come from a genuine place. Some have suggested that the transfer tax could slow the luxury home market and reduce property tax revenue from the county. Others have raised supply-side arguments and have suggested that the answer is more production, not new taxes. Additionally, you have expressed concern that wealthy buyers may choose Florida or Texas over the Monterey Peninsula if we introduce additional transaction costs. I believe these concerns, while understandable, do not accurately account for what has happened to wealth in this country over the last 8 years. Since tax policy shifts began in 2017, the wealth without wages market has experienced a surge that is without modern precedent. The number of billionaires living in the United States has grown dramatically, and I would argue that this growth is not because of hard work or new enterprise, but because of policy. Asset values have compounded in ways that wage earners have never experienced and never will. The gap between these two markets has not just grown, it's become structural. And on the argument that luxury home sales will slow, I would ask you to consider it carefully. The suggestion that wealthy buyers will choose Texas or Florida over the Monterey Peninsula does not hold up against the reality that those states are facing extreme heat, flooding, and climate instability, making a place like Texas genuinely unlivable in the summer months. Our temperate climate is not incidental to our appeal. It's becoming one of our most significant assets. People who can afford to live anywhere else in the world are increasingly choosing places where they can live comfortably when other parts of the nation become unlivable. Monterey Peninsula is one of those places. That's not going to change because we ask that a fraction of a $10 million transaction be reinvested in the community it depends on. So let me close with this. What do we stand to lose if we do nothing? We stand to lose teachers and the schools they sustain. We stand to lose the healthcare workers who staff our clinics and our hospitals. We stand to lose caregivers who support our youngest children and our oldest residents. We stand to lose the tradespeople who maintain our infrastructure, the fishermen who grow our blue economy, the hospitality workers who welcome the world to our shores. And we stand to lose our artists, the people who help us see and feel what makes this place so extraordinary, the people who have put Monterey County on the map in ways that no marketing campaign ever could. Without them, this place does not just become more expensive, it becomes less vibrant, less authentic, and ultimately less itself. A community where only wealth can live is not a sustainable community. It's a destination. And destinations without people who give them life eventually hollow out. That is why today I'm asking for all of your support. I believe when we look clearly at where we are and where we are headed, this is the right step. A small portion of extraordinary wealth reinvested in housing for the community that wealth depends on. So I hope you'll all join me in moving this transfer tax forward. Thank you.
Thank you. And Supervisor, do you want to do public comment first and then come back for questions, or we can start with
It
questions?
doesn't matter to me.
Okay,
Whatever you want to do.
let's go to public comment, and then we can bring it back for a discussion from the board. Is there anyone in chambers for public comment?
Hello, I'm Jeff Morgan with CHISPA. I just, again, want to echo support and say that I was just speaking with Matt Huerta in the chamber. We've actually worked with a professional that's being considered by the county. When I was on the board of directors of the Nonprofit Housing Association that was dealing with the regional housing measure in the Bay Area, very professional. And so I fully support the measures that are being recommended. Thank you.
Good morning, County Supervisors and County staff. I appreciate you all for your diligence and hard work on this challenging topic. I especially appreciate the staff report for pointing out the diminishing returns in the pursuit of a lower threshold. This will be borne out in support of some of the information I'll present to you right now. A study from UCLA Lewis Center of Regional Policy Studies found the following, quote, "In a given year, only about 4% of parcels are reassessed. On average, reassessment results in a parcel's net taxable value almost doubling, which means property revenue, tax revenues associated with that parcel will also almost double." Quote, "Properties that sold for $5 million or more represented just 4% of the city's transactions from 2021 to 2023. But these properties, because of their expense, represented 27% of the total transaction value in the city. As a result, they accounted for 41% of the growth in net taxable value." Now, I know there are some distinctions between what we're discussing here and Measure UCLA. Right? Let's acknowledge the fact that we're not talking about commercial, and that's very important. Let's acknowledge the fact that we're not talking about ag. I think that's important too. Nonetheless, the Monterey County Association of Realtors has a firm concern that this will have an impact on transactions and that it will ultimately also have an impact on the long-term property tax revenues for the County of Monterey. So similar to the staff report pointing out the diminishing returns of a lower threshold, we feel that going for a lower threshold will ultimately net fewer tax revenues in the long term, whether it's for this or for the County General Fund. Please also consider properties in the Bay Area have recently been selling for over $1 million over asking price. So it's really important that we have the indexing as part of this discussion. This was proposed as a specific program to discuss to address a specific issue, and I urge you all to return to that scope. Thank you.
Good morning. Name is Eric Peterson. And I go to the Palo Alto VA hospital a lot more than I'd like to. And when you go in the front door, there's a stack of free Palo Alto newspapers. You grab a copy, read it. When we were up there a couple of weeks ago, one of the first things Patty noticed on page 3 was a full-page ad in a Palo Alto paper for the dunes in Marina. That's what we're up against, because most people in Palo Alto have got money. And great weekend place if you can't afford Pebble Beach. Thank you.
Dear Chair, Supervisors, Matt Huerta here with the Monterey Bay Economic Partnership. We continue to support the board's efforts to continue evaluating a potential transfer tax on high-value homes in Monterey County that would generate revenue to help increase the production and preservation of housing for our residents. We agree that it is necessary to hire consultants to complete polling and to guide the feasibility. It is hard to imagine we will even come close to achieving the county's regional housing needs goal of 3,326 new homes without significantly more local investment. We are pleased to see that the county's data analysis so far has revealed that a potential transfer tax on homes of $5 million could generate up to $17 million in annual revenue. This more broad approach is in alignment with other successful measures. A goal should be to size the measure to maximize impact. The county, working with the consultant team, local advocates, and the business community, should determine the design of a ballot measure that has the strongest potential to be approved by voters. Based on our experience, voters typically want to invest scarce dollars to address housing for our most vulnerable populations, such as seniors on fixed incomes, very low-income workers struggling to pay high rents, and those at risk of homelessness. Voters also want to expand opportunities for our local workforce to find housing in our community and to help their own kids and neighbors achieve home ownership wherever possible. We look forward to supporting these next steps. Thank you for your leadership.
Good morning, Supervisors. Rick Aldinger. I'm speaking as Chair of the Government Affairs Committee for Monterey County Hospitality Association. And I just very quickly want to let you know that MCHA has not had the opportunity to vet this issue yet at the Executive Committee and Board level. But this is something that we will bring to the Board and through the hierarchy of MCHA and ultimately with the Board, and we are going to recommend support for this transfer tax. Thank you.
Anyone else in chambers today? All right, we'll move online. This is public comment on the transfer tax and the TOT tax discussion. We'll start with Esther Malkin and then go to Cesar Lara.
Good morning again. I'm speaking on behalf of Monterey County Renters United. We're currently witnessing and living through the largest wealth gap in history of this country. And this is evident in the problems that we're seeing with our housing. Our county needs to do something to take care of itself because the federal government and the state are obviously not doing what we need done. So I commend Supervisor Daniels for taking this by the reins and trying to do something that hasn't been done to help ourselves. We can't continue not being able to attract new business or new doctors to our area because of housing costs. We can't attract engineers to the City of Monterey staff for years because of the housing costs involved. So, you know, this is a problem that we keep hearing over and over that we can't wait and keep kicking the can down the road. We know from county collected data that the number one group of people that are becoming homeless are renters. And the number one reason they become homeless and stay homeless is because of the cost of rents. There is a disproportionate number of those people that are being affected, which are minorities and families in particular. Our workforce tends to be very Hispanic in the low income and farm worker community. And for those people, it is critical that we try and find a way to build more and not continue to just wait around while people become homeless and more of them move away, while we are losing the opportunity to expand our geographic area and make it more appealing to people that would move here, so that our region can function the way that it should. So I am hopeful that everybody on this board supports this because it is a county-wide issue and it is a regional issue. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll go next to Cesar Lara.
Good morning, everybody. Cesar Lara with the Monterey Bay Central Labor Council and Organized Labor, and really appreciate this issue being brought forward and understanding that this issue cannot be talked about in isolation to just the housing industry and the kind of the selling and building of homes, but it's a broader question of what kind of community do we want to live in and what community do we have now. We understand that our community is under heavy stress. 2/3 of all jobs are in hospitality and ag. agriculture and hospitality, as much as we worked really hard in the labor movement to raise wages and make them into high road jobs, there's challenges there. And understanding that the cost of healthcare, the cost of childcare, and the stress that many workers in dominant industries around immigration need to be taken into consideration as we talk about issues like this. And we ask you, what kind of community do we want to have? And take just the Bay Area, just the north of us, where many workers have to commute in from the Central Valley to take jobs there. And so as we talk about this issue, it is complicated. We as labor are going to be looking at it, but understand that housing is one major issue that's holding back our economy, with industries looking at Monterey County and saying no because they can't attract the right workers or pay the wages to sustain them living in the community. We have teachers living in cars. We have hospitality workers that have to commute in. And so as we look at this, we have to look beyond just the housing industry and the kind of the selling and building, but we have to look at what kind of community we want to have and how we can look at measures like this to address some of the challenges that we're facing. Thank you.
Thank you. I don't see any other hands raised, so we'll bring it back to the board for close public comment and bring it back to the board. Supervisor Church.
Yeah, a couple questions. Looking at the board report here, and this was referred to about the comparisons with San Francisco and Los Angeles, and that sales of high-value single-family homes fell sharply after implementation. And then down here in the next paragraph, it refers that in Monterey County, the likely impacts would be similar but meaningfully smaller in scale because the county is considering applying the tax only to ultra high value residential. I couldn't find in the report here, and I think my office sent you an email yesterday. We were asking for that information on the on that data because it's not in there. Knowing what are the rates that in LA and San Francisco were being used in comparison to what we're talking about here, and also what were the property values. So I mean, it's summarized, but I'm sort of somebody that likes to see the actual numbers and see what's being compared. So if you have that available, it would be really helpful.
Yes, absolutely, Supervisor. I do have it available. I'll have to share it from my...
recommend including that maybe in the board report too next time.
Yeah, absolutely, and I apologize. And I do apologize. I did gloss over that in the presentation that we did today. We did primarily look at different case studies, very specifically with other jurisdictions that have implemented a property transfer tax initiative. Some of the case studies were very specific to commercial, so it wasn't necessarily easy to do an apple to apple, but we did look at both San Francisco and LA. Both of those jurisdictions did see a decline in sales, but have rebounded since then. But if I can, I am sharing my screen. One second. So this chart basically identifies the different jurisdictions that are around. At the very top is the city of Los Angeles, which I identified, and they have a varying rate structure. We're looking at a base of 0.45% for all properties. And then once you get above 5.3 million, it was assessed at 4%, and then 5.5, anything above 10%. I'm sorry, 10 million. So as you can see, when we're trying to apply what they learned by implementing this to Monterey County, we would only be looking at the upper end ratio of the properties of greater than 10 million. I believe the case study for LA County, when we looked at it, it was primarily affected in the properties of 5 million and above. So that was the impact there. Dropping down to the city and county.
So just to, before you jump down there, so the base, I want to make sure I understand. That's about 45, almost 0.5% of a percent for all properties, any property, even a 200,000. Well, there's no $200,000 homes in LA. I'm dreaming there, that's for sure. But even for like a $1 million home, correct?
Correct. The way we understand it is they have a base that applies to all properties regardless of value.
Okay, thank you.
Yep. And then the city and county of San Francisco, which was the other case study that we really looked at, they did a 5.5% of anything greater than 10 million. What I don't have on the chart is they have another variable rate, but what we threw into this chart at the time we did this presentation was just the 10 million, but they also have a variable rate. I just don't have it on this slide. But the same thing, they did have a decrease, but I believe their issue that we had with the city and county of San Francisco, it just wasn't related to single-family residents, where the proposed initiative on the referral is specifically for single-family residents and not necessarily talking about commercial or apartment properties.
Okay. Where's the data about the decrease in the sales? And I mean, that's the problem. Is I understand this is complicated, but and I appreciate you summarizing it, but it's. I kind of I kind of like to look at that and see. I mean, I understand if there's a 0.5% increase on on the lower end, or 1% or 2% or whatever it is, I can see the impact. But I want to see if there's really an impact on $5 million and $10 million homes. And if we can look at what there was, I think that's the direction I tried to give last time, is if there was sales prior to the imposition of this tax, what happened afterwards on those high-end homes?
Absolutely, and I apologize, Supervisor. I didn't see your message from yesterday. We would have replied. I apologize about that. We can definitely send you the data that we've did pull to your office. I know it doesn't help you right now as you need to make a decision, but again, I do apologize for not seeing your message yesterday.
Okay. Well, it came from my staff, so I don't know. It wasn't me particularly on there. So I don't know if that got possibly lost in there, and we have to find a better way to clarify that. But okay. I don't really. It's hard for me to take that without seeing that in there on the report and applying it to really see what kind of impact we're talking about. Particularly, particularly since with LA, it's affecting all properties, and we're looking at 5 or 10, particularly into here. I did want to point out, and I appreciate giving a breakdown on 1, 2, 3, 4, 5%. This is sort of further looking into this. If we do go below 10 million, I guess I'd be interested in seeing what the impact would be on a tax rate if we started like at 5 or 6 million and went 1%, 6 or 7 you go 2, and then when you get up to 10 million you do 5. That's sort of a lot more graduated that way, and what that would possibly generate in terms of income, and it might be harder to evaluate across the board because I don't know if anybody else is. Well, I think LA is doing something similar to that, but it looks like they're maxing out once you hit the very high end anyway. And going to the TOT, which I'm supportive of, as long as we make sure we have this extra income coming in, that the DSA organizations are getting some stable and long-term funding, I think is really important if we're opening this up. And this is something I brought up 2 years ago prior to major AA, and so was discussion about coming back a couple of years later. So I'm glad to see that's coming back here now onto there. I would also like to, if we are going to look at maybe at 1.5% to 12%, which seems to be the regular here, I also kind of like the Santa Cruz model, which has 14% for short-term rentals. Onto there. It's a little higher number onto that one in particular. And my really only concern is I'm looking here at this, the polling and this consultant, and I'm never a big fan of political consultants anyway, but they're 83,000 they're asking for, and they're going to survey 500 people. Is that correct? That seems really high on a number on that. And how many questions are we looking at here? How deep are we going to go into this? That might help explain that a little better.
Yeah, no, great question. I know our game plan is if the board approves, we would actually be meeting tomorrow with the polling consultant where we would actually go through the series of questions that we would like to potentially ask the public. They would also help guide us based on their experience with the public polling component. We did look at the cost compared to what we did with the Measure AA. So with Measure AA, we used this exact same polling company, and the dollar amount was fairly comparison. It is a little bit higher than it was with Measure AA, but Measure AA was a few years ago with that passage there specifically. My understanding with the questions, we can be as very big as we want, and I know that their campaign strategy would be through multiple different medias, but not just phone calling, but also in person, trying to gather the information from the community.
Okay, so these are, it looks like it's pretty, extensive polling we're talking about here, not a short polling, because that's what I was a little concerned with, trying to figure out how they gave us a number if they don't know how many questions we're asking, but I think you've explained that it's going to be extensive and intensive anyway, so thank you.
Yes, sir.
Other questions, comments?
Yeah, it sounds like we've got work to do. I mean, my fear at this point is without the work that we're proposing to conduct, everyone's projecting what they want it to be, right? Because we still don't know what the details are, what will work, what won't work. And to that question of what's the outcome, right? I still got that question. Are we building rental housing? Are we building housing that folks can get in the door and start getting a foothold as owners? All those things are yet to be determined. And I know I hear from folks, but I see also folks kind of in competing sides. I see folks that are, create long-term rentals. I see folks that are, hey, help me get a foothold on the same side. So I'm worried that everyone's kind of projecting the desires at this point. Because we've not yet fully hashed out what it is we're going for. But I know that what's being proposed, this $83,000, is going to help us materialize what may work. At this point, with the presentation just received, I think for me the key remains on pegging that value. I think since the Iran war, we've seen a 3.3% increase in cost to Californians, if not more, based on who you're reading. And that alone is a significant increase. I had to run my credit card 3 times the other day to fill up my pickup truck, right? 250 plus just to fill it with diesel. And that's how it works. They limit you out at $140 or $50, depending on which station you're using. And so it took 3 runs. It's insanity. But with that reality of what folks are experiencing, are they ready to vote on another tax, even if it's not on them? Maybe. All right, big questions. Again, I've still got a lot of unknowns. I think they were very similar to the ones from the last meeting. But at this point, I'm willing to support spending this money to move this ball forward to get us to a point where we have more of those material pieces in front of us to make a decision based on what we're hearing from community. And understanding, again, it's a point in time. We learned some tough lessons when I helped with Measure Q, right? We heard 65% of people were saying, yeah, let's do this. And then when it came out, it was like, yeah, but behind closed doors, they're like, man, I'm worried. And they voted no. So I want to make sure we get good data. I want to make sure that we're surveying the community on the points that really matter to them, to those questions about what we're going towards. But yeah, I look forward to supporting this for today until we see what it is we're actually proposing, big picture, to put in front of the voters.
I'll go next. Thank you. Thank you for the discussion, and thank you for your comments, Supervisor Daniels. I'm open-minded on this issue, but I agree with Supervisor Lopez. I think we need more information and kind of the polling and the input from consultants on how voters are feeling. At our last discussion on this, I pointed out that we had a discussion at the Monterey Salinas Transit Board about Measure Q, which is only a 1/8 sales tax, and the board decided to hold off on putting a ballot measure this year. And that was only the extension, not to add an additional 1/8 of a penny sales tax. They just didn't feel comfortable seeing the polling for that measure, which had previously polled very favorably, had dropped some. And we just got to be cognizant of that. And to answer Supervisor Church's question, I think if you Google LA, Measure ULA, which was the name of the United to House Los Angeles, and if you put UCLA, their study, which came out in April of 2025, which is what I think was referenced in the staff report, is that it's the Lewis Center for Regional Studies. I think one of the speakers mentioned it, but it said that since Measure ULA was enacted, the odds of a Los Angeles property selling at the price above its tax threshold has fallen by as much as 50%. And that's as of last year. I think the measure went on the ballot 2022, 23. And even it has even caused some Los Angeles City Council members like Nithra Rahman to ask to amend the measure because as you rightly pointed out, it not only, because it was campaigned as the mansion tax in Los Angeles, but it did include apartments, and the apartment construction and sales has dropped dramatically, and that's where the report and even the discussion statewide has been focused on that, because it's had an unintended consequence of inhibiting the construction of apartment housing in Los Angeles County, and it's even been a talking point for business groups who are now circulating a statewide ballot measure, perhaps for November, to put limitations on property transfer tax because of what happened in Los Angeles. So that's just looking at the bigger picture. What's happening statewide? There is business groups that are saying some of these are going too far. They've had unintended consequences, or they're exacerbating housing problems in places that need it, such as Los Angeles County. So I think we have to take all that information into account. So there's a lot of unanswered questions still before making a final decision. And I still don't know how many counties have this type of, I know our staff reports say Los Angeles County, City and County San Francisco, City of LA. How many other counties? Maybe you can just wait till the end. I got a few questions. That would be good to know. And just looking beyond the two examples, and as you said, they're maybe different than the narrow scope we're looking at, so it won't be apples to apples necessarily. But also, I didn't want to address some of the issues that were raised, because yes, I agree. That's why I think I'm one of the biggest advocates for housing in our county, because not just for the low income, but for all income brackets. But this in particular, it's not going to address everything that was said, right? That if sheriffs can't live there, teachers, doctors can't live on the peninsula. This measure, even though it generates revenue, it's not going to solve that issue. This tax generates revenue that could go to housing and community development, or the county could grant it to nonprofit developers. But it's not going to make that issue go away. The problem that we've recognized, at least in my 10 years on this board, is that when projects come up, especially affordable housing projects, workforce housing, especially on the peninsula, that's where you get the opposition, right? It's easy to say, let's tax the rich, because they have mansions, let's put up a certain percentage when they sell their homes. But the real opposition, as we saw with their housing element, when we start looking at actual properties on the peninsula where you could build market rate and affordable housing, because it has inclusionary housing in there, and then there's workforce, there's moderate, there's low and very low. When you start actually pointing out properties where you can build housing, that's where the NIMBYism comes out, and strong opposition. And that's where we get votes no against these particular projects. So just because we're generating a revenue source, the harder part is then where do you put those resources to build affordable units or to build apartments? And are we going to vote to approve those projects in those areas that often meet these types of projects with strong opposition? And that's where I say when we see housing, that's why it's being developed in other parts of our county. But even then, housing projects, sizable housing projects, such as, and I brought this up last time, the City of Soledad, Supervisor Lopez and I were taken off LAFCO because we dared to vote for housing, and there was groups that didn't want it there. The same happening now with Gonzales. Soledad was 4,000 units of housing. Gonzales wants to build 4,000 units of housing, and they're being met with opposition, even though both cities have inclusionary housing projects. A certain percentage would be for housing. So that's what I'm saying. We're talking about how to meet the housing needs. Well, let's also be real when these other votes come up, that we're not retaliating for colleagues who are voting for housing, and we're not opposing it. And we keep saying, oh, people can't afford. If we built market rate housing, nobody could afford it. Even though Soledad is the city that has the highest percentage of home owner occupied housing out of all 12 cities, and including the unincorporated Monterey County. I think the indexing would need to be addressed too. And then last question, Michael, was just on the voter threshold. Could you just explain, because some ballots have a higher voter threshold, 2/3 versus a 55 versus a simple majority, depending on what it's designated for, if it's a general or if it's specific to, if it's specific to housing, does then that raise the 2/3 threshold? If you could just address that too, because I think I'm unclear on, obviously the lower the threshold, the more likelihood this is to pass. I'm open to the 10 million threshold, because I guess on some of these, I think we also have to be considerate about having a ballot measure that has the greatest chance of succeeding in our county as well. And I just want to make sure that we have to consider the right percentage and the right threshold of what we ultimately put on the ballot. Thank you.
Thank you, Supervisor. Great questions. To answer the first question, which was what other counties within the state of California that we're aware of that have actually implemented a property transfer tax, the only one that we were able to identify based on our research was the city and county of San Francisco. We are not aware of any other county jurisdiction that has actually implemented this based on our current research. Regarding the voter thresholds, and I don't know if I need to maybe potentially defer to counsel who can explain it a little bit more eloquently than I can.
Yeah, I can take care of it, Michael. A special tax requires the super majority of the voters to approve, and the revenues, 2/3, and the revenues from that special tax have to be used for a specific purpose that's outlined within the tax measure. General tax is a simple majority approval, and those revenues go into the general fund, and each year the board can determine the best way to use those funds. For example, Measure AA, our TOT, our cannabis tax are all general taxes, and each year as part of the board's budget process, you decide where those revenues will go.
We'll go to Supervisor Daniels.
Thank you very much. I just want to circle back to a couple things because I want to be clear about what was in the original referral and what I'm hoping we're moving forward today. And that is very specific to a fund that would help us invest in workforce and missing middle housing. And that is all listed in the last staff report that we had the last time that Michael presented, but there was a full list in that staff report that included down payment and first-time homebuyers programs, infrastructure improvements to support development on housing element sites, preservation of existing affordable housing stock, program administration, oversight, and compliance, gap financing for moderate income housing, that's 80 to 120% of AMI, housing projects, development incentives, including fee deferrals, interest rate buydowns, and permit streamlining, public-private partnership opportunities to leverage additional housing investment, utility upgrades to unlock zoning capacity, water and sewer expansion, acquisition and rehabilitation of at-risk rental housing to preserve long-term affordability. So these were all presented as opportunities for this fund. No, this fund is not going to raise enough money to build the 3,336 units or whatever it is that we have to build in unincorporated Monterey County. But one of the things I hear over and over and over again, every time I have good, willing partners, in particular in the public sector, wanting to help, or in the private sector, wanting to help. It's unlocking that initial amount of money to get something out the door and get good projects moving. So I am not under some illusion that a transfer tax on $10 million homes would solve our problem. But we have the energy, we have the enthusiasm, we have all of the problem solvers at the table who want to solve this problem. It doesn't matter if it is a realtor on the Monterey Peninsula who is selling this very stock. Most of them are renters. People can't get their foot in the door. Or it could be a manager in the hospitality industry. At every level, folks are not able to live in our community. And so I do not believe this is going to be the panacea that solves all of the problems. But like I hope I was able to articulate in my comments, if we don't do something, nothing is a very bleak future. In regards to things like Measure Q, I think it's a question I have. That was county-wide. That was the child care measure. Was that a county-wide, meaning all jurisdictions were also voting? And this is unincorporated. So what I want to say about this is that District 5 has a lot of unincorporated Monterey County, and I think we saw with a vote like this in Measure AA, Supervisor Church's district and my district have the largest groups of individuals voting on an unincorporated tax measure. And so having done the work that I've been doing over the last several months, the threshold was selected because I believe it will have the support to get a 2/3 special tax over the finish line. It was not arbitrary. It was done to do what we can in advance, and I think the polling might show this. We'll see when we get the polling. But this is where we worked with folks, various stakeholders, to find a threshold that folks would get behind, not oppose, and could get across the finish line in the November election. And I also lastly want to just say that in regards to Measure ULA, I think you had mentioned, Michael, that it was bouncing back. I hadn't heard that. But again, I think this is very different. It is single-family residential homes over a threshold that I also believe Brad Pitt is still going to buy the James house, right? The Butterfly house is still going to be sold. Folks want these properties. There's a $20 million home here in the paper that is in Carmel at the Point right now. I believe that property has some pretty significant history, and I think it will get purchased because of all of those factors, not because of the imposition of this transfer tax. It won't be. I don't think it would stop that investment from moving forward. And the last thing I'll say to the gentleman who was in Palo Alto, there's also in this paper, I was looking for it, but a exclusive $3.5 million home in Marina that's being sold as part of one of the newer developments. And I really do want to say to my colleagues, if you didn't hear it, I mean, I've thought a lot about this. We are not building housing in the market for the workforce. We're building it for the luxury buyer. And I support my community 100% who stood up and said no to September Ranch. And you know why? It's because they knew that not only were there water challenges and other things, but these homes are likely going to go for millions and millions of dollars. $8-9 million. I don't know what each of these homes will sell for. That you're asking us to accept a 20% affordability and sacrifice the rest of the project. That's not how we're going to build the housing that we need. This is a plan, I believe, that we can get behind that will help us move the needle on the housing we need. A private developer is going to do what a private developer is going to do, but you can't criticize me or anyone else from having not wanted that project. It's not going to solve the problem. And instead, we're coming up with a solution that could at least begin to move the needle. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. I just want to start by, Supervisor Daniels, your comments about the community that we grew up in versus what I live in Marina, and since we've purchased our home there 20 something years ago, we've watched our own neighborhood go from what was homeowners who lived and worked in the community to a growing number of homes that are investment properties for people. Love my new neighbors, but it's a very the dynamic is changing, and it's changing rapidly, and it's in a reality where you have average household income of $90,000. A household earning $90,000 in Monterey County will never be able to have housing security in the way that existed previously. And the policies that we make at the local level, at the state level, and at the federal level will determine what that future looks like for our workforce. And so I appreciate the way that you've laid this out, and am supportive of moving forward with the recommendation to get some additional polling data that will help us determine what exactly a strong ballot measure would look like. I do need to be really clear about in the community that I represent, we've built a tremendous amount of additional housing and a tremendous amount of additional affordable housing, and the community has been supportive of that additional housing that's been built, both in the unincorporated part of the county in East Garrison, where we just approved a specific plan to build additional affordable housing, as well as in the cities of Seaside, Marina, and Sand City, where significant additional housing is being built. I want to very clearly just reference back the comment about LAFCO. That was up. The reason that Supervisor Daniels and myself requested appointment to LAFCO was specific to the water issues and the activation of latent powers vote. And since we've been on LAFCO, we have not taken action to hurt any housing development in South County. And I want to be really clear about that point. In terms of Measure Q, I'd like to just make reference that I think we need to learn the lessons from previous measures, but this, I believe, is a very different proposition, and the polling data will be really helpful for us in determining how that moves, what we end up putting on a ballot. I heard a request from my colleague that we make sure we get any studies or data about impact in comparable jurisdictions. But what I'm reading and what I'm hearing is that what's being proposed here is very different than what would be multifamily housing, what would be a lower rate, or what would be business community. Those would all be excluded. So I think we're talking about something very different, and possibly would give us an opportunity, or give whoever's interested an opportunity to study our market as we look at the two separate housing markets that we now have in this community. I think there were a couple things I'd love to make sure we include in the polling. The proposition to index the amount, whether it's 5 or 10 or something in between, making sure that we're clear that we would hope to have that indexed to average housing prices. And the other thing I'd really be interested in understanding better from a polling perspective is what the appetite is for variable rates. So, 1% at 5 million, 2% at 6 million, or some variation on that, but not just a straight percentage rate at a straight dollar amount. But I think we could mitigate some of the concerns around that. So having the variable rate studied. And then Supervisor Daniels just pulled out the list again of the language on types of usage for housing, and I think that having that questioned, because that will help us determine whether or not we have the ability to have a strong measure that is a dedicated amount, or if we're not going to hit that mark and need to reconsider the percentage that we can get it passed by. So those would be things I think we need to make sure we include. But I think we've got support. And then on the TOT, I didn't really have any comments on that. I think that polling will give us more information about how that might or might not be the right thing to do right now. On the slide, though, that you put up, I do believe Delray Oaks has a 14% TOT, and that would be on short-term rentals because that's all they have in Delray Oaks at this time. So just additional data point. But with that, I'm happy to bring it back for a motion or additional questions.
Yeah, and that was on the 5 million. That was the 5 to 10 million that was analyzed there. What's the geographical breakdown of that throughout the county? Because I know the 10 million. I think there were 9 of the 10 were in District 5, and the other one was somewhere else. If I remember, it was ag. It was an ag one. Okay, that was excluded anyway. But of the 5 million ones, where do they break down across the county?
Great question. I don't know if we have our county assessor on with us today who might be able to answer that. But I know on the properties that were above 10 million, all the properties did reside in District 5. When we looked at the properties that were 5 million, it did start expanding into, I believe, your district and Supervisor Lopez's district. Both had some properties, and top of my head, I can't recall the quantity that were in each district, but you guys both had properties within that range.
So, and then one of the reasons I proposed that, besides 5 million still being a pretty expensive home in itself, and as somebody can buy that has a fair amount of money, this does need 2/3 vote, and so it's going to need pretty significant buy-in from my population, and so if we do end up going down to a lower level onto that and having it in a staggered, as I and Supervisor Askew have graduated, Supervisor Askew and I both suggested here. I would think, and this might be a worthwhile question to throw in there and see what impact it has, but if the money that comes out of a community, to make sure that it would go back into that community for housing, might be a selling point. As well. I mean, that way, most of it's still going to end up over in the peninsula where there's a serious problem, but as the problem develops elsewhere around, and there is some housing problems elsewhere, whether or not that could be looked at in there and see what the input would be.
So a couple points. Just wanted to clarify, my comment about content was more from conversations I've had with community. Everybody thinks it's their one problem that's going to be solved. It wasn't referencing the material we received last time. It's more everywhere I go, folks are like, hey, that's enough to solve the one issue I have, right? And that's my fear, is the expectations around it. To the question of variable, I don't know that that's a path that I'd feel comfortable going down. For me, I'm comfortable at the $10 million level again, but this is all to be pulled to figure out where community is. I get that, but I just wanted to be clear on that. And then on the LAFCO back and forth here, I just want to be clear. I think there's a big opportunity for some leadership. The Gonzalez project, in my eyes, is complete. As I've read the staff memo, it's complete. So to this question of where are we, bring it forward. Let's have a vote. Let's get it done. That community's ready to go. They built the sewer. They're hungering for it through and through. And so it's hard to see that that's not part of it when we're sitting there waiting, when we keep hearing applications incomplete. So.
Yeah. I think we needed to give some clarification on one other aspect, because I think the polling is going to look at the 5 million threshold versus a 10. But there was that other issue about what percentage of, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5%. I don't think we've talked about what's more people at on that, and are we going to poll people on the low end, medium, and the high end, and then kind of decide later? Anyways, I thought the pollsters are going to want to know to be able to address the key questions for us to use this information in making a decision. But a 2/3 is very concerning, because it is a very highest threshold you can make, and usually your polling has to come out 10% above for people to feel safe, because it always drops about 10% come election day. And if it's not right, the last thing you want is to get 65% or 64%, and then the whole effort kind of goes up in smoke. So I think we really got to think through the general versus the specific aspects, because it just makes the uphill climb a little bit more difficult to accomplish. And I would just say on Gonzalez, it's coming. We should. I think Councilmember Liz Silva was here a couple meetings back because she knows that's going to be a big vote. But there were opposition on Soledad. There were no votes in the LAFCO meeting against that housing project, even though it had probably the highest percentage of proposed affordable housing out of any project of its size in the history of our county, I believe. The only other thing I would just add is that our county still hasn't met all its RENO requirements, even for the market rate housing. And we have to remind ourselves, even when market rate housing is built and sold, it generates property tax to the county of Monterey. And that property tax could then be used, some of it could be used to set aside to also address our housing goals. We do that already, but to a greater extent, that's always possible. But just remember that every housing unit that gets built is in unincorporated Monterey County is generating property tax for the county of Monterey. And we've seen the trends that it's been property tax and TOT, despite the pandemic and despite the ups and downs, despite all the natural disasters, funding has increased and stayed steadily increasing over the last 10 years that I've been on this board. Thank you.
Chair, I forgot one thing about TOT I wanted to say, and I don't think this is the appropriate place, but Supervisor Church brought it up regarding just a desire when we make a decision about whether or not to move forward with a TOT increase, is that we really want to create a situation where if we increase the TOT, the DSAs are able to plan long-term. And so once we get to that point and we make that decision, I really hope that we're making a decision that also includes some kind of long-term structural decision-making in the form of a percentage or something like that, so they can prepare, they can have some stability over the years versus it sort of being on the chopping block every single year. That would be great. Thank you.
Agree on that.
Great. Happy to entertain a motion, or I'm happy to make a motion.
Happy to move the staff recommendations with the general guidance we've kind of offered, I guess is the best way to really say it in terms of the polling and other items.
I'll second that. And just to clarify, in terms of so the staff recommendation is what's in front of us, with the inclusion of polling to include some of the things that have been discussed here, such as variable rates, indexed to price, indexing to the average home price, considering language for what a dedicated tax would be, all of those factors.
If the money raised would stay within the community, for example, yes.
Great, thank you. So we have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Any opposed? None. Passes unanimously. And I'll say again, Supervisor Daniels, thank you for bringing the transfer tax forward. I think it's something that's worth exploring with the public. Did you have additional comments? No. Okay. So it is 12:30. We have a long afternoon ahead. We have a review next of our annual Board of Supervisors referral matrix. Do we think we can do that now and then take lunch?
Good afternoon, Supervisors. Karina Bokanovich with the County Administrative Office, and this is going to be really quick. 1 second. The item before you today is to conduct an annual review of the board referral matrix in accordance with Board Policy G35, which is attached to staff's report. This review serves as a mechanism to ensure the matrix remains current. In preparation for this review, staff compiled a detailed list of departmental challenges, estimated completion dates, and coordinate with your offices to gather recommendations for referrals issued by your supervisors. Based on feedback received, one referral is recommended for completion, and as a correction to staff's report, 6 referrals are recommended for withdrawal, not 7. One requires further direction to either continue or withdraw, and 1 is recommended for modification, as displayed on your screen. Board action is required to establish, modify, or withdraw a referral. Therefore, approval by a majority vote is required. Should your board take no action today, the referral matrix will remain unchanged. And this concludes staff's presentation. We are available for any questions you may have.
Questions, comments? Alejo?
Yeah, I could just some of mine on your presentation. Thank you for this. On the list of considering withdrawing, I'm good with that because the site has already been moved, and we got agreement with the Salinas Soccer Complex. I don't think we have any disagreement there, and we're pursuing funding for it now. On the considering withdrawing on the 1220 Natividad Road property, repurposing, that was done in collaboration with HCD staff. But I think it's already been incorporated into our CIP plan to allow both the option to lease it, to generate revenue for housing, or to use it as a potential future lab if the health department has funding. So it has both options included in our plan. So with that included in there, in that feedback and that draft plan, I don't think we need a referral continuing. And then just on the modification, what was suggested for modification? Obviously, I'm still the only office that doesn't have an office in district office. We've been looking for a space in East Salinas for the last 3 years. I think since we filed this, or now year 4, we actually had a very affordable plan or site, but then when we started looking at all the requirements that are needed sometimes in opening a government office, it kind of scared the landlords away and they backed out of the deal. So, and every other commercial property we looked at has been very expensive, sometimes $4,000, $5,000 a month. It just astronomical compared to that really affordable place that we were looking for. So I just don't know what's recommended for modification on that one.
As we understood, it is to add District 1's budget from last year to this current year, this coming year. Yes. Oh, I'm sorry, from last year and this year.
Oh, yeah, exactly. Okay. And we were just doing that because it was left over from our budget. We were just trying to set aside because there is, whatever site we get, there needs to be the refurbishing and internet and all that you need, and we're just trying to put a little seed money aside for that purpose. Okay. Got it. Thank you. I'm good with that.
Anyone else? All right. I did on 2017.18, it still says a board referral under considering continuing or withdrawing to request a presentation of the board options for commissioner compensation. That was actually, I believe, it was modified post that original submission to request. This is going back to 2018. The board directed that HR convene a meeting of department heads that manage significant boards and commissions to develop a commissioner recruitment strategy, asking that we look at diversity of current volunteer commissioners and committee members, looking at opportunities to implement reimbursement for these volunteers. It was then modified in August of 2021 to consider how all of our commissions are being used, how well they're serving their advisory functions to the board, and look at the staffing levels for various committees and how they may or may not contribute to their functioning, and asking the Human Resources Committee to engage in discussion to bring back recommendations to the full board. We do have a annual report that is in policy for all of our commissions and committees to bring forward to the board. We don't receive that regularly from the majority of our boards and commissions. So I think that as we move forward, it would be helpful to have that referral taken, to have acted on, so that we can be clear about the amount of time and energy that goes into managing our boards and committees to make sure that they are fulfilling their advisory role to this board on a regular basis. I think we may not be fulfilling that obligation as it currently stands. So I'd like to see this referral remain and ask that it be acted on. Any other comments? Otherwise, I'm happy to. Are we okay with the? We haven't had the littering fines, Glenn. That's considered withdrawing. You're okay with that? Okay. And then on the speed humps, are you okay with drawing that as well?
Yeah, that's been approved as well. There, of course,
Okay.
funding issues are there, but it's approved.
We have on the National Historic Trail from Lopez. Are you okay closing that one out? Okay. I'm just following. It says consider withdrawing, so we've got to give some direction on that. And then on the Esperanza Care, that is moving forward, so we can consider that referral. Okay. And then the modification for the other one that you just spoke to. Is there any other direction needed from staff on these?
No, not at this time.
Okay. So we will, I guess I'll make a motion to accept the recommended withdrawals with the exception of the amended referral on our committees and commissions and ask that that be moved forward. So I'll make that motion.
Second.
We have a motion from Askew, a second from Alejo. All in favor?
Aye.
Actually, before we do that, any public comment on this item? Thank you. And pardon my speed on this. I don't see any public comment in chambers, nor do I see any hands raised. So we'll say thank you all for being with us. Close public comment, bring it back to the board. All in favor?
Aye.
Thank you. Any opposed? None. Moves forward unanimously. Thank you. We will recess to lunch. We'll be back here at 1:30. Thank you.
Lopez is on a call. He'll be down in 5.
Okay. All right, we're going to go ahead and reconvene the Monterey County Board of Supervisors meeting for Tuesday, April 14th, 2026. It is just after 1:30. And please let the record show that all supervisors are present. Supervisor Lopez, however, will be returning to the room at some point shortly. Let's start off by asking for an announcement of our Spanish interpretation services. Diego Celis is with us online.
Muy buenas tardes a todos. Mi nombre es Diego Celis y seré su intérprete en español-inglés para la reunión de esta tarde. Si usted está planeando hacer su comentario público y necesita servicio de intérprete, por favor, hablar lenta y suficientemente fuerte para que yo lo escuche. Favor hacer una pausa al final de cada oración para asegurarse de que tengo la oportunidad de interpretarle. Muchas gracias.
Great, thank you very much. So we'll start off with our afternoon. Item number 13 is a Truth Act follow-up from the Sheriff's Office with some additional information. There was a Truth Act hearing that was held earlier this year with some additional questions that were asked. And so we welcome the Sheriff, Tina Nieto, and her team back to provide some additional information. Thank you.
No.
There you go. There you go.
Let me move this keyboard out of the way.
Yeah.
So thank you, Chair and Board. Before I begin, I want to acknowledge that this issue brings real concerns to our community. I understand that there is fear and uncertainty, particularly among immigrant families, and I want to be clear that I hear that. My responsibility and the responsibility of the men and women of the Sheriff's Office is to serve everyone in this county while operating within the law, protecting public safety, and respecting the rights of individuals. With that in mind, I want to walk through both the legal framework and specific facts so there is a clear and complete understanding of what has occurred. Throughout my tenure, I've constantly met my statutory obligations, and I will continue to do so. However, in light of the current political climate and the concerns I am hearing from both the board and our community, I believe it is important to provide additional clarity and follow-up, even when it's not legally required. Transparency is a cornerstone of public trust, and I want to be clear about what that means in the context of the Sheriff's Office and law enforcement. Transparency does not mean unrestricted release of any and all information upon demand. Transparency in law enforcement means providing clear, accurate, and timely information that we are legally permitted to share, while also protecting information that, if released, could compromise investigation, safety, and/or privacy. My commitment is to be as open as possible while being as responsible as necessary. On Tuesday, January 27th, the Corrections Operation Bureau Chief Tim Langquist presented on my behalf to the board and fulfilled all requirements under the Truth Act. Given the uncertainty and concern within our community, I felt it was important to return and address questions that were raised during the presentation. We follow the law as it is written. As previously reported during our Truth Act presentation, 21 individuals were released to ICE custody. As part of the presentation, we provided qualifying charges associated with those individuals. While not required under the Truth Act, I am providing additional detail regarding the individuals referenced in this report. This information is being provided in direct response to questions and requests from members of the board and the public for more specificity regarding the qualifying charges and cases circumstances. I want to be clear, these decisions are not made broadly or arbitrarily. They are made on a case-by-case basis based on qualifying legal thresholds and public safety considerations under California law. The following summaries are provided to demonstrate how those legal thresholds were met in each instance. Subject 1 was arrested for attempted murder and criminal threats. He was intoxicated and attempted to stab a victim in a parking lot. He was ultimately convicted of felony criminal threats and attempted murder. Subject 2 was arrested for driving under the influence and hit and run. When booked into the county jail, it was discovered that he had a prior felony conviction for possession of child pornography. Subject 3 was arrested for attempted robbery and burglary after he entered a store and attempted to take items without paying. The owner confronted him and tackled the subject to the ground. The subject threatened to return the next day with his friends and hurt the owner. The subject was ultimately convicted of felony grand theft person. Subject number 4 was remanded from court for grand theft. Upon being booked into the county jail, it was determined he had a previously qualifying felony conviction for possession of methamphetamines for sale. Subject number 5 was remanded from court for felony driving while under the influence causing injury. The subject was ultimately convicted for felony DUI. Subject number 6 was stopped for a vehicle code violation. During the stop, drug and drug paraphernalia were located within the vehicle. A canine search located approximately 5 ounces of methamphetamine. The subject was convicted of felony possession of methamphetamines for sale. Subject 7 was arrested for lewd acts upon a child and child annoyance. The subject was convicted of felony lewd acts upon a child. Subject 8 was driving a stolen vehicle. The subject stopped and fled the vehicle on foot. He was apprehended after a brief chase and struggle. When booked into the county jail, he had a previous felony conviction for false imprisonment. Subject number 9 approached investigators that were processing a homicide scene. The subject matched the description of the suspect and was detained. During a background search, he was found in possession of a loaded and stolen firearm. The subject was previously a convicted felon and was prohibited from possessing a firearm. The subject was held to answer at a preliminary hearing and was released by the court on pretrial services. Subject 10 was remanded from the court for numerous domestic violence-related charges. The subject was convicted of misdemeanor criminal threats, which is a qualifying misdemeanor under SB 54. Again, on the misdemeanor that are qualifying, that means they're a wild bird that they could have chose to prosecute for either a felony or a misdemeanor. Subject 11 was arrested on an outstanding warrant for felony possession of methamphetamines for sale. The subject was convicted on those charges. Subject 12 was arrested for numerous felony domestic violence charges, including assault with a deadly weapon. The subject strangled the victim and held her against her will. He struck her multiple times with a 3-foot wooden pole in front of their children. The subject was convicted of felony domestic violence. Subject 13 was arrested on a standing warrant for identifying theft and manufacturing dangerous weapons. The subject had a previous qualifying felony conviction for committing crimes for the benefit of a criminal street gang. Subject 14 was trespassing at Natividad Medical Center after passing security. When confronted by security, he attempted to punch the security officer. The subject was on felony probation and had previous convictions for felony domestic violence. Subject 15 was contacted during a traffic stop and failed to identify themselves as required by law. Once identified, the subject was found to be on felony probation. The subject had a previous qualifying felony conviction for false imprisonment. Subject 16 was involved in a physical altercation with his roommate. During the altercation, the subject stabbed the victim, resulting in injuries that required hospitalization. The subject was arrested for attempted murder and assault with a deadly weapon. The subject was held to answer after a preliminary hearing before a judge while represented by counsel. Prior to jury trial, the individual posted bail was released and was subsequently taken into custody by ICE. Subject 17 was reprimanded into custody by the courts for felony domestic violence and false imprisonment. The subject was convicted for felony false imprisonment. Subject 18 was taken into custody for violation of his probation terms. The subject was on felony probation for robbery and false imprisonment. The subject also had a previous qualifying conviction for robbery. Subject 19 was reprimanded into custody by the court for burglary, robbery, and assault with a deadly weapon. The subject was convicted of robbery. Subject 20 was arrested for several outstanding warrants for charges that included battery, felony vandalism, and resisting arrest. The subject was convicted of misdemeanor vandalism and battery. Again, that's what we call a wobbler, that either they can choose to go for the felony or for the misdemeanor. Subject 21 was arrested after fleeing the scene of a reported domestic dispute. The subject had an outstanding felony arrest warrant for domestic violence and false imprisonment. The subject was convicted of felony domestic violence. I want to emphasize that we follow the law at every step. The law allows ICE to request interviews with incarcerated persons. These individuals have the right to decline the interview and the right to have legal counsel present. The Sheriff's Office does not participate in those interviews, and we are not provided with information regarding what is discussed. We are also not provided with the criteria ICE uses to determine who they interview or who they take into custody. As sheriff, I'm legally obligated to comply with the California Values Act, also known as SB 54. Within that legal framework, there is limited discretion regarding the transfer of certain individuals to ICE custody. In exercising that discretion, I must weigh public safety. Based on my values and responsibility to this community, I believe that the individuals referenced here posed an ongoing threat, and I could not, in good conscience, release them back into the community. At the same time, it is important to understand that we do not assist ICE in enforcement actions. California law is very clear on this. Our responsibility is to protect the rights and safety of everyone in this county. That includes maintaining public order and responding appropriately to any criminal activity or civil unrest, regardless of the circumstances and who is involved. I also want to take a moment to address confusion surrounding the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, or SCAP. The transfer of individuals to ICE under SB 54 and participation in SCAP are two entirely separate matters. SB 54 is a state law that governs what we can and cannot do. SCAP is a federal reimbursement program administered by the Department of Justice that helps offset correctional cost. The information shared under SB 54 is not shared through SCAP. Participation in SCAP does not violate California law, and this has been affirmed by the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. Finally, I want to note that updates related to SCAP are not part of what we are statutorily required to present under the Values Act. That is a separate report to the board. However, consistent with my commitment to transparency, I'm providing this clarification so there is a clear understanding of our role and our responsibility in our decision making. We will continue to operate under the law, remain accountable to the board and our community, and provide information in a manner that is both transparent and responsible. As previously mentioned, on January 27th, Chief Tim Langquist presented the board on my behalf and fulfilled all statutory requirements under the Truth Act. Given the questions raised by both members of the board and public, I would now like to take the opportunity to provide clarification, additional context, and direct responses to ensure clarity and transparency. I will address the questions that were raised where appropriate. Similar or duplicate questions have been consolidated. One of the questions asked is, where's the additional data referenced in the presentation that were not included in the staff report? Answer, the additional data comes from the same records used in the staff report. The report provides a summary, and the presentation included more detailed breakdowns to give a clearer context. This is done so the board and the public could better understand the nature of the cases, not to introduce new information. It was asked what specific data exists related to ICE activity, transfers, convictions versus probable cause releases, detainers, and interview requests. In 2025, 21 individuals were transferred to ICE custody out of over 9,200 total bookings. 13 were based on convictions, 8 were based on individuals held to answer after a judge determined there was enough evidence to move forward. We received 295 ICE requests, including 211 holds, and approved only 21, meaning we denied about 90%. ICE requested 18 interviews, 9 people declined, 6 had an attorney present, and 3 chose to proceed without an attorney. Question, does the report include sufficient historical or trend data on ICE transfers? Answer, the report meets all legal requirements. Historical data is available through prior board records. We are working as an office on including more trend data and future reports to give clearer long-term pictures that the community is asking for. Question, why were board questions from previous Truth Act hearing not fully answered? The prior report, or last year's report, met all legal requirements at the time. The questions raised from the year prior were considered and helped shape this year's presentation, which includes more detail and more context. This reflects an effort to improve transparency based on that feedback. Question, does participation in the State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, known as SCAP, result in indirect data sharing with ICE? No, the answer is no. SCAP is a federal reimbursement program that helps offset the cost of incarceration. The information submitted is administrative and used to determine eligibility for funding. It does not expand our role in immigration enforcement or create additional data beyond what is legally allowed under California law. It also is important to note that in the most recent federal budget proposal, the President has recommended eliminating funding for SCAP. If this program were a meaningful tool for immigration enforcement, you would expect it to see supported and expanded, not eliminated. For Monterey County, this program resulted in over $600,000 in reimbursement, which directly supports the cost of housing and caring for individuals in our custody. That funding helps offset the burden on local taxpayers and supports services within the jail. Question, some jurisdictions have chosen not to participate. In my view, those decisions have been made. Answer, in my view, those decisions have been made for political reasons and not based on the data or actual function of SCAP. Our decision is based on the facts, the legal framework, and our responsibility to demand resources in a way that supports both our incarcerated population and broader community. SCAP is not an enforcement mechanism. It is a reimbursement program for costs already incurred and does not change our role or responsibility under state law. Question, does Monterey County have discretion to collaborate with ICE, or is cooperation required? Answer, California law places strict limits on cooperation. Within those limits, there are specific situations where action is allowed. When those situations arise, decisions are made on legal thresholds and public safety. I want to be very clear. When the law allows for limited discretion, I will not ignore serious qualifying criminal conduct and release individuals back into our community if there is a demonstrated risk. Releasing individuals who have committed violent or serious offenses without applying the legal tools available to address that risk is dangerous, and I will not compromise public safety based on shifting political pressures. This is the policy of the Sheriff's Office applied narrowly on a case-by-case basis within the California law. Question, why does Monterey County cooperate ICE in some cases while others may not? Answer, each case is reviewed individually over the same legal framework. Most cases do not meet the criteria, which is why over 90% of the requests are denied. In the limited number of cases where action is taken, it is because the individual meets specific legal thresholds and has been involved in serious conduct such as violence, domestic abuse, or weapons-related offenses and drug-related offenses that raise a real concern about harm if released. When those conditions are met, I will act as the sheriff. Not acting on those circumstances would create a public safety risk, and that is not something I am willing to do. That approach is consistent, legally grounded, and focuses on protecting the entire community. I want to be clear, This office will continue to operate within California law and will apply the limited authority that exists in cases involving serious criminal conduct. This is our policy. Question, is the decision to transfer individuals to ICE a policy choice or legal requirement? Answer, each case is reviewed individually under the same legal framework. Again, that is why 90% of those requests are denied. Again, my answer is in those limited cases, the individual meets specific legal thresholds which have been involved in serious conduct, and they create a real risk to the community if released. Question, are individuals ever transferred to ICE prior to conviction? And if so, under what circumstances? Answer, the law defines when action may occur and sets strict limits on our authority. Our policy is designed to operate within the framework, and it is applied very narrowly. When the law allows for action in cases involving serious misconduct or serious criminal conduct, I will use that authority. Choosing not to act in those circumstances when there is a demonstrated risk that would put the community at risk. This is not about expanding authority. It is about using the limited authority that exists under law to prevent future harm to our communities. Our decision, again, are grounded in legal requirements, case-by-case, specific facts, and the responsibility to protect all communities and public safety. Question, do specific cases listed in the report meet statutory requirements for transfer, i.g. qualifying prior convictions? Answer, yes. Each case is reviewed individually to meet the legal requirements. These include factors such as the seriousness of the offense, prior history, and the stage of the court process. The cases involved where people were harmed, threatened, or were placed at risk. These are not minor offenses. They involve situations where there is a demonstrated pattern of behavior that raises legitimate concerns about public safety and safety to our community. Based on those factors, these individuals pose a potential danger to the community if released. That is why they meet the statutory thresholds and why those decisions are made. Again, my responsibility is to ensure that within the law, we do not ignore those risks. Public safety is a central factor in every one of these determinations. Question, does the report provide sufficient historical or trend data on ICE transfers over time? Answer, as noted previously, the report includes the information required to meet all statutory reporting obligations. It does not include extensive historical or trend data, as that level of detail is not required under current law, including the Truth Act. It is important to note that all historical data associated with prior reports and presentations have been formally maintained and is publicly accessible through the clerk of the board via Legislar. This ensures transparency and allows for a longitudinal review of ICE-related activity over time, even when such data is not consistent within a single annual report. That said, there is a desire for expanding reporting, additional historic analysis, or more detailed breakdowns beyond what is required. That is a policy discussion I'm willing to have with the board. However, producing that level of analysis requires additional staff time and administrative resources. If the board would like to explore expanding reporting requirements, we are open to that discussion. However, it's important to recognize that those requests would require dedicated staffing and resources to support that level of ongoing analysis and reporting. As it stands, the current report requires all legal requirements. Historical data remains publicly available, and we will continue to evaluate opportunities to enhance future reports where it adds value and context. Question, are detainees adequately informed of their rights prior to ICE interviews, including the right to refuse or have counsel present? The answer, yes. Individuals are afforded their prior rights to any interview with the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement in accordance with the requirements of Truth Act. Before any ICE interview occurs, a written consent form is provided to the individual. This form clearly states, 1, the interview is voluntary. 2, the individual has a right to decline the interview. 3, the individual may proceed with or without legal counsel. This process is designed to ensure individuals are informed of their rights in a clear and standardized manner prior to interaction with ICE. With respect to adequacy, it is important to note that the law establishes specific procedural requirements which are followed to ensure compliance. There is no defined legal metric that requires that further quantifies or measures adequacy beyond meeting those statutory requirements. The Sheriff's Office is committed to ensuring all those required notifications are provided in a manner that is consistent with the law, respectful of individual rights, and transparent in process. The use of the written consent form provides clarity, documentation, and accountability in each instance. Individuals are informed of their rights through this legally mandated written consent process prior to ICE interview. I've also brought a copy of that consent form that I can leave with the CAO's office to be reviewed by the board. In addition to that, I've talked to the public defender about possibly representing some of the ICE people. That is a work in progress. And he is open to that. But again, we have nothing further to report at this time because it's just a question that came up during the last truth presentation. Question, do detainees fully understand these rights, particularly when language or comprehension barriers exist? Answer, detainees are provided with information about their rights in a manner designed to support understanding, including in situations where language or comprehension barriers may exist. Under the Truth Act, the required consent form must be available in multiple languages, including English, Spanish, Chinese, Tagalog, Vietnamese, and Korean. This allows individuals to review the information in a language that they are most likely to understand prior to interview with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. In addition, as a part of the standard custodial practices in Monterey County, deputies are trained to identify individuals who may have language or comprehension barriers. When such barriers are identified, the appropriate steps are taken to ensure the individual can meaningfully understand the information be presented, consistent with established procedures for communication and due process within the custodial setting. There is no formal metric to measure an individual's subjective level of understanding. The process is structured to provide clear, accessible, and standardized information. Based on the available information, there is no known instances of individuals being presented with the required consent form who were unable to understand its contents. The combination of multilingual written notice, staff training, and standard custodial commission practices is intended to ensure detainees are appropriately informed of their rights. The office remains committed to administrating this process in a manner that is clear, lawful, and respectful of each individual's ability to understand the information provided. I also want to note that if there is an ICE request, these people have already been in our system, and most likely we've already identified if there is a language barrier that they're going to need additional services, to include some of the First Peoples languages of Mexico. Are interpretation services available for other language? Answer, yes, interpretation services are available for detainees whose primary language is not represented in written consent forms. When the Truth Act requires that consent forms be provided in several commonly used languages, the facility recognizes that not all individuals will fall within these categories. In those instances, interpretation services are made available to ensure the individuals can understand their rights prior to interaction with U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement. If the consent form is not available in the language that the individual understands, staff will provide the interpretation services to explain the context of the form, including the voluntary nature of the interview, the right to decline, and the option to have counsel present. This process is conducted upon the incarcerated person's request and intended to ensure meaningful communication and informed decision-making. Again, I've just explained it in the prior answer. And again, I'm working with the public defender so we can figure out some type of process that if presented with this form, that they can request the public defender's office to ensure that they understand it. Question, are the individuals interviewed by ICE the same individuals transferred by ICE, or are they separate groups? Answer, the individual interviewed by ICE or by U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement are not always the same individuals who are ultimately transferred to ICE. The two groups may overlap, but they are not identical. Some individuals may be interviewed by ICE, but are not subsequently transferred based on factors such as legal eligibility, case disposition, or ICE's own determination. Conversely, there are instances where individuals may be transferred without having participated in an interview while in custody. Those outcomes reflect that interviews and transfers are separate processes. Each is governed by its own legal standards and operational considerations. Individuals' interview decisions related to ICE requests to engage with an individual, while transfer decisions are evaluated independently based on California law, qualifying criteria, and case-specific factors. There is some overlap between interviewed and transferred individuals. They are not the same group. Each case is evaluated independently, and outcomes may vary based on the legal, specific, and factual circumstances. One thing I want to add is that if they come in with a criminal warrant, they have a legal right to do so. For me not to honor the criminal warrant is illegal. If they come in with an administrative warrant, we do not honor administrative warrants here in Monterey County. Question, what are the outcomes of ICE interviews conducted in the jail? Answer, the outcomes of interviews conducted by the U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement within the jail are not tracked beyond the limited procedural metrics required for compliance. Specifically, the Sheriff's Office tracks whether the incarcerated persons declined or agreed to be interviewed, whether the interview occurred, whether the individual was represented by counsel or choose to proceed without counsel. The office does not inquire into, monitor, or document the substance or outcome of the interview itself, including any determinations made by ICE following the interview. This reflects a clear distinction between the office's role in ensuring legal compliance, procedural safeguard, and ICE's independent authority over federal immigration matters. Engaging into further inquiry into ICE actions following an interview could raise concerns under the Truth Act, which is intended to limit local involvement in federal immigration enforcement and maintain clear boundaries between local custody operations and federal processes. This approach ensures compliance with the Truth Act, protection of the individual's privacy and autonomy, avoidance of involvement in federal immigration decision-making. The Sheriff's Office tracks whether interviews occur and under what conditions, but does not track or assess the outcomes of those interviews in order to maintain legal compliance and appropriate separation from federal enforcement activities. Question, how does ICE identify or request individuals from the jail, such as through data systems or programs? Answer, U.S. Immigration and Customs Enforcement typically identifies individuals in local custody through biometric data collected at bookings rather than through direct access to local jail systems. When an individual is booked, fingerprints are submitted through standard law enforcement databases shared across local, state, and federal systems. These submissions may generate a match within the federal databases, which can alert ICE to the individual's presence in custody. Based on those biometric returns, ICE may issue one or more following: a detainer request, a notification request, a transfer request, subject to California law. All such requests are independently evaluated by the Sheriff's Office for compliance with applicable state law, including the California Values Act and Trust Act. While this reflects the general process from a local operational perspective, the Sheriff's Office does not have visibility into or authority over ICE's internal identification methods. This process is biometric-based, not discretionary data sharing by the county. The Sheriff's Office remains focused on compliance with California law, maintaining appropriate boundaries, and ensuring decisions are based on legal criteria and case-specific review. Question, what information is shared with ICE through SCAP or other programs? Answer, SCAP requires only post-incarceration reporting for reimbursement purposes. No information is shared in violation of SB 54 or California law. Additional details has been provided regarding SCAP participation and data elements in response to prior questions. Again, in the President's 26-27 budget recommendation, he has eliminated SCAP because, thank you, he has eliminated SCAP, and I believe that if this was something that assisted ICE or assisted in immigration, removing people from our country, that he would, this is a personal opinion, that he would have doubled the amount he gives to SCAP instead of eliminating it. Again, SCAP funding helps our incarcerated people, it helps our taxpayers, and it provides some reimbursement to our county as a whole. Question, how are constitutional rights and due process protections ensured for the individuals transferred to ICE? Answer. Thank you, sir. Answer. The Sheriff's Office is committed to protecting the constitutional rights and due process of all individuals in custody, including those who may be transferred to ICE. All actions are taken in accordance with California law, including the California Values Act, the Trust Act, and the Truth Act, which establishes clear guidelines and limit the circumstances under which cooperation may occur. Key protections include adherence to statutory criteria before any transfer decision, required notification and consent processes, case-by-case legal review, separation of roles between local custody and federal immigration decisions. Due process protections also occur throughout the criminal justice process, including access to counsel, court proceedings, and judicial determinations prior to any transfer permitted by law. The office remains committed to fairness, transparency, accountability, and strict compliance with legal standards while maintaining appropriate boundaries between local and federal roles. Question, will the Sheriff's Office protect residents and observers during ICE enforcement actions within the county? Answer, yes, the Sheriff's Office is committed to maintaining public order and protecting the constitutional rights of all individuals, including residents, observers, and those involved in ICE-related activities. During any such situation, the Sheriff's Office will ensure the safety of the community, protect First Amendment rights to observe and express themselves lawfully, and maintain order in public spaces. At the same time, any unlawful activity will be addressed in accordance with the law. The office remains focused on public safety, neutrality regarding federal enforcement actions, ensuring all interactions are handled lawfully, fairly, and respectfully. Question, why were Truth Act report details not made available for earlier for public review? Answer, the timing of the Truth Act report is governed by statutory requirements. The law requires an annual community forum with at least 30 days public notice. Because the report reflects the prior calendar year, it cannot be finalized until after that year concludes and all data has been compiled and verified. The forum is publicly noticed to ensure transparency, accuracy, and community engagement. The report is not released earlier because it must be complete and presented in accordance with these legal requirements, such as any report that is given to the board that will appear at a board or a legal requirement or at a board request. Question, what communication occurs between the Sheriff's Office and ICE? Answer, communication is limited to lawful requests such as detainers or documentation requests. The Sheriff's Office does not provide information prohibited by SB 54 and ensures all communication complies with California law. Question, does the county have any plans regarding ICE enforcement activity? Answer, federal agencies are not required to notify local jurisdictions of enforcement action. The Sheriff's Office does not act on speculation or unverified information and will not share information that would compromise safety. Our focus remains on public safety, responding appropriately to any issues that arise within our jurisdiction. I also want to add that I've worked through the CAO's office when we have issues that may involve ICE, and so far, in my opinion, that line of communication has worked either to verify information of possible ICE activity in our county. In closing, I want to reiterate our approach is grounded in the law, guided by our values and focused on safety and the well-being of this community. Throughout this process, the office has demonstrated that our actions are not arbitrary. They are deliberate, legally grounded, and applied on a case-by-case basis. The data presented reflects that cooperation with ICE is limited, carefully evaluated, and occurs in only a very small fraction of total bookings, approximately 0.2%. At the same time, we denied over 90% of ICE requests, reinforcing that our practices are restrictive, not expansive, and fully aligned with California law. We have also made clear that our role is distinct. We do not participate in immigration enforcement, we do not direct federal actions, and we do not engage beyond what is legally permitted. My responsibility and the responsibility of the Sheriff's Office is to operate the jail, protect constitutional rights, ensure that every decision we may make meets the legal thresholds established by the state of California and the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals. At the heart of this discussion is balance. This includes balancing transparency with responsibility, discretion with accountability, and public safety with individual rights. Transparency does not mean releasing information in a way that compromises safety, violates privacy laws, or interferes with ongoing investigation. It means providing clear, accurate, and lawful information so this board and our community can understand how decisions are made and why. We recognize the concerns raised by the board and the public, and we take those concerns seriously. I'm here today not because additional statutory requirement was required, but because there were additional questions from the public, and there is a real concern and fear in parts of our community related to immigration, particularly given the current events. I understand those concerns are real, and it deserves to be addressed with facts. It is also important to recognize that this level of detailed follow-up is not typical for every item that comes before the board. However, when there is a significant public concern, it is appropriate to provide additional information and clarity. That is why I'm here today with my staff. At the same time, I want to be very clear about what is at stake. The cases discussed here involve individuals who have committed serious acts. Violence, domestic abuse, weapons offenses, bringing drugs into our community, and other conduct where people were harmed or placed at risk. These are not theoretical concerns. These are real cases involving real victims. When the law allows us to act in those situations, choosing not to act can mean releasing individuals back into the community where there is a demonstrated risk of harm. This is a responsibility that I take seriously. Public safety is not abstract. It is about preventing the next victim, the next incident, the next preventable harm. My responsibility is not to follow shifting opinions. It is to follow the law and protect the community. The Sheriff's Office operates within a clearly defined legal framework. As an independently elected constitutional officer, I have the responsibility to make operational decisions within the bounds of the law. These decisions have been made with careful consideration of risk, due process, and community impact. In the cases discussed, those decisions were not made lightly. They were made because, based on the facts and circumstances, I believe that releasing certain individuals would have posed an ongoing threat to public safety. We remain committed to transparency, legal compliance, and the protection of our community. While we continue to meet and exceed our statutory obligations, we also ensure that our policies reflect both the law and values of the Monterey County Sheriff's Office, prioritizing public safety, constitutional rights, and community trust. There's one other thing I'd like to address as a sheriff. I'm aware that this flyer has been circulated in advance of this meeting. The flyer is not informational, it is advocacy. It was designed to influence public comment and pressure the board towards a specific outcome. The way it characterizes the sheriff's office is not accurate. It suggests broad cooperation with ICE, when in reality, our actions are strictly limited by California law and occur in very small numbers of cases, approximately 0.2% total bookings, with over 90% of the requests being denied. It also promotes policy positions such as ending all cooperation, expanding oversight, and eliminating programs like SCAP. Those are political positions. They do not reflect the legal framework that governs this office, and they do not change my responsibility under the law. I am concerned that messaging like this creates confusion and necessary fear for those in the community, particularly among families who are already uncertain about how these processes work, and specifically talking about immigration families that may fall under ICE jurisdiction, our immigrant families that make up the backbone of this county. I get it. Let me be clear, as your elected sheriff, I have the responsibility to represent this entire county. That means I listen to different perspectives, but I do not allow fear or advocacy to drive my decisions. My responsibility is to follow the law as written and protect the trust and safety of our entire community. That is exactly what we are doing, and that is what I will continue to do as your sheriff. Thank you.
Thank you. Could we get a copy of that in writing?
Yes.
Great, thank you. I'm going to open it up to my colleagues. But first, I want to just clarify the afternoon, the way the agenda is put together here. We do have 3 items that are interrelated, all in follow-up to the January 27th Truth Act hearing. Item number 13, which we're on now, includes the presentation and follow-up information from the sheriff, providing additional answers to questions that were posed by the board and the public at that Truth Act hearing. It doesn't include an item for giving direction. It's really just to receive information from the sheriff. So I just wanted to make that clear to everyone. Item number 14, which is the next item, is to provide for the board to receive additional information and answers to questions that were asked to other county departments at the January 27th hearing. The item number 14, the next item, does include the opportunity to provide direction to staff as appropriate. And then the third item, item number 15, is a referral that I placed on the agenda outlining some direction that I would love for this board to discuss, to consider in relation to the follow-up on those previous 2 items. So for the public, this represents 3 unique opportunities for public comment. We could have had them all placed together as one item. However, they are placed as 3 items, so I'll just ask for, you're welcome to provide public comment in response to each item. However, the opportunities for action will fall under item number 14 or 15. And I might just ask my colleagues if you'll consider the memo in item 15 as we discuss item 14 so that we can take action as part of all of this under item 14. However, for the public, you will still have the opportunity for public comment at each item. So just wanted to put that framework into context for how the items are outlined. but we can, and again, I want to thank the sheriff for being here in person. It's helpful to have you here with us. Appreciate the time that you and your team took to provide answers to the questions that were posed. But we'll bring it back to, okay, we'll do
Before
one.
we go into much of the detail, I just had a question on process, because usually to get something on the agenda, we file a referral, it's read out, we get an initial report a month from now, get a full report about 3 months. That seemed not to happen with your referral. It got expedited in less than a week. Attempt to put this on the agenda. So for me, I was just taken aback. How did your item get rushed and put on the agenda so quickly when the rest of us have to go through the normal timing procedures? And it wasn't an item of emergency or something that was really urgent. And that's what has me taken aback. There should be a fair process for all the 5 supervisors when they want to get the item on the agenda. It also is a fair process for the county departments involved to be able to give feedback, to look at it. They usually coordinate on a presentation that comes to the full board. And this is not a new issue. We've been dealing with this since 2017. We were one of the first counties in California to file a welcoming county resolution. We did it again at the beginning of last year. And we've done more things to address the concerns from our immigrant communities, including Immigration Rights Ad Hoc Committee, even before the new administration came in. And so for me, I was like, how did this happen? And then I read the memo, and the memo on the next item is presented as if it was from the staff, but it really wasn't. It was from our board chair, which is clearly identified as such in the item 16, or the last item on this topic, the direction wasn't. It's presented as if the board asked for this direction, but that wasn't the case. It was maybe one comment, maybe 2 comments from people, but the memo is expressing it as if the entire board wanted this to come back. And I just think that I've never seen that in my 10 years on the board. I'm the longest serving supervisor on here, and I haven't seen where one supervisor puts a memo and it seems like it's coming from all of us when it wasn't, because usually when we ask for direction, we'll put it on record. We'll say we want these items to come back on this way, but I don't remember that being done on the Trust Act presentation by the sheriff in January. And then there was items that never came up, like on masks and on the program that the sheriff just went over. Those were like completely new items that didn't even come up in January during the sheriff's presentation. And there's numerous issues versus, and when we file a referral, it's usually very narrowly focused on 1 or 2 items. But this put a lot of issues out there. And it just hasn't been done by any other supervisor on that many issues so quickly. And we've formalized our referral process for a reason. And I know our chair is always about process and about even referrals. I submitted one on day 19 instead of day 21, and I couldn't get it on the agenda. And I raised concern about that because sometimes referrals, we get them from our fire departments for ceremonies coming up on the weekend. And then I raised there needed to be exceptions for those kind of situations. But as soon as we got the request, we filed it. But I was told I couldn't get a referral in January on the agenda because it was 18 or 19 instead of 21 days in advance. So if we want to follow process, let's follow it. Let's not make exceptions when it's your item of interest. It has to be fair to all 5 supervisors. That's why we have a process, and it should be followed. And this item could have been brought up. It could have been read out. It could have had initial presentation in a month, and then the full presentation in 2-3 months after that. It could be shorter if the board thought it should come sooner. But I just want to say, if we're going to talk about process, let's be consistent on it, because this caught a lot of us by surprise. And the memo was presented as if it was a staff memo with a lot of questions, and there were a lot of issues there that the board had never discussed or never requested, and they were presented as if the board had asked. And I even have it highlighted. It says the board members asked, and then so they go into each question. The board members asked this and that. And that wasn't the case, that we didn't give that direction in January. And so I'm just wanted to raise that as process-wise from the beginning, but I have more to talk about the substance when we get into those items.
Thank you. I'm appreciative of the sheriff coming back, and I don't know if I realize there's something specific for item number 14, but I'm probably going to waver between all three. I do remember the direction that I gave in January, and I know that a lot of people I know had an expectation that this was coming back on the 14th. So I'm ready to ask some questions unless our CAO has something.
Yes, I just want to clarify the record. There was no direction from the Board of Supervisors in January. The next item we actually put together through looking at the transcript, watching the video. There was no direction. There were a lot of questions that were asked, and those 6 questions that applied to others other than the sheriff are the ones that are included in the next item.
Okay, that's fine. I'm just telling you my recollection, and I know that a lot of folks that have reached out to my office have been asking me about the 14th, and I think it was even a date certain because I don't know how they would have known the 14th. So there's definitely been some miscommunication, but it's been really since the item that folks have been asking me about this item coming back. So with that, Sheriff, thank you. I have some of the similar questions that I had last time, and I can guarantee that my questions don't come from the flyer that you picked up. And I recognize that we are likely going to agree to disagree, and I think that what's important is I think we have the same ultimate goals and values. I hear you very much when you're saying that you're taking when you say that you are acting within the legal opportunity that you have under the Truth Act, under the California Values Act. I don't think we're disputing that. There is the opportunity for sheriffs under these policies to transfer detainees to ICE custody. That is the reality, and you have that opportunity. The concern I have, and what I don't understand as being mutually exclusive, is we have qualifying conduct, and we have a legal system. And the concern you highlighted and outlined is that you don't want dangerous criminals to be released into the community. And what I'm having trouble still reconciling is what is wrong with our legal system that a dangerous criminal would be released back into the community. And the reason I think it's really important that we get that clarity, where is our system not working? That any number of those individuals that you just described, 21 individuals, would go from that, in some cases it was a conviction, sometimes it was just a qualifying conduct. Why would those individuals be released back into the community? Because what I hear you saying is there's a danger, you're circumventing that danger, and because you have the opportunity, you're releasing them to ICE. And like I discussed last time, for me, what is really important is that we let our legal system play out for any one of these individuals. And instead, it feels to me like you're taking the opportunity to collaborate with ICE because you have that opportunity and not letting the system play out. And it is because of a concern that a violent or dangerous criminal would be released back into society. And I'm not understanding why that would be the case with the legal system as it exists today. So I do have some specific questions. This is why I think it goes into items 13, items 14, and item 15. You did say that you collaborate with ICE as the result not of administrative warrants. Can you elaborate? Because one of the things that I remember the board asking about the last time we met was that we wanted to see, some of us We're concerned with this compliance, and we're interested in looking at what other counties were doing, such as San Mateo. And I know that one of the things that San Mateo County has done is it's required judicial warrants versus administrative warrants that come from ICE in order to execute this collaboration. Are you saying that we are collaborating with the use of judicial warrants?
One, I want to add that I believe that I've met the requirement for the truth report. But I'm going to answer this question. No, we do not collaborate on these administrative warrants. They're criminal warrant, just like San Mateo. That is state law.
Okay, and I want to just respond to that, though. 100%. We're not, I mean, and Tina, if you could even stay up here, we're not saying you're not complying with the Truth Act. The Truth Act provides specific requirements of our sheriff's departments, and you have met those requirements. I don't think anyone is disputing that. But like you said, clarity and follow-up, even when it's not legally required, is something that we're just asking for. And so I want to be clear, you fulfilled the act of the requirements of the Truth Act. But these are just, for me, it's about our judicial process. You were not here last time. I don't remember who was or if it was just online. But if I could just express as clearly as possible.
So Supervisor, real quick, I was in the chief's office monitoring the entire presentation. It was being presented, though, by
I'm not saying you didn't hear it or didn't review it or anything like that. What I want to do, though, is I want to take the opportunity to just articulate what my concern is. And my concern, super heightened because of the situation we're in federally right now. I probably would not have had this concern. In fact, I didn't last year when you came. It didn't occur to me in the same way that it's occurring to me this year. And it's something that really concerns me. And that is, if a sheriff has the discretion to make a determination about an incarcerated individual's judicial path, right, by circumventing the legal process, that's a power I'm very concerned about any one individual having. And I have that concern, yes, because of the political climate that we're in today. And so my fear is that if we bend the system and we circumvent it, in this case for undocumented immigrants who may have committed a heinous crime, who's to say that somebody else won't also take that opportunity to circumvent our legal system for any other group, whether it's activists or poets, as we've seen in other countries, right? And so that's my concern. And my concern is coupled with a real lack of understanding why the judicial system isn't working as it was intended to ensure that any one of those 21 individuals that you described would in fact not be released back into the community. What's happening that it's not working, that your concern is you need to do this or these people will be on the street? And that's what I'm trying to understand.
So, Supervisor, I hear you. We're listening. I can't answer that broader question. There has been a lot of monies that have been taken away from incarceration, that have been taken away from rehabilitation across the board. We're all dealing with budget deficits. That is a question as far as the broader criminal justice and justice system. I think is a question better posed for our legislators who create the laws in our state. I'm going to have to disagree with you on, I do not believe that we're bending or circumventing the law. These are laws that legislators have put on our books that give that discretion to sheriff's offices so we don't release these violent, serious offenders back into community. So I'm going to have to disagree. It's not bending. It's not circumventing. We are following the rules and the laws in the state of California.
The legal system, though, is what I'm referring to. I know you have this opportunity within this legislation to do this. I'm just talking about the legal system playing out as it was intended to and has. I have one specific question about SCAP, and then I can move on. I want to understand better what type of post-incarceration reporting are we getting reimbursed for?
Supervisor, that is a different discussion. That's not today's discussion, I believe. I covered SCAP because it was some of the questions that were posed, and I just felt I should come back and answer them. I'm more than willing to meet with your office to explain the SCAP process and dig deeper on the specific questions you have regarding SCAP. Might be a moot point as the president has looked at defunding that program.
Hopefully. So I'll just then express to my colleagues that it really feels like there are financial incentives through this program for our sheriff's department to share data and get reimbursed for that data. And if that's data that is facilitating ICE in any way, I have concerns. Thank you.
Supervisor, I'd like to address that. There's been no indication that it does that. If you have that information, or if anybody out there can show that it's done that, please send it to me.
I think I got all the information from our staff report.
Thanks. Any other questions on this item? Glenn?
Basically, I was a couple questions here on the 21 individuals. 13 were convicted and 8 were pretrial. I understand, correct?
Yes. What item are we on? So I have some clarity, please. Are we still on my item?
We're on item 13. Yeah.
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Just to clarify, the response that the question that I just was asking about is on item 14, and it's number 4.
Back to Glenn.
Still on 13 myself. So, okay, so the 13, and just to understand the situation better, the 13 were convicted and sentenced, and is that correct?
Can I have my report back?
I mean, the report says 13 were convicted, and so I'm just.
Yes, and
so I'm assuming they were sentenced, but they were turned over to ICE, correct? So they did go through the judicial process.
Okay, hold on. I have a much longer report that we would have been here for 3 hours if I had gone through it.
I don't even know the individually one. I'm looking at just the 13 and the 8. This is where my 2 questions are, or a few questions.
I'm just trying to find a chart I have in another report.
And if I could chime in while the sheriff's looking up the information in a report. Under the Values Act, law enforcement officials have discretion to cooperate with ICE for individuals that have been convicted when there's specific enumerated crimes, which is in Government Code Section 7282.5. And then there's another section, 7284.6, which enumerates that law enforcement has discretion to cooperate with ICE for individuals where probable cause have been found and they're not convicted yet. So those are the 2 that the sheriff's looking up, but it's discretion to cooperate with ICE. I mean, that's what's written into the law.
I understand. I guess maybe I'm not making my question clear enough here on separating the 2, but 8 are pretrial, and they didn't go through the judicial system. 13 went through the judicial system, and I'm assuming they were convicted, they were convicted and sentenced, so they would be going to prison thus. And so instead they were turned over to ICE. I mean, they've gone through the judicial process. I'm not so concerned about that. I mean, that's where the process.
My report shows they were transferred to ICE.
But which
means they were transferred to ICE
after going through the judicial system and being convicted of serious crimes and sentenced, as I assume, or maybe they weren't sentenced at that point. They were just convicted. I don't know at what point they were transferred off. But my real question comes down to the 8 that are pre-trial and why we're not waiting for the judicial system to play out on those and then turning them over like the other 13. And that's really where I'm gearing at.
Supervisor, I think that I answered that. These were repeat violent offenders that pose a harm to our community. And so we made the determination that they would be released to ICE.
Okay. Okay, and on the 13, they were not necessarily repeat or so. And I understand there's discretionary in here, and I'm just trying to understand where the lines are being.
Yes, Supervisor, and I don't want to sound adversarial because that's another discussion that I've had with several of the supervisors about should we continue that practice? Is it best to protect our communities across the entire board? Are they harmful? I do believe they represent a potential harm to our communities if they go back, and there is judicial review. Yes, they're not convicted, but there's been additional judicial review to get to that point. So this is an ongoing conversation. Again, we're working through the process.
Okay, thank you for that further clarification on that. So I understand the two differences there.
Yes, I'm waiting to hear the public as well, but I did want to just say that there's a distinction between the Truth Act, which is the reporting requirements, the written notice, the form that is given to the inmate, the hearing. That's one law. And then there's the California Values Act, SB 54. Truth Act authored by Assemblymember Bonta, the California Value Act by Senator De Leon. And it's in the Values Act that we're talking about the authority of the sheriff to be able to, and it was decided by our county council, the authority or discretion to be able to cooperate in very limited cases. And this went through the legislature under Jerry Brown, very progressive, very pro-immigrant legislature and authors of the bill to craft a policy that balanced public safety with also the concerns coming from the immigrant rights organization. I thought, and I still think very strongly, they crafted the right balance. Otherwise, we would have been facing in the first horrendous scenario a ballot measure to overturn SB 54, right? And I think it achieved its purpose when we see that less than 1/4% of cases where there was any cooperation. Almost 10,000 inmates going to the jail, but only less than 0.25 of 1% where they were handed. And in some cases, even less than that. This was the point I brought up last, and I was the one who had thought it would be helpful to have the longitudinal data since the Truth Act went into effect, because it could show what happened just before or just as the Truth Act went into effect, what happened after every year until now. And in some cases, I believe, I looked up the numbers last time, but I think in 2021, 22, there was only like 2 or 3 cases. This last year, those 21 cases. It's going to vary. And I also said that the data itself doesn't really tell the full story. Last meeting, I said this, that because once you actually look at each individual case and the facts, and some of them, they might just have the penal code statute, but when you actually look at the facts of what happened in that case, I think it would make everybody rethink some of these, because some of them are pretty egregious and pretty heinous. But I wanted to speak to that point. There's a balance, and the California Government Code 7282.5 has like 3 big categories. It goes into these. It specifically lists that there could be discretion when an individual has been convicted of a serious or violent felony. Number 2, an individual has been convicted of a felony punishable by imprisonment in a state prison. And then number 3, a conviction within the past 5 years of a misdemeanor for a crime that is punishable as either a misdemeanor or felony, wobbler. And then it goes through like over 3 dozen different types of crimes, from battery to false imprisonment, burglary, robbery, many other things that are listed on there. And so I just want to say, I get where, and I consider myself, and I have been, in all my political, very pro-immigrant, but I also understand we have to balance the needs. There's some very heinous crimes, child molesters, human traffickers, murders. We just had the crime victims ceremony in this very room last Friday. And if you could hear the stories of the Yvette Martinez family, it made everybody in this room cry to see what the crime that was committed against her in the most heinous way, leaving her kids behind, and the family that is hurt every single day. That is also on my mind as a public official. I have to think about that, and I know the sheriff has to think about that as well. And when you got these most heinous crimes, and I bring up, when somebody commits a crime, there are criminal consequences. And as our public defender, our immigration attorney would tell you, there's also immigration consequences for immigrants, right? They pay, sometimes the immigration consequences could be harsher than the criminal. And that's why that resulted in this law coming about. But there's those two aspects of when you commit a crime. If you're an immigrant, even if you're a green card holder or you have some type of legal status, you could lose it if you commit certain types of crimes. So I just wanted to point that out. I think we have to, I think the legislature itself reached the right balance. I think after, I don't know, 10, 11 years of SB 54 being in effect, I think we haven't seen major issues. In fact, we haven't heard any noise in our county on this issue in my 10 years here. In fact, when we started doing the Truth Act, I think the first one had a good attendance. Last year had a good attendance, but in between we might have had like 1 or 2, 3 speakers at most, if at all, on some years. And I know if we had seen issues with this issue or the other issues I raised, we would have tried to address them. So I want to make sure that we're not trying to put a solution forward in search of a problem. If there is real issues, I can honestly say, in my efforts addressing concerns for the immigrant community, our sheriff has been there. So is our sheriff from Santa Cruz and San Benito County. I saw our sheriff's departments come forward in defense of our immigrant communities in these 3 counties that I haven't seen in any other part of the state. No other 3 sheriffs have come together in a press conference to reassure our immigrant communities. And in fact, when we get calls about a potential ICE activity happening in South County, in North County, in Salinas, on the peninsula, I'm able to reach out to our police chiefs, to our sheriffs, and we're able to dispel truth or rumors on the internet that are flying. And I've appreciated that kind of cooperation, willingness to relieve anxiety and provide facts when their facts are there, and then to dispel myths when they are causing stress and anxiety unnecessarily to our families. So I wanted to just acknowledge that our sheriff has been a partner, has been concerned about our immigrant community since the day she came into office, and I think her commitment's still there. So I want to recognize that I think if we had seen any other issues with any of these things going on, we would have addressed them early on, and we just haven't. Some of these issues have come kind of a surprise because we haven't seen there be an issue that needed to be addressed within our county. Thank you.
Supervisor, I've been with our immigrant community since day one, and I've been there and got beat up by the other side whenever I do that, because I think it's the right thing to do for our immigrant families, especially in Monterey County. We know the percentage of, our immigrant families here. It's a big part of what makes us, Monterey County, makes us very special. However, I'm the sheriff. I get to read these reports, and these are, you got a very small snippet, right? I've got to clean it up because I don't want to bias people to start also spewing hate, because what I say, both sides grab onto and use it. And as I say, they weaponize it, unfortunately. And I realize that's the reality of the position that I'm in. I do believe that if the state of California and our legislators want to be more restrictive on things, because I do believe it is a balance, then that should be at the legislative side. And on some of these discretionary things, that the legislature can decide on this. But again, I'm separately elected, and I think the people elected me for a certain reason. And again, I'm very traumatized as I've read these reports, because we dug a lot deeper this year to bring back more information to the community. And These aren't very nice people, but I don't also want social media and other groups that are on the other side saying, see, everybody needs to get kicked out of our country, because that's what happens. And these are not nice people.
Any other comments, Supervisor? Okay, great, thank you. Just have a couple comments and then we can open it up. I want to just reiterate, Supervisor Daniels said, I think we are all I'm in agreement. I appreciate that our sheriff does follow the law and that's an expectation that we can have here in Monterey County. Thank you, Sheriff Nieto. Thank you to your team and your staff. The staff memo from the sheriff states that decisions regarding custody, classification, release, and interactions with external agencies, including ICE, are operational matters within the sheriff's discretion, subject to applicable state and federal law. And also that the law does not grant the Board of Supervisors authority to direct, to control, or to otherwise influence operational law enforcement decisions. So just want to state that really clearly for the record, that we understand that, I understand that. And so this conversation and this opportunity for you to provide additional information, to provide additional education, both to the board as well as to the public, as I think how this was intended, that was the intention of having this item return to the board today. So thank you for coming back, for being here, and for the additional information that was responsive to what the public had asked for previously. But I do have to also be really honest that while I appreciate the information, for me, it's really hard to hear it all verbally and to process that in live time. So by not having a written staff report, I think that would have been, by having, if the information that you verbally shared could have been included as part of a written staff report, I think it would have been a really good opportunity for the sheriff's office to further educate, inform, and to provide real transparency to the public so that people can have that chance to receive the information, understand the information, and if there are further questions, to be able to engage in a respectful conversation about that information. So just want to request that, say thank you, but also like it's hard to hear it all verbally and then track it in live time. So if we could get a copy of the written statement, and if that could be made available to the public, I think that would be appreciated. I did have a couple questions. So to clarify one point, and I'm not sure I understand, given the two other questions that were asked, what the answer is. So where we have the individuals that were transferred to ICE, whether it was pre or post conviction, would those individuals have been released to the public at that same point in time had they not been transferred to ICE? And I'm asking the question sincerely to understand the dynamic that's at play.
Got to keep turning this thing on. Again, Supervisor, if you have very specific questions, my staff and I are more than willing to set up a meeting and sit down and look at some very specifics. I understand answering questions. I understand transparency, but it does take staff time and really digging into some of these issues when you ask these questions. And I'm not trying to, avoid answering these things. So we're listening, so go ahead and ask the questions. I may just not be able to answer it here.
Okay, so for instance, individuals who've been, there was, I think, the 9 of the individuals who were, who didn't have the opportunity to go through a court proceeding to be formally charged. What it sounds like is that those individuals would have been released, just released, not held in custody. That's where I'm not clear on that point.
They would have worked through the justice system, and that would be what the justice system on the court side, because again, this process that we're doing is part of the justice system. So it's not outside the justice system. But that would have been up to the courts, the lawyers, and of where they would have ended up, Supervisor, because when you're in custody, unless it's a no bail warrant, you can post bail, and who knows where you would have ended up.
Okay. Okay. So I guess I still not clear on that question, but I think my point being is that if we have individuals who are convicted of these heinous crimes, or if we have individuals who are arrested and going through a court process for these very specific set of crimes, my understanding is that they would remain incarcerated for the duration of the time to either complete the judicial hearing process, the conviction process, and then to serve time. So what I'm not hearing is that these are individuals who have been convicted, have served the completion of their time, and are then, at that point, there's a decision being made. And so I think those are nuances that are relevant in this conversation.
You're asking a lot of what ifs, Supervisor. You're right, they are nuances. It's a lot of what ifs. So you get arrested. You are incarcerated. You're held because the judge has said, yes, there's probable cause to believe that you may or may not have committed this crime. In this case, if we're holding you, you may have committed this crime. The judges then decide what your bail is going to be. That's up to the judges. It's then the individual whether they can post that bail, whether they remain incarcerated, or whether the judges say no bail. Then we have them, so this is pre-conviction, and then the process for the justice system is then you could go, the DA has it, or whoever's, looking at it, because it could be a city attorney thing, but in this case, in our county, it's the district attorney. They make some determinations. I'm not going to say what they do or don't do. You'd have to ask the DA about that. If they go to trial, they may cut a deal, be back out in the thing. See, that's why you say it's nuanced, but you're asking a lot of what ifs, Supervisor, a lot of what ifs.
Okay. Well, I think I'm just trying to understand, and this is the chance where we get to have this conversation. The public is really interested, and so I'm asking questions that I know have been asked to me, and I'm not able to answer them. So.
Yeah, and I understand that, but it's a lot of what ifs. What if this? What if that? That's what I'm telling the public. You're asking a lot of what ifs.
Okay. You mentioned that in order to provide this separate question, in order to provide the more detailed analysis that was requested by Supervisor Alejo, that would require, that's not required under federal law, not required under state law, but that would require a policy change, which you're open to discussing further. Is there, I think the public would appreciate that additional information. I think it would be helpful just for all of us. What would be the next step to engage in that discussion further?
I would engage with the CAO's office, not the supervisors individually, to say, hey, look, we think this should be included in the report, and we would include it in next year's report.
Okay. Thank you. And I'll say also, although we're not giving direction on this item, I would like to just note that my memo in item 15 does reference a request for a request, which is not direction, I get that, for additional information to be included when the Truth Act, or in parallel with the Truth Act reporting, that would include expanded written reporting beyond the statutory minimum, that would include some of the longitudinal year-over-year ICE transfer data, some of the DHS or ICE requests by type, some of the information about the detainers received versus acted upon, details about interview requests and outcomes, the legal basis for any transfer, notification, or release-related coordination, some anonymized breakdown of case categories, staff time estimates, SCAP participation status, and non-confidential metadata reflecting the type and frequency of communications with ICE or DHS. And I would just say, we can only, I'm requesting that. I don't know if my colleagues are requesting that as well, but I will just point out that I think if it's up to the sheriff to provide that or not provide that at our request. But it would be something that
you would, because it's also a budget thing. It's not just a request. It may make perfect sense, but it may be unreasonable based on staffing and the amount of staff time or the systems that are in place in order to track this. And again, I'm trying not to be adversarial. I'm giving you some real answers of what I'm up against in order, if we say, yeah, this makes sense for our community, what that would take.
Great, thank you. And I would just also ask my colleagues and just point out that if, for whatever reason, it's a budgetary request or an ability to provide that information, it could be a supplemental set of information that we ask an inspector general to look into and provide for us. So just wanted that to be clear as well.
Again, if you move to the inspector general model, and now you're in a different one, but I'm just going to make comments since you brought it up, that still requires staffing, budget concerns. It does the same thing. It doesn't matter if the sheriff or it's the inspector general. There would have to, the board, if they decided to move in that direction, would have to make the commitment to provide staff, monies, budgetary things. I don't say this as the sheriff. I say this as an auditor who worked for 3 years with the previous agency, that I did these audits that you're talking about, that I worked for an inspector general. So this is not just we'll give it to the inspector general, it'll get done.
Great, thank you. So I'll just reiterate again to the public, we do have 3 items this afternoon. This first item, item 13, does not include an opportunity for board action. It was simply an opportunity for the sheriff to return to us with information that the board and the public, questions that we had asked in January. I'm going to open it up for public comment, but I will make it clear we have 2 additional opportunities for public comment where we will have opportunity for action. So if you'd like to comment now on this item number 13, if you could approach the front. Otherwise, we will have opportunity for public comment following the next item.
So real quick for the board, you may not see us writing, but we're recording this back at our office, so we collect all public comments.
Thank you. I'm Michelle Welsh, and I am a volunteer with the American Civil Liberties Union and also with the Coalition for Oversight of the Sheriff's Office. The main thing that I wanted to comment on with regard to the Sheriff's report is that there was none of this in the written report. It would take more than 2 minutes to respond to much of what was presented. But what I did hear the Sheriff say was that she exercised her discretion to release 21 people to ICE, 8 of whom were, as Supervisor Daniels pointed out, deprived of completing the judicial system first. Also, of those who were released based on convictions, and this is a question I think Supervisor Church was getting at, of those who were released after convictions, some of those convictions were old and were not what they were arrested for. They were not what they were in the jail because of what they did. That was a minor non-qualifying offense. It was an old offense upon which the release to ICE was based. And so that person had not presented such a danger to the community. And all of them were deprived of a judicial determination of the safety or lack thereof in releasing them to the public. The other thing that hasn't been pointed out yet is that the release to ICE will release those same people to a different public in a different country. And so if they are such dangerous people, they should go through the judicial system and receive whatever incarceration the judge decides to order. And the only last thing I'll raise is that the fact that the sheriff raised the issue of the power and discretion, the sheriff has that power and discretion, but the Board of Supervisors has the power and discretion to stop funding the cooperation with ICE that is taking place in the jail, as acknowledged in the report. Staff time is being used to carefully evaluate those very people that are being released and those people who are being interviewed, and to respond to all of the ICE requests. That takes staff time, takes resources, and it takes access to the county jail. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Joanna Tapin, a community member for Monterey County. I am here because I am very concerned that we are collaborating with ICE, a known agency, to torture and commit heinous crimes on individuals. As proven already, immigrants and undocumented people, they pay for the crimes. We know that. So for Alejo to start going on about the heinous crimes, that to me is very disrespectful. For you to say too that this topic is not important, that is disrespectful. I was here on January 27th, and I remember clearly hearing that we were going to come back today. And to say that was not stated, also very disrespectful. If people don't want to take notes, That's up to you, but don't say it didn't happen, right? And then, by the way, Sheriff, to help you out, the language is not Tagalog, it's Tagalog. That is what people in the Philippines speak. Again, very disrespectful, and it shows the bias that these deputies are working on when deciding if a person is going to be deported. This is why we are here. We are dealing with ICE agents who are going around torturing people, and they are being unchecked. They do not follow the same rules and the same laws that we have to abide by. That is going on everywhere. In Ventura County, they were just at the jail as well, just causing ruckus. We don't need that here. Why are we opening the doors to these organizations that are just torturing our community for a fact? It's not what if, it's a fact. It's going on. And we're coming up with excuses. Let's go on and talk about all the crimes that undocumented individuals are doing. What about the crimes that our ICE agents are doing? Individuals that are here illegally, they pay for the crimes. That's not a question. What about ICE? Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Catherine Stoner. I'm a constituent living in Pacific Grove. I'm going to limit my comments just to this one agenda item. My reading of the statutes that provide for this hearing and report under the Truth Act is, among other things, to provide for transparency and public awareness and engagement. It's taken a long time for us to get a lot of information. I hope that by next year we won't have quite this struggle with just the basic information. It'll be provided in a timely fashion. This board enacted a welcoming resolution over a year ago. This board also last year enacted a budget limitation on use of county funds. The report doesn't deal with that particular issue at all. So the question is, you as our elected representatives, what are you doing to further the resolutions that you passed to assure our immigrant community that they're safe? They're not safe if there's any cooperation with ICE being done by this county. And so far, the Truth Act report doesn't really help us get at that. And I think there are other things that will come up later in other agenda items that are solutions to that. Thank you.
My name's Mibs McCarthy, and I'm from Carmel Valley and also a member of the ACLU board. On this item, I question the constitutionality, or at least the fairness, of even selecting, for the people that are being turned over to ICE, that they're in a select group because ICE is only requesting transfer of people of a certain ethnic background. So I'm concerned that other people, say white people who've done just as heinous crimes, are not being treated the same way, and that this is basically unfair and unconstitutional. So these detainees are not receiving the same protections as the detainees that are not of the same ethnic group. Thank you.
Hello, my name is McGregor Eddy. I live in Salinas, and I worked for years on the Monterey County reform. I've spoken to you many times on that subject, and I campaigned for Tina Nieto. And there's one thing, I was going to say something different, but I was deeply shocked to hear people who have been convicted who are in the jail and people awaiting trial that are in the jail described in the same way. To me, in a democracy, there is a large difference between a person in jail who is accused of things, however heinous, and a person who's been convicted. And the lack of distinction just made my blood run cold. Most of the people in our jail are there because they're poor. That's why they're not from Carmel Valley, where the average income is $200,000. That's why they're from Soledad, where the average income is $36,000. Why does our sheriff consider people who are accused as if they were guilty? That's what shocked me. And it shocked me that the Board of Supervisors reacted to it, but not strongly enough. In a democracy, you are innocent until proven guilty. And to sit here and hear her list the crimes that were accused as if they were the same as the crimes that were convicted, they're completely different. And the people running our jail should know the difference. And I am more worried about the way that Tina Nieto listed those crimes that were only accusations as if they were real. That is my problem. Please speak up for democracy and make sure our jail does not treat people who've been accused as if they were convicted and sit here and list the accusations as if they were crimes. Please stand up for democracy.
Hello, my name is Henry Laney, resident of Salinas. So I do have a few questions. One thing I was confused about, so 21 individuals were transferred to ICE, 13 based on the qualifying convictions, and 8 were transferred after that preliminary court hearing. I wasn't clear what percentage of people who were transferred to ICE, what percent of people who got a preliminary court hearing were transferred to ICE? Was it 100%? So was it 8 people referred to that preliminary court hearing and then transferred to ICE? Was it 10 people and then 2 were determined not to qualify? More questions. So of the 274 ICE requests that were denied by the Sheriff's Department, were any appealed? How are family members or loved ones notified when someone is transferred to ICE custody, and how quickly does that happen? Does the Sheriff's Office track the immigration outcomes of the 21 individuals transferred? So, for example, whether they were detained, deported, or released by ICE? And also, how were deputies and custody staff trained on SB 54 and the Truth Act compliance, and how often is that training updated? Thank you for your time.
Hi, my name is Maribel. Sheriff, I'm listening too many times. I'm protect the community. This is the protect. And you know, California was Mexico. Thank you.
Okay, if there's any other comment in room, if you could just move to the front. We do have a lot of hands raised online as well, and we have a couple more items, so come on up. Yeah, thanks.
Hello and good afternoon. My name is Vita Quintanilla. I live in Seaside and I am a Master's of Social Work candidate at CSUMB. We've had a lot of discussion about the heinous crimes that have come up committed by these members of the community. However, I would like to point out that there hasn't been any discussion about the victims of these crimes who, according to the general research, undocumented women, indigenous women, such as the indigenous farm workers who make up a large portion of this community, are at the highest risk of being victims of these crimes. My concern is that the lack of public understanding about the way that the Sheriff's Department collaborates with ICE and the lack of understanding around various issues such as SCAP and even the questions that you council members have brought up. The lack of public understanding around this could be deterrents for victims of these crimes to reaching out for support. And so I would like to make a request of the Sheriff's Department and of this county more broadly to provide these educational materials. Much of the debate today seems to be about the public having misunderstandings or the council having misunderstandings, but there's been little done to elucidate this situation in a way that is appropriate to protecting those who are most likely to be victimized. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Alex Mattis, and I'm a deputy public defender. The sheriff today mentioned public safety and individual choices. This included transfers on serious crimes without convictions. How does transferring someone not convicted of a crime promote safety and due process? Victims have no closure. Police waste time and money investigating. The district attorney charges, prepares, and files, and the case is never resolved. How does this help anyone? The example mentioned was where a person was held to answer, posted bond, only to then be transferred to ICE without a conviction. Does this not usurp the judge's orders who allowed the person to be released in the first place? Why not just wait for the judicial system to play out and due process yield its results? Policy 428.6 was not addressed today. That's the policy that states in part that no member of the office will prohibit or in any way restrict any other member from sending information or receiving information from federal immigration officials. How is this policy managed? If a deputy takes it upon themselves to report or collaborate with ICE, can anyone stop them based on that policy? And finally, I did want to opine regarding Penal Code 594B1. This charge, in my opinion, should not have been transferred to ICE. California Government Code 7282.5, Section N, specifies vandalism with priors can be transferred, and that enumerated charge is 594.7. In this case, 594B1 was transferred. That's vandalism of $400 or more, less than an iPhone, and by definition, not a crime of violence, not the crimes so mentioned today. It's not only immigrants that commit crimes. Society has figured this out for U.S. citizens. We can do better for our non-citizen neighbors. Thank you.
Hello, I'm Carol Setnick from Seaside. And I thank the sheriff for her fulsome explanation, but material of this importance should not be presented orally. The sheriff should be providing timely and complete data of all ICE activities and transfers from the jail. It's important that it happens regularly, not just yearly. When an inmate is released to ICE custody, it should be noted whether transfer was based on conviction or merely charges. A third of the charges that we heard about were probable cause, but they really should have been innocent until proven guilty, as required by our judicial system. I suggest that the city council or should work with the sheriff's office to make predictable rules and recognize that the sheriff's in a tough position. So let's give our sheriff some ironclad rules needed to successfully resist ICE. Thank you.
Good afternoon. My name is Luis Jaramillo, resident of Salinas. I'm raising the issue of civilian oversight of the Monterey County Sheriff's Department as a remedy. And the second issue is to prohibit outside of employment of sheriff's departments with ICE. These two are specifically addressed to the due process requirements that we should expect from our sheriff's department, highlighted by the very questions that were raised by the supervisors themselves. Very specifically, if the judicial process is going to be carried out, it needs to be carried out. It should not be responded lightly with a remark by the sheriff saying people are incarcerated, they're accused of a crime, they go before a judge, and then they come to the jail, and then they go to trial. That's not the judicial system as we understand it, and we do not need the sheriff's department to be judge and jury of the people that are processed through our legal system. And so it's specifically poignant when Supervisor Daniels asked the questions. Why do we not let the judicial system play out? It's very specific and clarifying when Supervisor Church says these are pre-trial individuals. If they're convicted, the judges have the responsibility of doing that. It is not a matter of the parallel system at the Sheriff's Department determining who stays and who goes. And without going further, the sheriff indicated herself that she's worked with a public defender. We need to have then civilian oversight, and we need to prohibit.
Thank you. Thank you.
My name is Chris Barrera, president of LULAC in Salinas, Council 2055. Let me be clear, this is not a lack of information. This is a lack of courage. The Board of Supervisors has had years to address cooperation between the Sheriff's Office and ICE. You've held meetings, requested reports, and continued discussions, but you have failed to act. And while you delay, communities pay the price. Families are torn apart, trust in law enforcement is destroyed, people live in fear, and the very communities you're supposed to protect. Let's stop pretending this is complicated. When the Sheriff's Office allows ICE access through transfers, interviews, or coordination, you are enabling a system that targets immigrant families. And hiding behind phrases like probable cause or legal compliance does not erase the human impact. Because you have the authority right now to stop this. Under state law, AB 1185, you can impose real oversight. You can pass an ordinance ending all cooperation with ICE. You can prohibit the use of county resources. You can audit the Sheriff's Office. You can demand full transparency. You can act. But you are choosing not to. So let's be honest. This is no longer about authority. It's about whether you are willing to stand up for the very people you claim to represent. LULAC Council 2055 is demanding action. End all cooperation with ICE, terminate SCAP participation, implement an independent audit, and establish real civilian oversight with enforcement powers. Because without oversight, there is no accountability, and without accountability, there is no justice. You cannot claim equity and civil rights while allowing this to continue. This community is watching, and history will remember what you choose to do or not do in this moment. Thank you.
Sharon Miller, Chair of the League of Women Voters Government Committee. Today I'm speaking for myself, not for the League, as a citizen and resident of Pacific Grove. First, thank you, Sheriff. She's gone. There she is. Good. Thank you, Sheriff Nieto, for a clear and informative presentation. In order to assist you in your crucial role of improving communication and trust within the community, I'm asking the board to require that your office stop all cooperation with ICE, prohibit outside employment with ICE by Sheriff's Office employees, and look closer at that state criminal alien assistance program. A bigger ask, but a very important one, is that the board contract with an inspector general to satisfactorily complete the audit analysis and provide civilian oversight of the Sheriff's Office. The inspector general can ensure compliance with the Values Act, the Truth Act, the Trust Act, and make the county jail and our entire county safer. This should be followed up with the establishment of a civilian oversight board, something that has been studied by the board since 2023. Please delay no further, but act now. Thank you, Sheriff. Thank you, board, for your service, what you were doing for us, and continue to do a good job. I know that you can cooperate and you can do what is right for the community. By the way, I haven't seen the flyer that was referenced, but I don't think inflammatory or scary information of that type is helpful, and I hope we don't see more of it. Thank you very much.
Good afternoon. Name is Eric Peterson. Just a couple of quick points. A few weeks ago, I got a call from a friend of mine in another state. She said she'd been in a Whole Foods and had been followed by ICE, and then the ICE had demanded her papers. My friend doesn't carry papers. She's Apache, and she's very proud of her long, long heritage in this on this continent. And she's a descendant of Geronimo and just as feisty as he's supposed to have been. The other thing, I used to work for a federal agency, and I was required upon contacting anybody to provide my name. Approved pseudonym was allowed, but provide my name and an ID number. I don't understand why ICE can get away with failing to identify themselves, and I really hope that, at least in states like California, those who commit crimes are prosecuted. Thank you.
Okay, we're going to go online. We do have a number of hands raised online, and I'll just reiterate that this is for item number 13. We will have opportunity for the board to give direction or, if appropriate, on item 14, but this is just receiving the additional information from the sheriff. We'll go first to Stephanie, and then I'm going to ask the clerk to help me read the names.
Hello, I hope you can hear me.
We can. Thank you for joining us.
Thank you very much. So I will start now. My name is Stephanie Cooper. I am a member of the Monterey community. Myself, I am an immigrant. I am a legal resident. I will preface my statement by reminding the audience that the Monterey County received about $635,000 last year from the U.S. Department of Homeland Security for routinely providing federal officials with details about convicted and documented inmates in the county jail. And the sheriff's office probably is using that money, but in addition to naming the inmates, counties receiving the federal payments are required to provide addresses, physical descriptions, birthplace, and immigrant status. At the same time, mental health agencies throughout the state report a steep rise in calls for critical care in immigrant communities racked with fear. I will speak about my experience now, despite the fact that I've been here for a long time, about 26 years. I live in fear. I feared for being arrested by ICE. I feel like I am not protected to leave the country. I haven't seen my family in 2 years. My child is fearful as well. My students at the Monterey Institute are very fearful as well. Many of them chose not to travel, not to spend, not to go home, not to go to restaurants. The activities led by the sheriff have a physical impact, a psychological impact, and an economic impact in Monterey. For example, people are spending less in local economy. People don't go to restaurants like they used to, or to regular businesses. People travel less, and we cannot also have visitors from abroad because they are also very fearful of being arrested for the color of the skin or the way they look. I think this money is ill spent, is not necessary, and I hope that the sheriff will be checked, and we need oversight. Thank you.
Phone number ending in 837.
Hi, this is Brian Rosen. ICE is basically a lawless agency, and the Constitution gives everybody a right to due process. It also prohibits cruel and unusual punishment. And what's happening is people are being sent to the most horrible concentration camps in our country and other countries, plucked off the streets, and this is all very, very illegal. We're entitled to due process, so turning people over to ICE is not a good idea since they are an illegally operating agency. And people of color who are immigrants, actually have a lower crime rate than U.S. citizens. So let's keep that in mind. The sheriffs, every government agency cannot investigate itself. We need independent oversight. And it's wrong to circumvent the court system. This is wrong. Now, obviously, we have the right to deport people, but it has to be done legally and then constitutionally. And we only want to get rid of people who are very undesirable, and they too deserve their time in court and are entitled to their time in court under the Constitution. Now, the sheriff's report needs to go into other factors like, why are they willing to arrest ICE people who are doing illegal things, who are refusing to show their IDs, who are beating people on the spot, even murdering people? What about protesters who are accused of doing illegal things, who get in the way of ICE officers? Protesters who are perhaps trying to save somebody from being beaten to death. And we really need the sheriff to present a warning like we have for the severe weather conditions where everybody gets it. ICE is here and ICE is there. This is a racist regime, and this needs to come to a stop, and we cannot cooperate with ICE in any way, shape, or form. They are not legitimate. They are not acting constitutionally.
Thank
They're
you.
acting illegally.
Thank you. We're out of time.
Phoenix Bedoya.
Yes, good afternoon. Thank you so much for taking my assignment. My name is Phoenix Bedoya. I'm from the Watsonville Law Center. On behalf of our constituents, I urge the elected officials to adopt and follow policies that protect residents of Monterey County from deportation, especially when trust in law enforcement is crucial to keep our communities safe and to implement collaboration among agencies in the community. As a service provider, we must act in accordance with our goal to serve the most needed with honesty and transparency. Without public trust, our agency's mission cannot be accomplished. Our organization efforts stand behind the noble effort to unite the people in order to solve problems that stem from policies and practices that want to divide the people of this country. The current immigration policies that have been enforced by ICE are wrong and not in the best interests of the majority. We demand a real say in accordance with the values of honesty and transparency for our people. We need to make sure that our community is safe when they're walking on the streets, that are not being racial profiling, and that they are free to move and to live their lives without fears. Thank you for listening.
Thank you. All right, I don't see any other public comments, so we'll go ahead and, okay, we have one more public comment. Adriana Melgoza.
Good afternoon, board. Thank you for coming back and talking to us about this. As a service provider, this is a matter of making sure that the transparency is actually provided to our community. I'm glad that the sheriff is talking about transparency. I'm here to speak on behalf of the families. They don't carry law books or understand penal codes or administrative policies. What they carry is a simple knowledge of how it works on the ground, and any interaction is an interaction in their view, and that causes fear for our communities. It causes fear for those who are wanting to report crime. They don't know the difference between what policies the sheriff is following or not following, and as a service provider, we just want to be clear with our community of what the actual interaction is. At this point, what guarantee does the sheriff and the board give to our community that the ICE will stop at the jails and that they won't go into our neighborhoods, since they don't have to follow any of your guidance or any of the sheriff's guidance? That's a risk for our community. It creates a community where ICE has access to all of our community, not just the jails. We must be transparent with our community and let them know exactly what's going on. And we can't go out into our community and say that there's no collaboration when there is collaboration, regardless of the type of collaboration that exists. I want to make sure that whatever the actual decision is of the sheriff to continue or not to continue, to make sure that it's clear for our community to understand and know that any collaboration, our community is seeing it as collaboration. They're not seeing it as limited or following one policy or another policy. They're seeing it as it might not be a safe environment for them to go into a sheriff's department or interact with the sheriff's department if they have to, and they know that any collaboration exists. Thank you.
Thank you. All right. We'll now close public comment. Bring it back to the board for any final comments.
I would just like to make some final comments regarding this part of the presentation. None of the responses that I've heard have changed my position. In fact, in response to Supervisor Askew's question of what would have happened had we not handed individuals over to ICE, the answer was they would have gone through the justice system. And then, Sheriff, you also said it's not outside the justice system what we're doing, but I do believe that this sort of collaboration is the definition of extrajudicial. And I heard two things that reinforced my belief that we need to let the judicial system play out and let due process take its course. I think that is the right thing to do. It's the constitutional thing to do. And I think it's what makes everybody the safest. And I think that's the most important part here. Two things were said in public comment that bear restating. One thing I heard was from someone from the public defender's office who said victims have no closure as the result, this is my words, of this extrajudicial process, but that we're taking away the opportunity for a victim to have closure. And then the second thing, let's assume this was an extremely terrible, horrible, violent individual. Another thing that was said is that we're releasing these individuals into another country via deportation. I would suggest we probably have one of the more democratic judicial systems and one of the probably best judicial systems, I think, around the world. And instead, what we're doing in this case is we are increasing. I mean, we have literally in this country created transnational gangs with this policy in places like El Salvador. And I think we've done enough damage in countries like El Salvador. And so I would say that the safest thing to do for everyone is to let the judicial system play out and ensure that violent criminals are convicted and sentenced. That's what would be the safest thing for everyone involved, both in this country and in other countries. And as mentioned before, would provide the opportunity for a victim of violent crime to experience closure. Thank you.
Any other final comments? Nope. Yep.
Yeah, I would just to end. I think my position is I support the balance found in the California Values Act. It's what the policy is in almost every county in California, even in San Mateo County. They follow the balance achieved in the California Values Act, SB 54. They have, frankly, a different situation than we do because they had a lot of conflict with their sheriff that was there. We don't have that here. I like when our departments, when this board of supervisors and our sheriff and our DA and our public defender can work together to address the needs, and we've been doing that. We have been working together to address the needs of our immigrant community, and I appreciate that leadership because I know from a lot of my colleagues, I serve on the counties association, there's a lot of colleagues that don't have that kind of support and collaboration in most of their counties. And I could say in our county, we've done things here that haven't been done anywhere else. And in fact, I haven't heard any of these issues come up in my 10 years on this board in the last few years. And so I think some of the inflammatory flyers that were out there are trying to portray our county and our sheriff's department in a light that is not accurate. And I just want to say, in all our past efforts, even the welcoming resolution, I liked a thoughtful process Because even on that, I ran it by our sheriff, I ran it by our district attorney, our public defender, other departments that may be impacted. And at the end, we came out and crafted language working together to address those needs. And I think they've achieved the purpose. And as a result, we went even beyond that. We put television ads on Spanish and TV and radio. We put out red cards. We held forums. We organized one-on-one legal clinics with our partners. We've joined federal litigation. We were leaders on state legislation to get millions of dollars for legal services. Our county did that. Many other counties, most counties, didn't do those kind of efforts. And so that's why I'm saying I think we have addressed the needs of our community. There's always more to do. We have to be ongoing vigilant to it, but we've done more things here in our county than anywhere else and than most counties in California. And I think our communities, unlike one of the public comments, can distinguish. That's why when there's been targeted enforcement, and there's been a few cases throughout our county, there's a response differently community when they're going to someone who has been convicted of a serious crime versus a random raids out in our community. Our community can distinguish both. And so when we're able to report, oh, that was a targeted arrest by one individual in Seaside or Salinas, that does alleviate because the community is reassured. They're not going after just anybody, any random person on the street. They're going after somebody who had some kind of serious criminal offense that resulted in their deportation order and arrest. And I think our community wants to be reassured that we're keeping them safe from immigration raids, but also from those who commit heinous crimes in our community. And I think that's what we cannot ignore, our duty to maintain public safety, to keep our families safe. Yes, we agree. Our immigrants are hardworking, are less likely to commit crimes, want to go back to their families and their homes. But guess what? In my 18 years in elected office, I've seen some heinous crimes. And I've worked with crime victims, starting with Jessica and George Cortez and Pajaro when I was 19 years old, and their families. I've been helping crime victims. We get the DA's press releases. Read them. You will see, because they include some of the heinous facts that occur each and every day, not just by strangers, sometimes by family members in child abuse cases. So you do see those. So I think our duty is to try to find that right balance. That's why I think the legislature and the governor found that right balance. It's not perfect, but I think it's the right balance achieved in SB 54, the California Values Act, and I think that's how we should continue to proceed in our county.
Yeah, there's a lot here, and I'm a little perplexed on when to jump in, given the fact that we've got 3 items back to back, which sort of deal with the same issues and sort of don't at the same time. And the public comment crossed a lot of those different items that we're about to hear and have not yet. Testimony of peers crossed into some of that. So it's a little confusing with 3 different items in front of us. To speak to the item that I think we're on, which is 13, but in the way that they cross over, what I'm hearing are concerns with the Truth and Trust Act from some of my colleagues, not yet a majority. And if the request is to request from our legislators that they consider making changes to it, including perhaps rather than leaving that discretion with the sheriff, making it the sheriff in concert with the presiding judge to make that determination, I get it, because I hear the concern around the 8 folks that didn't get to go through the judicial process and discretion was used at some point. That's a piece that kind of stood out to me in that. But big picture, at the end of the day, are we making our communities, especially Latino immigrant communities, safer through the actions that we're taking today? I don't know. I don't think we are. What we're discussing up here, potentially, making headlines off of this effort today, I don't know is going to help folks in my community who are worried about their door being kicked in tomorrow, because we live not one family to a household, but 4 or 5, and they're going to kick that door in looking for one person, and they're going to go through and line up 25 people and maybe go through that apartment complex and ask people status. That's my concern with releasing a predator without working, who's been convicted, gone through the process, and even though they have on paper, according to the judicial system, served their time and paid society back, then released. Under this administration, that person is going to go do that effort somewhere in my communities. And with that, harm how many more families in that process? And we're going to say, but we did the right thing because we stood here today. And great. That's not going to justify the action to people who I represent, even though they can't vote for me. And so I'm struggling with some of what I'm hearing, understanding that, yes, we can have a strong opinion, and I agree with, and as I've said publicly, that the actions of ICE do not align with my values, the values of our nation, and the values of those people who we have all sworn an oath to via the Constitution. Yet, I have concerns about these three items, the way they're framed, and the target we're putting on the backs of my communities today is what this feels like in its own way. A lot of the work we've taken has gone underground and quiet for a reason. We're not doing large town halls anymore. We're meeting families where they are, behind closed doors, making sure that they have the resources that they need. And all I'm hearing is not, hey, you need to go challenge the sheriff in public. I'm hearing we need resources, financial investment in attorneys, financial investment in additional resources to make sure that our communities can make progress. Yet somehow we're on three items today that are questioning the sheriff's jurisdiction, or questions made under the sheriff's authority given to her by the Truth and Trust Act. And it's a difficult conversation given the items that are about to come in front of us as well that are going to challenge these very same things. So I'm not going to reiterate myself on that, but I want everyone to understand sort of the issues that I'm feeling underneath as undercurrents as we take on these next few items as well, because I'm not just going to rehash them as they come up, but know that those are the undercurrents that I'm feeling and the concerns I'm seeing in my communities as we continue to work to try to address this with a very severe and realistic fear every single day. And I don't know that through the actions we're taking today, we're really making them safer. I think we're scoring political points, and that does not move the needle for the people that I represent and that make their homes in southern Monterey County. And I'm challenged for that reason with these three initiatives in a row and the way that they're formatted. Thank you.
Yeah, I'm also not quite sure where to jump in here on all this as well. It is a difficult issue here between some issues basically on safety and the Constitution. And I think we all in this room are very firm believers in the Constitution. That's why we're here. That's why it gives us all our basic rights. At the same time, we're talking about 8 individuals. Believe Sheriff Nieto is not is taking a lot of thought into this for safety onto the community. It's not like it's 100 we're talking about, which would be really getting up into here. It would be serious in the numbers. But at the same time, one particular issue, when it deals with the constitutional issue, is important in itself. And so I'm Supervisor Lopez kind of alluded to, it might be that, part of the action needs to be done here is something with some state legislation on however it might be. I mean, if I'd be a lot more comfortable, I don't want these 8 people floating around into the community, but I'd be a lot more comfortable if there was a way to make sure that they weren't given bail, if they're that serious of a threat. They shouldn't be that kind of concern for them to be released out, is that they should be detained until they go through and through the judicial process. But so I mean, I don't really have and we have these other 2 items coming up, so I'm not really quite sure where to go and where to end my comments are on here. So I'm just sort of throwing out what I think is some of the quandary we look at here between safety and constitutional rights. And the Constitution is what everything is based on. But at the same time, we have to have some safety within homes. And we're supposed to have that, and with our judicial system guaranteeing those things. And it's at the same time, it doesn't seem to be quite doing that. And it doesn't seem to be quite guaranteeing, in this particular case, the full constitutional rights that are normally out there as well. Because when you're here in the country, the Constitution stands for everybody, whether you're a citizen or not. And that's one of the ultimate standard here.
A couple final thoughts, and then we can move on to the next item. I just want to, there was been a comment by the sheriff about a reference to a flyer that was referenced as advocacy. Someone shared a copy of a flyer with me this afternoon that did include my name. I can't speak to the source. I didn't have a minute to just briefly look at it, but I'm always going to support the rights of our community to organize around community engagement. So just want to make that clear. And then as we all speak about community safety and public safety, I think that's fundamentally we all agree. And it's the path that's leading us to or that outcome that there's tension around. But I want to be really clear, like the public safety is fundamentally what we're here to talk about. And the reason these items are on the agenda today and listed as 3 items, we'd asked to have them listed as 1. They were separated out as 3. So that's why that is the way that it is. And it's really because we didn't give clear direction as a board when this was in front of us in January 27th. There was discussion, there was ongoing dialogue, but there was no clear direction. So I think what we're looking for is some clear direction about whether to pursue these issues or whether to say we're not pursuing these issues. I can speak to where I stand, and I realize looking back at the transcripts that I was not as clear as I intended to be on January 27th, and I want to be very clear for the record that I strongly believe in our judicial systems, that our judicial system must have the right to hold accountability without bias to immigration or documentation status, and that under the current administration, ICE is not acting with legal integrity or any integrity. And therefore, my unambiguous position is that under these circumstances that we find ourselves in, it is immoral and unjust to allow anyone in our county to be turned over to ICE. So that's one position. Additionally, I think the Constitution that allows people to go through a legal process, as Supervisor Daniels has explained, is worth defending, and that's where I'm coming from. So what I'm looking for is clarity from the board as we move forward, so that we can either say yes, we're going to take some action, take a position, or no, we're not going to. So with that, we can close item 13.
Madam Chair,
move on
I just don't understand your last comment. So you think even in the most egregious cases, a murderer, attempted murder, a child molester, human trafficker, that there should be no immigration consequences for committing his or her crimes in those most egregious cases?
I think that at the completion of the legal system and the completion of their hearings, the completion of their criminal conviction, the completion of serving their time, that's a conversation to be had and that is not what we're talking about right here or right now.
Some of them are convictions.
And I want to say
8 of them are not,
right
but
now,
the others are convictions.
Right
and
now,
to say that there should be no cooperation at all, that's really troublesome. That means if somebody commits the most heinous crime that harms their children or harms women or harms their family members, that in those cases, we're not going to have any cooperation at ICE, so they should not face any immigration consequences of their criminal convictions. I think that goes too far. I think is when we're not making good policy, because that defies logic by everyone, including the crime victims and their families. And even the legislature didn't agree with that, even in a very progressive state like California and a place like Sacramento.
Chair, there are immigration consequences in our legal system. And there are immigration consequences that include deportation in our judicial system. And to be very, very clear, what we're hearing and have heard over the last 2 years is that the cooperation of ICE is in the name of public safety. And I think what Supervisor Askew and myself are saying is that our judicial system was designed to handle public safety. And we do not believe that you need to circumvent that system by facilitating transfers before a final court conviction and before a judge makes that determination. And I'm very clear that that determination of a violent criminal can result in deportation. But that's a system that we're asking to play out, and we don't feel comfortable. I personally do not feel comfortable. This is who I am in my core. I was raised by an absolutist constitutionalist. This is not me wanting to make anyone's community more dangerous. But what I'm here and I'm saying, and I said the last time, is that I believe in the system, and I don't think any one person, even if the Truth Act or the Values Act allows for you to make this discretionary determination. Any one person outside of our judicial system does not have that power and should not have that power because it endangers every single one of us. And especially in the situation that we're in politically in this country right now, I'm not willing to take that risk. Thank you.
13 have been convicted.
We're going to close item 13, move on to item 14. And I'll just, it's 4 o'clock right now. We have a presentation from Nick Chulos. There is a staff report that goes along with it. I believe that this would be the item where we would be able to give direction if we were going to give direction. And I'll just mention on the third item, item number 15, it was submitted as an urgent referral. It was agendized as an urgent referral so that it could be brought forward for discussion in the context of these other two items. The board could decide to treat it as a regular referral and delay a discussion. My request is that we get clear about where we stand on these issues, and I think that's what's being asked for. So if we could do that with item 14, we would then be able to give direction to staff either to move forward or to not move forward to bring back additional clear action. But that would be the process for the next two items. So we'll give it to the CAO.
Just want to provide some additional clarification related to these three items and the way that they were set up. There were specific questions that came back from your board related to the Truth Act, which is the item that we just finished hearing, and it was the information that the sheriff was providing, some of which was verbal in the last meeting held in January 27th. So we wanted her to be able to provide that information, which would be in compliance with the Truth Act, and then, of course, to be able to answer questions. This item, number 14, includes 6 questions that were asked that were garnered from that discussion that happened with the board, and we wanted to make sure that there was separation between the three items, as number 14 specifically reflects what was included in the transcript and the feedback that was provided from the board on that date. It doesn't expand on other items that may have been requested. It specifically iterates what was in the transcript and then the responses that come back from our departments. Number 15 is the referral that was submitted that is attached to number 13 and 14, in that it references the same conversation that was held on January 27th. However, it does go further to include items that were not reflected in the transcript or part of the discussion that was had by the board on that date. So just to provide that additional clarity, number 14 was not direction from the board. It was specifically questions that we were asked to bring back responses on, and we just put them into format and included responses on the record. Number 15, I could tell you right now, we would need additional time as staff. So when we do get to that, I know there's certain things that are being requested. Staff would still need time to respond on that, and I can touch on it once we get to number 15. So with that, I'm turning it over to Nick.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, CAO De La Rosa. That was a great summary of kind of where we are with this item and what brought it to being placed on the agenda. So we went, after the January 27th board discussion on the Truth Act report by the sheriff, we went through the audio of the board meeting in great detail. And as several of you have said today, including the CAO, there was no board direction given that day, although there were some very relevant questions that were asked by the board, and we felt that it would be helpful to bring a report back that gave you answers to some of that. So this report that's before you, I'm just going to very briefly kind of summarize the main points. There are some points where you can, if you choose, give direction today on some specific items. So the 6 items that we speak to in this report had to do with questions around the following: due process and informed consent for individuals who are detained, who are in the ICE process. Number 2, transparency and public trust. Number 3, legal authority under the California Values Act. Number 4, participation in SCAP, State Criminal Alien Assistance Program funding. Number 5, potential conflicts of interest. And number 6, policy alignments and Truth Act reporting. So as I said, I'm going to just briefly go through these 6 items and touch on them. The very first one has to do with due process and legal representation in the jail for individuals that are interacting with ICE. one of the questions that several board members asked, would it be possible for the public defender to provide that support? And I believe Mr. O'Keefe is in the audience today, or maybe he had to leave. Mr. Morris is here. We did speak with Public Defender Buenaventura and Chief Assistant O'Keefe. And as your report indicates, for the Public Defender's Office to provide legal representation at the level that they think would be necessary would be about a $250,000 a year expense to staff up that effort. And I'm going to go through these, Madam Chair, and if you want to have questions at the end, I'll just keep going. Okay, so that's one where we would appreciate if the board wants to give direction. That's an item that you could give direction today. Number 2, transparency and public trust. There was discussion and questions raised about the Inspector General concept. And just to back up for a moment here, AB 1185 was approved by the state of California several years ago that provides the opportunity for boards of supervisors, if they choose, to have an oversight function over the sheriff's operation. In 2022, Supervisor Askew issued a board referral to look into that issue. That led to ultimately the creation of an ad hoc committee, which included Supervisor Askew and Supervisor Church. That ad hoc committee had several meetings, had a lot of research into the issue of ways to approach oversight. In the Independent Inspector General under a contract was one of the areas that the committee looked at. The report of the ad hoc committee has not yet come back to the Board of Supervisors. The thought at the time was that the board wanted to hold up on that report until the audit of the sheriff's expenditures was completed, which GPP Analytics is currently doing under a contract with the county administrative officer. I spoke with Julian Metcalf yesterday and the day before, and last week. There's been a lot of meeting and discussion with the sheriff's office about that audit. It's what they would call the preliminary planning phase. Mr. Metcalf estimates that probably best case scenario would be that audit would be completed by the end of the calendar year. So a question for the board today is, do you wish to direct us to, either request the ad hoc committee bring its report back to the board sooner than waiting for the audit to be completed, or direct staff to look into an independent inspector general in terms of cost, scoping, that sort of thing. We have some preliminary information on that Ms. Blitch and I worked on early last year, but it was very general. And if the board really wanted to pursue that, we'd need to dig into that in more detail. The next item has to do with the county's legal authority and the discretion of the sheriff. And I think that was addressed pretty straightforwardly by Kelly Donlin, that statutorily, the way the laws are written, the sheriff is complying with the way the legal structure is set up in the state of California. Whether the board wishes to explore some type of legislative change in that area is something that we'd need your feedback on. But under the current scenario, the current structure of things, the sheriff, as the independently elected chief law enforcement officer, is required to follow the law, which she has said she is following the law, and the structure of the law would need to be changed if the board wishes to pursue something different in that regard. In terms of participation in SCAP funding, that is discretionary. The board could decide to end that involvement. Someone, I believe it was Supervisor Daniels, asked or maybe mentioned that the staff report includes the information collected when SCAP funding is involved. And just to go over that real briefly for those that might not have the staff report, the following information is collected as part of the program: alien registration number, if known, name, unique inmate number assigned by the participating jurisdiction, foreign country of birth, date taken into and released from custody, and the last one is Federal Bureau of Investigation number, if known. That's the information that is contained there. We were provided some background information on this by Ms. Murphy from County Council, who was here at one point. I think she's gone, but that's where that information came from. If the board chooses to direct that we end participation in SCAP funding, then, as has been mentioned many times, that is about a $630,000 to $650,000 funding source that we would need to probably take a look at how the sheriff's budget would handle that reduction. What would the board want to do to mitigate that, if anything? So that's another area. The potential questions were raised about whether it's possible that some of the sheriff's office individuals might be working under outside employment for either ICE or some federal immigration-related agency. And as the staff report indicates, the county code requires that if an individual that works for the county wants to get outside employment, that outside employment has to be authorized by the department head. And in talking to Mr. Piper, who may be either in the room or online, that information has been compiled, and there are apparently several hundred completed registration forms from the sheriff's office, in the sheriff's office, to request outside employment authorization. In discussing it with Mr. Piper, it would require a fair amount of staff time, because the way the information is compiled isn't readily accessible. It's accessible, but it would require someone to read through documents and determine where that individual said they were going to be employed. So that could be done if the board directed that HR pursue that report or analysis of outside employment could be prepared. It's just not something that could be done overnight, apparently. And then the last question really had to do with the manner in which the Truth Act report has been actually presented, and whether there's more that could be done. And I think we've learned today, and certainly in our discussions with County Council, that the sheriff's reporting on the Truth Act compliance is meeting the legal standard. It's not falling below the legal standard. So that's a matter that came up. We looked into it and discussed it in detail, and we feel that that's the situation. So, Madam Chair, those are the 6 questions. There are some points in there where the board, if you choose, can give direction, as I indicated, and we would appreciate any questions you might have or further discussion. Thank you.
Right, we'll bring it back to my colleagues' comments on this item number 14.
So questions? Okay. On the SCAP, you gave a list there, and I'm not sure. Did you say address is provided in that too?
No.
Okay, I didn't think so. Are charges included?
No.
I didn't think so either. Okay. Oh, at what point is it submitted?
The information? This information? Yes. That's a question I can't answer. I think the sheriff would have to answer that.
Okay. Yeah, that's right. And that's always my only question. Just curious.
Yeah, I don't know the timing of the submission. Supervisor.
And on the outside employment, I guess I'm just sort of I'm not real clear why it'd be so complicated to determine, because it seems like it should, if you're seeking outside employment, and Andreas I'm sure can answer that, but it seems like if you're seeking outside employment and you have an application, it should be right up there front and center.
Well, the way I understand it, and I don't know if Mr. Piper is present, there are somewhere almost up to 400
but still,
documents.
Isn't it right there on the front page if you're seeking outside employment, where you're seeking outside employment? So it'd be easy just to see which that is?
So the forms are basically an electronic PDF, and the people have to manually fill out the name of the place that they're going to work. That's then stored in electronic folders. It's not searchable electronically. We have to go into every single individual record and actually pull that up and see if it was approved, and then see who they worked for. So it's for the Sheriff's Department, we submitted, there were 432 that went out, 483 that went out, and about 383 that came back. So it requires a manual process. We've actually did a test run, and it'll take us approximately just for the Sheriff's Department, take approximately between 30 and 40 hours to just go through that. It takes about 12 minutes per form to try and find that information. The form is not very easily accessible.
Okay.
Yeah, as I said, Mr.
I know it
seems like a problem in electronic age today.
We didn't think it was going to take.
It's not insurmountable to do the work. It's just going to would take a little time.
Yes,
we can do it. Yeah. We could do it.
Absolutely, we can do it. There's no problem in doing it. It's just we do need a little bit of time to be able to do that. But yes, it is doable. Absolutely.
So Supervisor Church's question was actually answered in the report about SCAP, and the sheriff stated that it was post-incarceration reporting. And so if we're concerned about ICE going into our community, there is a direct correlation between post-incarceration reporting and information about folks that were detained in the jail. The meeting the legal standard Truth Act reporting is, I think there's no disagreement that I've heard here today that the sheriff is not meeting the legal standard for the Truth Act reporting, but it does seem like there has been a request that is that makes sense to get some of the data that was described orally to all of us. If that is something that could be included in a future Truth Act presentation for both transparency purposes and just because it was asked. I have constituents asking me for things every single day, and as an elected official, I try my best to respond to those requests. In regards to HR, I would say if there's a desire for folks to know whether or not sheriff's deputies are seeking outside employment with Immigrations and Customs Enforcement, let's find out. Let's get the answers to those questions. Let's look at the 400 forms that were filled out and get that information. And in regards to the GPP analytics Metcalf study that should be done by the end of the year, I'm fine waiting to get the results of the audit. But if there is some work that can be done in advance, understanding what groundwork needs to be laid for that independent inspector general that staff can be working on now in terms of having the full context. Once we have that report, let's get the full context and information that we need before GPP Analytics finalizes their audit. And I think those were the 3 things that were addressed in this that I had comments and questions on.
I'll just share where I stand on some of these very quickly, as a lot will put into this one issue. First of all, I think state law requires that for inmates to receive notification and a form, you have the right to not have the interview, as our previous discussion rightly reflected. But this concern, or this idea about just spending $250,000 for the public defender, I'm always cognizant about just throwing out any particular number without a more thoughtful process. Our county is going to go through some very difficult budgetary times. And so anything that's going to create more work, more added responsibility, more cost, I'm concerned about that. Especially when 250, when you look at the number of cases, there were only 18 cases to be interviewed. 9 individuals declined. 6 individuals were interviewed, and they got an attorney there. And then only 3 agreed to be interviewed without an attorney. A very small number to hire a full-time attorney position to do this year-round when you've got less than a dozen examples there. So I think sometimes when we ask a question, we put out a number, but I don't think that's the right way about going about doing it. We got to just be more thoughtful and saying what is needed, really needed, and could this be done at a much more effective level. On the issue of an auditor or an inspector general, this was brought up in 2022. It was a high-profile issue. The ad hoc committee met, and then it kind of all went away up until now. That's why I was surprised that we're even talking about this, right? Because there was discussion, an ad hoc committee, and many of us were not on that ad hoc committee. We were expecting some kind of recommendations to come long ago, but it never appeared. Now we're bringing it up. But again, I'm cognizant on where we put resources. We are doing a lot of major changes in the jail, a new healthcare provider. We're under a monitor. We're under the Hernandez litigation. I'm cognizant of how much resources we're putting, and I don't want to do something for the sake of doing it when it could set us back on the progress we're trying to make to address the issues that are the focus of the court and the monitors. I think our healthcare loan was an additional $7 million from one year to the next in the jail. I'm cognizant of that. And if there is issues of concern, we are addressing them. We're doing it with this financial audit. There were some concerns there. We agreed to do it. Let that process take place before just adding on more. On the, I think I already expressed my issues on the Truth Act and the Values Act. On the issue of SCAP, I think I need more information. This is funding where we haven't heard of any significant issues. It's reimbursement. And very limited information gets provided. But had there been an issue or an example where it had some unintended consequence or some adverse effect on anybody in our county, I haven't heard it. I haven't seen it come forward. And I would just need to have more information before I make a decision on that. Then conflicts of interest, a new issue that never came up in our presentation from the sheriff last month. It's an issue in Sacramento. There's a bill going forward on it today by Assemblymember Brandt. It went through Public Safety. It's in Assembly Appropriations Committee, but that will deal with that matter statewide. But we haven't heard that that's been an issue here. So this is another example of a solution in search of a problem. If we heard that any of our deputies were in fact doing that, we'd have a different discussion. But it is being dealt with in Sacramento through state legislation. And I think those were the issue of masks came up too. Again, something that we haven't seen by our deputies here either. So that's why some of these things are just taking me aback, because I think our deputies behave and interact with the community differently. We haven't heard any issues from the community at all. And that's why putting these things forward without addressing a real issue in our county, I just think I would agree with what Chris said. The Salinas Valley has the largest immigrant populations. Chris and I represent the zip code with the highest number of immigrants, undocumented immigrants, the 93905. And sometimes these things are well intended, but we've been cognizant on the actions that we have taken. Doing something for the sake of doing it, putting it on the agenda when we haven't heard these issues, the unintended consequences, it does put a target from these federal agencies on our county's back end. We are concerned that sometimes when you put these things out there, if they have a reaction from the federal agencies, the next thing you know, they're doing enforcement actions here. We're also responsible for how we carry out our discussions and our decision making. Let's not just do it for the sake of putting it on there, because it could have a real consequence for families and hardworking people who are not committing crimes, parents who are going to work and might not come back home because we did something that might result in now in actions taking place because we're putting stuff like this on this agenda. So I would ask my colleagues, and I agree, Chris, he hit it right on the button. Let's be strategic on what we do, because we know how those federal agencies are acting. So when we take a decision, know that you might just think it's about having a discussion here in the Board of Supervisors. You're going to go back home to your safe home. You're not going to have a worry about immigration enforcement, but many of our constituents do. And that's the reality. So I would just ask to be cognizant of that, because that's a reality for our communities, our families, our workers, and for our businesses that rely on immigrant workers. When the first enforcement action in January of 2025, even before the new administration came in, took place in Bakersfield, there was a ripple effect already here. The downturn in kids showing up to school, 40% of the businesses in East Salinas had a drop in clientele coming in. People weren't showing up to work, to the cuadrillas. There was a huge effect. So this is not saying, this is not theoretical. When things happen elsewhere, when we make ourselves targets because we want to talk about an issue when we haven't seen issues here, there could be real life-changing consequences for our families, parents, and kids being separated. So please take that into account when you bring up these issues. If we are trying to fix them, let's see the examples of it, not just put on the agenda because it's a feel-good measure and we want to do it right now because of everything happening elsewhere. Let's focus on addressing the real issues in our community, and let's try to keep the focus improve the lives of our immigrants, protect them in every way possible, not just by some policy or vote, also by being strategic on what we bring forward as well. Thank you.
We're going to open this one up to the public. This would be the item where there's opportunity for board direction on this item based on what's on the staff report. If you'd like to comment on this item, please approach the front of the room so that we can work our way through public comment in the room, and then we'll go online. This is public comment on item number 14.
Name is Eric Peterson. Just really quickly, a comment on the outside employment. The agency I mentioned earlier that I worked for had a requirement that you had to have permission to get outside employment. It was set up in a way where, first of all, the first level manager was the one who approved or disapproved, and they had to have a good reason if they disapproved it or go into the grievance process. But it was a means, the assumption was that you'd get it approved unless there was a reason. And when you're dealing with an agency that deals heavily in ethical issues, it really wasn't much of a problem. But it was a single-page application, just real quick done. And as I say, they had to have a reason to turn it down. And I was over there thinking, I can't recall having anybody having theirs turned down. But then there were all sorts of possibilities where you didn't want to even try. Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jessa Rigo. I am a fourth-generation resident of Pacific Grove. I'm going to talk about sexual violence in the latter part of my comment, so heads up to anyone who may need to step out or steel themselves mentally. First, I'd like to share that my great-grandparents brought my dad's dad to this country through Ellis Island when he was an infant. It was relatively easy for them compared to today. My great-grandfather became a maintenance worker and groundskeeper for the city of Pacific Grove and Del Monte properties. No one ever abducted him from his workplace, so he was able to buy the house where I still live today. Otherwise, I would never be able to afford to live on the peninsula. I don't care for any of these litany of alleged offenses of immigrants handed over to ICE. It doesn't matter. I am personally for the abolition of the entire carceral state. Until we reach that goal, we can deal with alleged criminals the same way, regardless of immigration status. If their alleged crimes are so heinous, they can be held without opportunity for bail. We're also fighting to replace those processes with true justice. As far as protecting residents, no immigrant has ever caused me any problems. Speaking of egregious crimes, it's only white men who grab at my body like a toddler in a candy aisle, as if they're entitled to my body. It's only white men who have raped my family members, my friends, and attempted to rape me. No one I know who has told me about their sexual assault has ever had law enforcement do anything useful for them. If ICE is about protecting public safety, they can deport frat boys to Greece. I'm kidding. I wouldn't do that to the people of Greece. We need true restorative justice here. Furthermore, ICE employees rape detainees in ICE custody, among myriad other human rights abuses. ICE also collaborates with the Israeli occupation forces, genocidal. I don't care if any of this is lawful or not. To whatever extent it's lawful, it's still wrong. Abolish ICE and free Palestine.
Good afternoon. Alex Mars with the Public Defender's Office. I just wanted to bring up a clarification. Supervisor Alejo, you mentioned the most heinous crimes. And I just wanted to assure Supervisor Alejo and the board that the most serious crimes are sent to CDCR. They're sent to prison. CDCR's policy is to call DHS or ICE for every non-citizen, whether there's a hold or not. So rest assured that violent and serious crimes and convictions will end up in immigration court. The cases remaining here in Monterey County are via 1170H. As you know, those are the ones served in county jail. By definition, these are not the most serious offenses. That's why they can be served in county jail. We can all demonize the worst cases. TV, media, crime shows live off of that narrative. I think it prudent to avoid scare tactics or hyperbole because the law is clear. Crimes under 1170H can be served in county jail and are not the most violent, period. The most violent crimes go to CDCR, and then they go to ICE. So I think it's prudent to focus on understanding the process, working with the sheriff to get something that makes sense rather than, citing or saying that all non-citizens are more or less violent than any U.S. citizen. Thank you.
Good afternoon, it's me again. I am very concerned. I heard a lot of things here that went against the Constitution. For example, violating Amendment 1, right, freedom of speech, when villainizing that flyer that I also saw. I was very concerned that our own sheriff, that is supposed to uphold the law, was discouraging for the freedom of speech. Also, Amendment 4 5th and 14, which is due process. Again, we need to follow the due process. We need to assure that we all follow the Constitution. And it seems that in the Sheriff's Department that is not happening. And our own Supervisor Alejo is also in agreement with that. If we agree that safety is important, then let's follow the due process. And let's stop with the misleading of information like Supervisor Lopez with causing fear that if we don't work with ICE, then we're going to have raids. Excuse me, but in LA, they were working with ICE and there was still raids going on. Exactly of what happened in Minnesota. So no, misleading information and causing fear just for your own political agenda with the Republicans is not going to help our community. We need to uphold the safety for the entire community. Illegal or citizens. We need to assure that a due process is being followed, that the Constitution is being followed. Like Supervisor Church, thank you, because we do need to support the Constitution. It's there for a reason, right? And causing fear is not going to help anybody. I would like to remind that we do need to hear the community, and coming here and making misleading statements that you hear the community. No, those are your statements. I am the community. Hear me out. I am telling you that working with ICE, a terrorist organization, is causing fear. Hear me out, okay? Because I haven't heard any of that from you. Thank you.
Good afternoon, Chair and members of the board. My name is Lisbeth Silva. I'm a program manager with the Watsonville Law Center, a local legal aid nonprofit serving Monterey, Santa Cruz, and San Benito counties. At Watsonville Law Center, our work is grounded in justice, community, and advocacy. We serve our families across the region who are directly impacted by immigration policies and enforcement practices. Through this work, we consistently hear that trust in public institution is deeply connected to transparency. As service providers, we have a responsibility to ensure that the information we share with the community is accurate and aligned with their lived experiences. When there is disconnect between what is communicated publicly and what individuals experience in practice, particularly regarding collaboration with immigration enforcement, it creates confusion, fear, and hesitation to seek services. Even the perception that collaboration exists when it's not clearly acknowledged or fully explained has meaningful consequences. Families may avoid accessing legal services, healthcare, or other essential support of concern for their safety. This does not only impact individuals' well-being, but also undermines the effectiveness of the broader network of community-based and public services. From our perspective, transparency is not a statutory requirement under the Truth Act. It is a core commitment to the community. Where the transparency is limited or unclear, trust begins to erode, and that erosion extends across institutions and partnerships, including those between community-based organizations and the county. We respectfully respectfully urge the Board of Supervisors to ensure clear, complete, and consistent disclosure of any interactions with the federal immigration and enforcement agencies. Thank you.
Michelle Welsh again. I'm a resident of Pacific Grove. I agree with the statements made by several members of the Board of Supervisors. It is time for the Board of Supervisors to do something to ensure compliance with the Constitution and compliance with the law, and to act within your constitutional discretion, as well as allowing and protecting the sheriff's constitutional discretion. And I found in reading this report that there were no alternatives discussed. In the questions that were asked about due process and informed consent, it appeared that there was one contact made with the public defender's office, and once they found it would cost $250,000, that was the end of the discussion. There are alternatives. Please explore them. Transparency and public trust, as I mentioned before, we need oversight of the Sheriff's Department. Nobody has challenged the Sheriff's statement that she is complying with the Truth Act and the Trust Act and the California Values Act, but we don't know that. And I'm not making any accusations because I have no evidence. But the reason I have no evidence, other than the one case cited by the Public Defender's Office, the reason I have no evidence is because there is no oversight and there's nobody looking for that evidence. So we just don't know whether it's correct or not, intentional or not, that there may not be compliance with those California laws that apply. And Supervisor Alejo, I must address your comment about how the balance was struck between the Constitution and the need for safety in the California Values Act. That was then, and this is now. The behavior, the conduct, the tactics of ICE have changed, and that means the balance has changed. So I think it's very important for this Board of Supervisors to exercise your own constitutional power in two specific ways. Consider an ordinance to restrict all funding and access by ICE to any Monterey County property, and establish oversight of the Sheriff's Office.
Hello, my name is Juliette Spon-Toomey. I'm a resident of Monterey. I would like to thank you, Board of Supervisors, for your recent affirmation of the welcoming resolution. I ask you now to act on that affirmation. We are living in extraordinary times. We all know that. We have recently witnessed the Supreme Court recently refusing to affirm that racial profiling is illegal, is immoral, and we are seeing our federal agencies taking advantage of those ambiguities and acting that way. We cannot let those federal agencies into our county in any way, shape, or form in ways that we can prevent. We have jurisdiction with the sheriff's offices and department to refuse to allow SCAP and other sort of collaboration. We must protect half or more than half of our community who are people subject to racial profiling. Please do not let further collaboration with ICE or DHS.
Hi, I'm Mibs McCarthy again, and I especially appreciate the comments of Supervisor Daniels and agree with those comments. But I just wanted to say that I believe our sheriff's cooperation with ICE is wrong. Our immigrant community members are entitled to the same constitutional rights as I am. Turning anyone over to ICE strips them of these rights. We have a judicial system to judge whether a person needs to be detained or punished. The list of accused crimes of the accused people who were turned over to ICE, no matter how serious, do not deny these people of their due process. The board has prohibited the use of county funds for immigration enforcement. I ask that this be enforced. Please enforce this prohibition. I'm asking you to enact an ordinance prohibiting county employees from using county resources to cooperate with immigration authorities or to allow immigration authorities access to county-owned property. This ordinance must prohibit the use of any funds including staff, time, equipment, supplies, or access to county property to cooperate with ICE. San Mateo County and other counties have enacted such an ordinance. I also ask that you enact an ordinance to establish oversight of the Sheriff's Office by an Inspector General and a civil board as authorized by Assembly Bill 1185. Please also enact a formal resolution directing the sheriff to opt out of the Federal State Criminal Alien Assistance Program, or SCAP, and terminate the SCAP data processing contract. Thank you.
Good afternoon. Catherine Stoner again from Pacific Grove. I'm looking at the 6 items that are in the report on this particular agenda item. Some of them have already been addressed, and I'm not going to belabor those. I am concerned about the sheriff's discretion, which the sheriff is allowed to exercise, interfering or with bypassing the judicial system. I think that there's a very important independent judiciary system that we have in this country that we're very proud of, and it should be allowed to run its course. And there still are plenty of other ways that violent criminals who meet certain requirements can be apprehended by ICE and deported if that's a federal appropriate thing to do. I'm mostly concerned about the fact that we're supposed to be a welcoming community, that this board enacted that resolution and the subsequent budget resolution, and yet people aren't stupid. They can see that we're still cooperating with ICE. It may be a small part of cooperation, but it's still cooperation, and people can see how hypocritical that is, and they don't trust a hypocrite. So I think it's very important that the board take seriously its responsibility to act in a way that's with integrity. Thank you.
Any other public comment in chambers? All right, we'll move online. And I'm going to ask the clerk again to help read the names.
Phone number ending in 837.
Hello, Supervisors. This is Brian Rosen again. Mr. Alejo, I just want to say we all want to deport dangerous people, but we want to do it legally and constitutionally. We don't. And ICE is a rogue agency, and they are doing terrible, terrible things to people. And let us bear in mind that most of the crimes are committed by citizens. So there are a few high-profile cases, and we're all worried about wanting to get rid of the illegal people who are criminals. Those are a very small minority. Most of them are outstanding citizens. But this is a lawless agency. Please close off county land. Don't allow them to stage their operations there. Have some kind of ICE tracker thing that we'll get an emergency alert if we sign up for it, like we do with the weather alerts, severe storms coming. I'm all for deporting dangerous people, but not like this. This is wrong. This is not how we do it. Keep them in our judicial system for the time being. And let's make sure we don't cooperate. There's so much we can do. We need to request hotels not to put up ICE agents, not to lodge them, businesses to not allow lodging, to not allow staging on their grounds. We need to make sure that this lawless agency is abolished and replaced with something, and we need to be doing resolutions to that effect, joining other cities So thank you very much for your concern for the people who are being abused. Millions of people are living in fear. This is totally wrong. The whole nation is traumatized, some more than others. A few crazy people, out of touch people are probably delighted, the Trumpers, but the rest of the people are traumatized or terrorized. And thank you very much for taking very strong.
Cesar Lara.
Good afternoon, members of the Board of Supervisors. Cesar Lara, and just wanted to say a couple words. And understanding that the relationship the Sheriff Department has with the Board of Supervisors is unique, as you control the budget strings, and the sheriff runs operations. I have to look back previous discussions and resolutions that this Board of Supervisors have passed around being a welcoming county. And as we understand that when the Values Act and the Trust Act, and look at the names, the Values Act and the Trust Act of California negotiated with 58 counties in mind, we're a unique place in California where per capita, we have one of the highest percentage of undocumented individuals, more than any county in California. We have an industry in agriculture and hospitality and others that depend so much on immigrant workers that the Values Act and the Trust Act need to be a starting point. I was disappointed by some comments by the sheriff saying that she has met her Trust Act and Values Act obligations, but that should be a starting point. That should not be the minimum. And as we look at resolutions, and I've been in the chambers when we've passed resolutions on different issues that had no teeth or were symbolic. Now this is an opportunity to really look at what we could do differently and what we could do to understand that the ICE and that we dealt with during the Trump administration 1.0 is very different than the ICE that we're looking at now. We in labor have had to change our trainings and tactics with the labor unions on how do we deal with ICE, because they've changed their tactics and have broken laws. So we look forward to the Board of Supervisors really putting teeth behind what they've symbolically said in the past and really look at reforming what and how we could do as a county towards immigration and immigrants. Thank you.
Thank you.
Andrea Manzo.
Hi, good afternoon. My name is Andrea Manzo. I'm Executive Director of Action Council and Building Healthy Communities, Monterey County. As you've heard from a lot of folks in the room, our families are scared, and that fear is real, and it directly impacts their willingness to access healthcare, education, and the services that they need. At Building Healthy Communities, we're actively supporting these families across the county, and that work really depends on community trust, and that trust depends on this board taking clear action today. We strongly urge that the sheriff end discretionary cooperation with ICE and the termination of the SCAP contract. We agree that people should go through the legal process and let the judicial system play out. ICE, as many have said already under this administration, cannot be trusted to honor that process or any basic human rights for that matter. We also need to be proactive about potential conflicts of interest related to outside employment. Rather than waiting for conditions in our county to deteriorate, as we have seen in other communities nationally, this board has the opportunity to act proactively and draw a clear line now. Monterey County has already declared itself a welcoming county, and today is an opportunity to make that mean something. Thank you.
Now, Colleen Ingram.
Yes, thank you for taking my call. I just wanted to support a lot of the comments that have been made today by Supervisor Daniels and Eskew, and also members of the community. This is a time where we really need to act, and I've seen resolution after resolution as an end, but really that's a stepping stone to set an ordinance, something in place. The sheriff has said that she's acting within her guidelines that she has right now, and it's because we don't have something in an ordinance in place to establish the council's, the Board of Supervisors authority. So this is a really great time to do that. I also don't think that the end of SCAP is because it's not helping. I think that they're probably focusing more on privatized prisons, and that's where they want to put their money. So that's not an exception. It doesn't tell us that SCAP isn't something that ICE finds to be valuable. And we also need to take some of that money that we've made and give people counsel when they need it. So thank you very much. I hope something happens today.
And Harmony Redino. Unmuting. Harmony Redino.
Thank you so much. Can you hear me now?
Yes, we can hear you.
Thank you so much. Let me get back to my notes. Thank you so much for your time today. I really appreciate everybody taking the time on this really complicated issue. My name again is Tanya Harmony Redino. I am a lawyer. I've been practicing for 26 years. I have worked with many families in our community. I represented parents for many years in the juvenile dependency system. I've worked with domestic violence and human trafficking cases. I've worked with many victims of crime, and not many of them were immigrants. I was the executive director for 9 years at Senior Legal Services, and I currently have the pleasure of being a managing attorney at the Watsonville Law Center, where we're working closely with many impacted families and know how important it is for transparency right now with the sheriffs and the Board of Supervisors. I was also worked closely with these Board of Supervisors. I really appreciate all the work you've done. I worked with Supervisor Luis Alejo throughout last year. I attended all 4 of the immigration forums that was spearheaded by Luis Alejo. Again, really appreciate all that work. My own family are immigrants from Sicily, as most people in America are. I was raised in Pajaro Valley. Immigrant families have shaped who I am today, along with my own hardworking parents. My 11-year-old is now in school with many, many brown-skinned friends, and they deserve to be treated exactly the same as anyone with lighter skin. Again, I really appreciate our law enforcement, and we need to continue having trust in our law enforcement. It's more important now than ever before, and that is why this transparency is so, so, so critical. Our community needs to know that the sheriff will refuse to cooperate with ICE to the extent allowed by law. There's no doubt that ICE is acting egregiously beyond what is anything we've ever seen before. And I really appreciate everything we can do to be transparent and
Thank
to not
you.
cooperate with ICE.
Thank you. Okay, there are no other hands raised on Zoom, so we will bring this back to the board. And it is approaching 5 o'clock. The sheriff, we'll bring it to the sheriff. Thank you, Sheriff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Board. Couple comments. First, I'm surprised also that these additional items did not follow our normal county procedures. I'm talking about the items following my item. And it does feel like the sheriff's office is being targeted, whether that's the intent or not, but that's what it feels like. But one of the things I want to ask the board, if it intends to take action implementing aspects of these referrals, I respectfully request the board formally acknowledge an actual conflict of interest requiring appointment of independent legal counsel for the sheriff pursuant to California Code Section 31000.6. County Counsel is presently advising the board regarding proposed actions that include potential directives affecting Sheriff's Office operations, including custodial procedures, ICE access to county jails, inmate advisements, documentation requirements, reporting obligations, and oversight mechanisms. At the same time, County Counsel is also counsel of record for the sheriff and is expected to advise the sheriff regarding the scope of the sheriff's independent constitutional and statutory authority over jail operations and law enforcement functions. Because the legal issue before the board includes whether the board may lawfully direct matters that fall within the sheriff's sole and exclusive authority over the jail and persons in custody. The sheriff believes the county council's concurrent representation of both offices in this matter creates an actual conflict of interest under Rule 1.7 of the California Rules of Professional Conduct and Government Code Section 31000.6. The sheriff therefore respectfully requests the board concur that a conflict exists and authorize the immediate appointment of independent counsel for the sheriff on all matters relating to these referrals, any implementing directives, and any related litigation or court proceedings. The request is made solely to ensure that both the board and the sheriff receive conflict-free legal advice while preserving the integrity of the board's deliberative process. If the board does not concur, the sheriff will preserve all the rights available under Government Code Section 31000.6, including application to the presiding judge of the Superior Court for a prompt determination. Again, I've worked with this board and we've worked through a lot of issues, and I hope that we can move forward and work through some of these issues that are concerned. But I want to make sure that I protect the rights of the sheriff's offices that's afforded all sheriff's offices within this county. Thank you.
All right, we'll bring it back to this board for consideration. Go ahead. Okay, we'll go to Chris.
So again, reiterating what I said last go, not going to repeat it, but it's there, and that is the foundation for me on, I do want to just share on the question of an oversight board. I remember when that came last time, it was an extremely hot issue. And I think I was widely criticized for, we were in the middle of a election for sheriff, and I think Sheriff Nieto was a candidate at the time, and my position was I really wanted the incoming sheriff to have oversight of that process, given the fact that the current sheriff was not running, and at least give us some opinions on what they wanted to see happen. We haven't heard from that subcommittee since then. I don't think we ever got a single report back to this body. I, again, was supportive then, but wanted to have the incoming sheriff collaboration in determining what that would look like. My position hasn't changed in the 4 years since. It's been 4 years. So look forward to continuing that conversation. If we're ready to hear back from committee, if that committee is prepared with the report, I think bring it. Let's have a conversation about what that looks like and figure out what those options back then. I think there were like 6 or 7 on the table. It sounds like 2 colleagues here are now leaning towards 1, but again, I haven't heard about it in 4 years, so would love to see that come forward now. To the other questions on the employment thing, I think my key question is, what would we do with the information, right? Are we talking about having a policy like the state is proposing where the people could not take on that employment, and would we release those employees? Because we're going to dig up the information, it's going to become a public record of sorts, and then what? It's kind of like that, what are we chasing question here? So I would love to know that, just where are we headed? Again, not saying I have a judgment on what that decision is, but would love to understand the purpose of determining whether those people are or aren't. I've read the Isaac Bryan bill, watched it move through the state assembly, so I know that that may become the law of the land very soon anyway, but understanding that is critical. To the SCAP funding question, I'm still open to that conversation up here on the dais. I look forward to hearing from my colleagues. I mean, if we could have another $650K, giving the sheriff additional resources was not popular in our last budget hearing. We're in the middle of a budget now. Are we prepared to find that funding to supplement? I mean, that's a real question that I've got. And lastly, just want to address one of the public comments, which was asking me not to listen to the folks I'm listening to, but rather to folks in the room today. And I can't do that. I'm listening. I hold 13 listening sessions a year throughout my community, 13. And it's not something I just do on election season. I've done 80 of these in my time in office to hear from the people that I represent. And the people who have driven just this last week is from as far away as Barstow to see my staff without status because we're the only people they trust. These are the voices I'm listening to, whose fear I'm hearing, and who I'm up here representing. And so appreciate that desire to take the most vocal people and the people willing to be in these rooms, but often it's the people who are unwilling to be in these rooms whose voices we're lifting up for that critical purpose. because they don't feel comfortable walking into these chambers or creating a public record with their name on it. And so that's who I'm up here speaking for, the realities that I'm dealing with every single week at home and the people I'm advocating for. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So let's see. One of the issues up here is the rights from the Public Defender's Office to provide counsel, and I think the estimate was at about $250,000. I mean, I think if that's, I'm supportive of that. I mean, I know we're in a really tough budget period, but this seems to be the kind of consultation that needs to be allowed and provided to anybody who's been detained. On the other side of that is SCAP, which would take away $650,000, and I'm open to the idea of getting away from there. But you add to the public defender, and you take $650 away, you got $1 million. And I don't know where we're getting $1 million right now on things, and to not find the money to reimburse the sheriff's office onto this is going to lead to unsafe and less ideal conditions for inmates in jail. And so I got to see the path to where we can maintain that kind of level of funding, and I don't know if I see that at this point onto there. On the ad hoc committee, it's been a couple of years since we've met, and we know we haven't narrowed the thing down to one particular item. I'd like to see, I'm waiting for the report to come back, if the report needs to come back, but if the board feels or anybody feels that there needs to be the audit completed, that's perfectly fine as well too. I'm had a lot of people inquire with me about this and when's it coming back, what's happening, and I know there's more information that's been wanted, and that's where the delay has been. But I think it's been a long time. It needs to get that report back out of here, and I'm support on that happening. I do think there needs to be some changes in the state law, honestly, and if you have some dangerous individuals, if the sheriff's feels it's better to turn them over to ICE officials than to release them, and that's what's going to happen. They're going to be released. I think that's a problem. There shouldn't be anybody released into the community who's dangerous. And I don't know what is. I don't think I really have the clear picture on this, on exactly where to go, but I think it's going to require some changes in the state law, and I think that's something this board needs to look at doing and advocating for, so we have a better situation on that, because I'm not comfortable turning people over to ICE as well either, who haven't gone through the judicial process. But at the same time, if you've been convicted, then yes, you should be. There is, as been pointed out, there are immigration laws, and people need to be held accountable for their actions and to go through with that. In terms of the employment at the sheriff's office, we don't even know if there's anybody down there who actually with connection onto there. I would be concerned. Look, I'm not against having immigration laws. I think it's important. You got to have them. I do not like the way ICE operates. They're masked. That really is concerning to me, and it would concern me if we're having some deputies who are engaging onto that way, because we don't do that in our sheriff's office. It's transparent that way, and that's the way I just sort of feel it should be on law enforcement. So I would like to look into that. I realize it's going to take some time onto there, but I think that's something that needs to be looked into and followed through at this point as well. So those are my comments at the moment.
Luis?
Well, from my perspective, I think California has really come a long way. I went to law school to serve the public interest,
my 3 years law school, I worked for the UC Davis Immigration Law Clinic. After that, I worked for Sierra Leone Foundation doing naturalization. Then I came to work to be a farmer rights attorney before working for the Superior Court and getting into politics. But in my years of politics, even under other administrations, we were in a much different situation here in California. Under the Secure Communities federal program, even under Democratic presidents, they were rounding up way more immigrants under that program than what we're seeing today. And that's what resulted in the Truth Act and the Secure Communities Act to limit cooperation. And in fact, when I became a county supervisor, my first meeting was with the sheriff at that time, January 2017. My meeting with any department head with the sheriff to ask him to minimize the ICE presence in the jail because they actually had a desk, they had a presence there Monday through Friday. And it wasn't until the bill passed about 3 months before the bill then went into effect on January 1st of the following year, in 2018, that the prior sheriff agreed to have ICE not have the desk and the weekly presence there. And at that time, the data I had requested for the sheriff's office about how many ICE transfers existed, it was in the high 200s, in the 300 numbers, very high number of cases coming out of our county just in 1 year. And that number has substantially declined to very few cases in our county. And our county is a welcoming county. And I'll say it again, more than many other counties, because I talk to my colleagues, go to the Central Valley, go to many other counties in Northern California. They are not having this discussion. They have not enacted the things that we have. And our constituents can't tell the difference. When somebody says they're not feeling safe, they are, when they know that they're not being targeted by random raids and enforcement actions. And my constituents also do not want to be victims of crimes. They don't want other immigrants to be committing serious or heinous crimes in their community or in their neighborhood or against them and their families. So when people say that, that's not just true. When I first ran for office, guess what the neighborhoods in Salinas in my district said? They wanted more police patrols because they are the most victims to violent crime, property crime than most zip codes in Monterey County. All they had asked at that time, because of the issues going on with the Salinas Police Department and the DOJ, all they wanted was a more professional interaction, to be professional when they talk to the parents and the neighbors, and that stayed front of mind at the time. So I just want to, I think SB 54 did reach the right balance. It still is the right balance, even with everything going on. And I just wanted to respond to Alex Mares, because I'm not making this up. The legislature, and these bills go through the Public Safety Committee in the Assembly and in the Senate. They get vetted by all the experts statewide on constitutional law, on criminal law, criminal procedure, immigration. They put this law, they drafted this bill the way they did because they know these decisions get made. We're not talking about the prisons, they're talking about the sheriff department. And they listed all these crimes, and they are heinous, some are less so, but there are many heinous crimes on here. And they listed it in a way to provide that kind of decision-making when it comes to county jails and county sheriff's department. And we know that under AB 105, the prison realignment, under Jerry Brown, they shifted hundreds of thousands of prisoners that would normally do time in our state institutions. They transferred them to the county jail. And that's been a big issue. And that's why many of our jails are now in litigation. Severe people with longer sentences, severe mental health needs. The local governments are paying a heavier price and consequence because of that. But in the bill itself, like we're talking about, if they're going to make amendments, this is what Progressive California drafted and provided the discretion to the sheriff. And I want to reiterate, I said it earlier, one of the three categories was an individual who has been convicted within the past 5 years of a misdemeanor for a crime that is punishable by misdemeanor or felony. So it doesn't say the conviction itself when they went to court. If they've been convicted within the past 5 years, not the last crime. That's the way this is drafted. Or it says, or has been convicted in the last 15 years of a felony for any of the following offenses.
So again, the sheriff is following the law. It could be not just for the past arrest. It is if they've been convicted of a felony in the past 15 years for the enumerated crimes. And I said there like dozens of them, almost over 3 dozen. Sexual abuse, sexual exploitation, crimes endangering children, another crime, child abuse or endangerment, lawful possession of a weapon or firearm, explosive device, or weapon of mass destruction, gang-related offenses. I'm not going to keep, there's a long list here, but they're all pretty serious and egregious crimes. And on the question on vandalism, I think the memo that was passed out here is not accurate, because even on vandalism crimes, it says vandalism crimes with prior convictions. And in the sheriff listed one type of vandalism, and it's not limited to that. It could be that, because the language here says vandalisms with prior convictions as specified in, but not limited to, Section 594.7 of the Penal Code. So it lists one, but it says it's not limited to that. So even in this case, it could be broader to a broader types of vandalism crimes under the Penal Code with prior convictions. So anyways, I just wanted to state the reality of where our state has shifted, our prisons have shifted, a lot of more responsibilities at the county jail level. But this particular bill was crafted in a way, taking all the expertise into account to provide the discretion and very specific types of situations and crimes where this is taken into account and followed by county sheriffs. I'm no fan of ICE either. I want to keep interaction as minimal as possible according to the laws that we just spoke about. But I want to emphasize that the cases are few and far between for the most serious crimes that are being committed in our community. And we have a responsibility to protect our families and our immigrant communities. The people that we're talking about, they're also being protected by not having serious criminals be released back into their neighborhoods. And I think that's where, let's not defy common sense. Let's speak to where your average resident, your average Californian is at. They want to protect immigrants. They don't want people going to being separated for the families for the most minimum of crimes. And when I was in the legislature, I passed AB 60, the driver's license bill, because at that time under secure communities, people were being pulled over, and because if they didn't have ID or driver's license, they were then booked in the county jail, arrested in front of their families, booked in the jail, and then under secure communities, they were then put in removal proceedings. I had 4 farm workers who got lost in Monterey. They pulled into the Naval Postgraduate School. And if you pull into a military installation, even if they were just asking for directions, they have to show ID. They have to show their driver's license. And when they didn't have it, guess what? They were arrested at the Naval Postgraduate School. They were brought to the county jail at the time. I had to call, find out, because their family members were calling what happened to them. Luckily, a CHP connection were able to track what happened to them. But because of secure communities at the time, for not having a driver's license and pulling into the wrong place at the wrong time, those 4 members of the farm workers union were deported from the country. So I just want to show that in my political years, I've seen why we had certain laws, who was being wrapped up in it, but it certainly wasn't about not releasing the most heinous criminals in our community. And I think we should just take that into account, find the right balance. If there's going to be changes, it should be made up in Sacramento. But from my expertise, I think the legislature and the governor have, from what I hear, believe they have struck the right balance, and I would be surprised if there was going to be any amendments made to SB 54 at this time in the capital, state capital.
So one of the things, and I think it's important just to talk to my colleagues right now and be addressing you guys. I think we all want the same thing. I'm really, really clear about that. We all want the same thing, and I appreciate everything that everyone has said. And we're clearly not going to agree on that, on this, and that's totally, I think, okay. That's understandable. Addressing the sheriff, I'm incredibly uncomfortable right now, and in particular, the last the last communique. And, if I'm sitting up here and I don't feel safe, then I can't imagine what the community feels in hearing this presentation today. I have heard everything that I need to hear of reaffirming for me the position I had when I got here. And again, it's okay if you don't agree with me, but for me, I feel like the judicial system that is in place, that we've relied on, is the safest bet for us to ensure the safety of all of our residents. And I feel like I've heard from an amazing public today that's actually helped me understand this even better, that when we let the system play out, it even will address violent criminals and deportation proceedings. Like every single thing that I've heard people say today that they are concerned with is addressed by our judicial system. And when I couple that with the concerns I have bypassing that system, and again, it doesn't have to do with what we're talking about right here. It has to do with really deep concerns about who has the power to decide when the system is applied and when it's not. And I don't think we can comfortably give anybody power outside of the judicial system if we want to ensure its integrity and make sure it's there next time when it's targeting political opponents or activists or whomever could come next. In regards to SB 54, do I have that right? SB 54? Yes. Discretion. What does discretion mean? Discretion means that we can choose to end cooperation with ICE. Discretion means that we have that choice. And with everything I've heard today, I really do feel the best course of action is to uphold our judicial system and let it play out and let it take care of ensuring both public safety and ensuring that the rule of law is administered in Monterey County. So in regards to what was presented to us and direction for the board, I really like what I heard about our county values statement, and that, one of the reasons why we're being asked to talk about it today is because there is some distrust. There is some concern that we can say one thing with one hand and then say another thing with the other, and they don't jive. So I understand the need to urge the sheriff to end cooperation with ICE. And I understand why that is aligned with some folks' interpretation of our county values system. And like I said before, it's discretionary. Therefore, what I'm asking is that we don't cooperate with ICE. I have said what I said earlier about the SCAP program. It reads like bribery to me. And so I think we need to stop. That's from my limited knowledge, but it sounds like you get money if you report. That's, if I'm not understanding it correctly, you can come back and articulate better what it is. But I'm hearing loud and clear from the public that we need to terminate this type of participation. In terms of the comments that were made about immigration, about outside employment, if it's not clear to others why it might be a concern that the folks that are upholding public safety in Monterey County might be moonlighting for ICE, maybe you could just understand that it's something we want to know because there's so much distrust of ICE, and it seems to be in direct conflict with the duties of those deputies. And so I support asking our HR department to just let us know, if that conflict exists. If it doesn't, that's great. That's great to know, but it certainly would help me right now with my level of trust. And I wasn't here when the request was made for the independent oversight, but I certainly hear about it a lot. And so if we can coordinate some sort of, get the report back, or I'm going to turn to my two colleagues who sit on that board to get the audit back by the end of the year and put together your recommendation. I think it's time. I think it's time to hear that recommendation from the committee and to take some action. So I know I didn't really make a motion here, but if I were to articulate something, I would say that the motion is to request that, and I don't know that I have support, but that the sheriff use her discretion and end all cooperation with ICE and other federal immigration enforcement agencies to the fullest extent permitted by law. And that would include the contract, the SCAP contract. I think that I'm also hearing that the legal standard of Truth Act reporting should be the floor and not the ceiling. And I would like some sort of formalized response to that goes along with the original report that we saw on the 27th, that includes some of what was said orally, but what the public is clearly asking for. And I'm not sure exactly. Well, I see it in this document that it's asking to include expanded written reporting beyond the statutory minimum, to include longitudinal year-over-year ICE transfer data, all ICE DHS requests by type, detainers received versus acted upon, interview requests and outcomes, legal basis for any transfer notification or release-related coordination, anonymized breakdown of case categories, staff time estimates, SCAP participation, and non-confidential metadata reflecting the type and frequency of communications with ICE or DHS. That was pretty much reported orally today, a lot of that. So if we can have a report back that, what would be possible and what could be included, I would appreciate that. And I've already mentioned the review of outside employment from HR and asking that our ad hoc committee, complete the work and report back so we can determine next steps.
Okay, so that wasn't a motion, or that was an attempt?
It was not very clear, but I think you wrote it down. So if you think it's a motion and want to reiterate what I said, because I certainly don't want to be in the position we were in before.
And I just want to be clear. I don't know if this is a motion or not, but under the Values Act, the sheriff has discretion. So the board cannot direct the sheriff to do anything. You can request, and she can decide what she will do with that.
Right. So through the CAO.
And if that's the case, then my motion has changed. And my motion is to return back to the Board of Supervisors with how do we compare to other jurisdictions? I would like us to look at the San Mateo model and see if we can implement an ordinance in Monterey County that has such requirements like a judicial warrant requirement, which we didn't get clarity on today. We heard they're not administrative, but when I asked, is it then a warrant that's coming from a judge, we didn't get an answer. And I think in San Mateo, if I change my motion and instead I ask us to adopt an ordinance or come back with an ordinance modeled after San Mateo County that includes protections such as a judicial warrant requirement, resource protection, such as prohibiting the use of any county funds, staff time, equipment, or facilities as staging areas. This is in the San Mateo ordinance. To end or change the voluntary notification loophole, and that mandates the accountability that I think we're asking for. I think in San Mateo, they've got quarterly public reports detailing any requests for assistance from federal immigration authorities. And so what I would like to change my motion to be is that we ask County Council to look at that San Mateo ordinance and see if we can implement some of those protections in Monterey County.
I just want to touch on, I know there's several items, including the SCAP dollars and also the public defender dollars. We are in the middle of the budget, so I don't know if it's one of those items you want to bring back, with the budget process, so that it could be discussed at the end of May in terms of the allocations and what impacts there might be to the sheriff's office and also the ability to augment the public defender's office. But with some of these requests, staff will need additional time, and I think council will as well, including the outside employment review. So just asking for just that additional time.
So I'm trying to not create that sort of conflict. So what I'd like to accomplish today is to find out if there is support of 3 people on this board to not have this conversation end today, and to look into how we can, in Monterey County, further uphold the system of justice as it exists today. And we have other jurisdictions, such as San Mateo, that appear to have accomplished this through the development of an ordinance. Perhaps at this point in time, the desire I would have is to just find out if there is support. If not, this conversation ends today. So is there support to, as a board, to basically uphold the judicial system as it exists versus this opportunity the sheriff has to bypass our system of justice, circumvent our system of justice, and cooperate with ICE because she believes that's the best way to keep violent criminals off of our streets.
So if that's a motion to explore the San Mateo model of judicial, to uphold judicial, the judicial system and protect our community from engagement with immigration enforcement, I will second that motion. I think the question that fundamentally you're asking is there support from this board to continue this conversation, or is there not interest in pursuing any additional protections? That's fundamentally the question that's in front of us. Or if there's and I think I've been very clear and on record with what my position is. I think Supervisor Daniels has been very clear and on record with the positions that she'd like us to take further action on. I'm not clear if there's additional support for any of those or all of those. And I think that's what we're looking for. So that's a motion that we'll put out there. If there's any friendly amendments to that motion or specific areas that you do want to see us continue to discuss, like now's the time to say that. Otherwise, if there's no desire for any further action on any of these, then we need to be clear on that.
Let's be super clear.
So that we can move on to other items. But that's been really unclear until now. So that's, I think Supervisor Alejo has been clear on his positions, and I think I'm looking over here to look for some clarity on.
I think I've been clear on mine. I just want to point that out. I think this whole, whether you support or not, I've got a lot of legal questions, and I'll be clear about what one of those is. If you're going to call out our employees for having outside employment, which there's a process that we go through, again, I don't agree with that moral and ethical choice. But are we going to walk into legal problems with our MOUs, with our unions for calling this out as an issue after the fact? What's that going to look like? I want council's opinion on that before I walk through that door. And I don't want to be framed in public as saying, well, you're supportive or not of going further. I want legal questions answered. And often that has to happen behind the scenes. I feel like this is...
So that's a friendly amendment.
Pressure. I don't feel that is a friendly amendment. I feel that I've asked that, and council's got to bring that to us. I don't think that's something that we need to add to a motion at this point. I feel like this is background that should have been done on this item as well as the next item before these items get called out in public. They're basic groundwork that has to happen that goes into the board reports that we read to make decisions here in public. And we're not there.
Just, sorry, to be clear, I think what I'm hearing from CAO and our team is that in order to do any of that background work that requires time, they're looking for direction from the board, and they're looking for clear direction from the board, and that clear direction from the board hasn't been provided. So, Sonia, can you speak to that at all? Because we've had these conversations.
I think what would be very helpful for us to work with our team and bring an update to your board, give us a month's time to get those questions down to paper and have those discussions. I also foresee some of the legal questions that you have, and I think it's just based on some of the discussion that's actually happened today. And Supervisor Askew and I have gone kind of back and forth also, which is part of the reason why you receive these items as separate items, because they speak to different things. So staff would request just additional time to come back, and really, if you give us to May 12th to return, that'll give us time to actually put pen to paper and have some of the discussions with council and with our HR team. So it will allow us to do that if we could just do it, explore these different things, including what you mentioned about looking at potential options.
Yeah, I'm not clear. I mean, a month's time is not going to satisfy the question that I'm actually getting more and more clear about right now, is which I need to know if in a month's time we could have the same conversation we just had today. And so I think we have a board right now that's split on how best to comply with the Values Act and the Truth Act and what we want out of this compliance. And I hear very loudly from the public that they don't want this compliance. There's a very clear request to urge the sheriff to stop cooperating with ICE. I don't know how our board feels about that in terms of the direction you need. If this board right now says, we're fine with it, the conversation ends today. And frankly, I'd rather end the conversation today and figure out how me on my own as a supervisor is going to handle that reality or not. So I'd rather sort of know if there could be, and I think the motion that Wendy made is fine. It doesn't have the HR question in it, so it's actually not a friendly amendment. Does this conversation end today? Or is there room to be had where we can work together as a board to express a concern with the sheriff's cooperation with ICE?
And just to clarify, though, the two questions that I think we need responses to, and I know there's various legal questions, that's one. The other piece is the fiscal side. And that's what I'm asking for, time to be able to actually vet what that potentially looks like. I think some of the issues that are being raised here in terms of outside employment and also the impact to the sheriff's office with, not counting on the additional revenue coming in is something that we're going to have to adjust for. But then in addition to those things are some of the things that we're not seeing that we would need time just to confirm with HR.
So the revenue question about SCAP, the $650,000, is a moot point if this board wants to, is comfortable with the continued collaboration with ICE. It's a moot point. So I think we need to know where people stand on that question, so we know if this is going to be a future item, so we know if council needs to look at the legal ramifications of moonlighting, so we know if we're ever going to look into an ordinance like San Mateo has. I think we just we need to know where this board stands, and it's discretionary. And I'm hearing sort of half and half. I'm hearing that there's a very strong two voices that are saying collaborating with ICE, while it is discretionary, the discretion we would support is no collaboration at all. And then we've heard from others that it is the right thing to do to keep dangerous criminals off the street. So I just think we need to wrap that question up and understand it better so we can move on.
Well, I would say I don't think it's fair to have us last minute bring a bunch of issues, not follow the process, and say we need a decision today on this. These are very complex issues. We don't have the full information. New items are being added, like now let's add in not having the staging areas. That's not on the agenda, nor was on these memos.
I took those all off. That's not what I'm talking about right now.
You said we should have, you were on your motion, you wanted to add about not having the staging areas. All these issues require time, input from our departments, a discussion, more information. It shouldn't be rushed. And the San Mateo, I pulled up the San Mateo ordinance, their amendments, and it's not as we're saying. The last amendments were just about not using county properties for immigration stuff, more posting of information on the sheriff's website, and the third section was about not having the deputies display their identification. But even on those issues, the mask or identification, we should be having conversations with the deputy sheriffs, with our compa, or the other union that represents our people putting themselves on the front line. How do they think about it? How do they feel when you're saying no mask or identification, when they're saying, well, who's doing that? Where's the problem about it, outside employment or masks, when it hasn't even come up? That's kind of, I think that they'd be kind of astonished to say, well, why is the board spending time and resources on this topic when it hasn't even been an issue? Not one news article that has been a problem in our county. Let's be real about that. But at least have the respect to go talk to the people that you're trying to impact, and put out in front of the whole community that they're doing something that's not happening here. That's all I'm asking. And we shouldn't rush it. We should talk to the people that we're going to be impacting, getting their input and their voices on these issues as well.
Right. I know Supervisor Church needs to leave.
Yeah.
We do have a motion on the table.
Can you reiterate the motion?
The motion was just to have staff explore the San Mateo model ordinance and bring back information. That's what I had.
I'm withdrawing that motion.
All right. Then we don't have a motion. Glenn, you.
Look, thank you. I mean, I'm late leaving here. I identified that I needed to leave at 5:30 earlier. So, I think we need to explore some more things. I'd like to explore the San Mateo motion. I think, there are labor issues, as we talk about, if we look like with no ICE employment. There's some of these things that need to be discussed to get more information on. I mean, I'm kind of surprised that, to me, one of the big issues I see here, that I seem to be the only one that's really addressing, is due process, that there are a lot of people coming through the system who aren't getting proper counsel from the public defender. And that's not even being discussed. That's a lot more than 8 people or something else going on here. This is major constitutional right here, and that I don't see that being addressed. And that to me is just a one, probably one of the biggest issues right here in front of us. And so, we've been going on for 3 hours over on this whole thing, and I don't know, we've got some clarity maybe, but it seems like there's a lot more mud into it. And unfortunately, I've got to go, and I just hope that we can bring this back. It is going to take more than a month. I think, I want to see more about San Mateo. We need to worry about the finances. I am worried about the SCAP. I'd be happy if we can get out of it, but at the same time, I'm looking like, do I got a choice between SCAP and giving due process? I'm going to give legal rights to more people than, if I got to make that choice. I mean, that to me is just a really, really big issue here.
Supervisor Church, before you leave, I know you have to go, but I do feel a little bit like I must have been speaking to the wind somehow and not clear at all today, because I've been talking about due process this entire day.
Nobody said
so,
it. I mean,
whatever.
That's fine.
All I
If
want
you're
to say
supportive of that,
is
that's really
why
great.
I pull,
But
what I'd like to see.
If we have that support on the
Hold on
board
just
for
a
doing
second.
it, that would be
Hold on.
great.
Before you leave, I would really like to know where we stand on the cooperation with ICE, because we could come back in a month and it won't mean anything if we don't all have at least 3 people who share the concern. And so that's why I'm hoping we can at least have a motion that directs staff, whether or not we're going to spend any time on any of this.
Yeah, go ahead.
I viewed today as a preliminary discussion on all of this, and I think we're hearing there's a board majority that we come back with more information and discuss all these items. If I could suggest June 9th, if that's reasonable, speak up if that isn't reasonable, and there can be a fuller discussion and we can touch upon the issues that were raised today, is what I would propose.
So I think I'm going to make that as a if there's a, and I think the question was fundamentally, is there a desire to take action on any of these? If there's not, then vote no on the motion. But if there is, which I think there is, then we can have this conversation again. I want to make sure that we're really clear about when we ask staff to come back with some details on all of these items, that if there's anything that we don't want them spending their time on, that we're clear about that as well. And I don't mean to put anyone on the spot. I hear you, Chris, and that's not the intention at all. I think the intention is to get to a place where we have some clarity, and that's harder to get when there's, multiple layers of something. But Sonia.
I think these items that you're wanting to bring back are actually included as part of the referral from Supervisor Askew. And so we would be returning in 21 days to give you an initial report out on that referral. If you'd like us to take the input from today and then work towards that to bring back an initial response, that's up to you.
Yeah, I don't want to go through it. We just had this and have it again in 21 days. I think give it the time we need. If we need more time in June, let's be realistic. We had this whole discussion today. It wasn't just a brief report out. Then we're going to have a long, we're going to have a repeat of today. Let's just give it the time it needs and come back in June and reconsider options.
Does that sound fair to, would that provide additional information? And if you have questions, make sure they get to CAO, but we'll get information back on everything that was included in the staff report from today. I just think we need to come into that conversation, and I am sensitive as well to, creating situations where we're having to talk about things that are sensitive in these spaces, but they weren't happening otherwise. And so that's why I put my memo together to say these are things I'm not clear on, and I know that the community is asking me for. And so with that, let's make a motion to have.
If I could just interject really quickly, I apologize. I don't want the sheriff to feel like she was talking to a wall. You were heard when you made your request under 3000.6, and the board will provide a response in due time.
Okay, so we'll ask staff to review this, provide more information to us with detail on the budgetary implications and options, as well as clear language that the board could take based on what's in front of us in the item number 14, as well as looking more closely at the San Mateo model, and that would return to us in June 9th. I'll make that as motion. Is there support? I have a second. Okay, there's a motion and a second. To the CAO, is that clear?
Yes.
It's clear. Okay. And County Council, any clarification?
No, that's clear.
Okay, thank you. All right, so all in favor? Yes. Aye. Any opposed? No. Okay. Okay, it is 5:30. Supervisor Church needs to leave. I am going, it's also my husband's 50th birthday today, so I do have dinner plans that I'm hoping not to miss. We have a few more items left on our agenda. Item 15 was the urgent referral that was considering board action regarding immigration enforcement. I think the point of that referral was to have my thoughts in writing for the board to be aware of and to consider. So I'm happy to have that to allow that referral to roll into the evaluation that will be coming back to us on June 9th. If that's if I can make that request of my colleagues. Yep, some nods. I do have to open it up to public comment. I will just say we're opening item 15 up to public comment. However, it will be returning to us as part of the follow-up report. Is there any public comment on item 15 that will be tabled for the future through the sheriff?
Madam Chairman and Board, I'm really sorry that I even have to read this because it didn't go through the normal process for these certain items that the county usually does. But it is what it is. So if legal counsel, it's what I said earlier, it also applies to section 15, or do I have to read it verbatim again?
It's up to you what you want to do. It's on the record.
Okay, it's on the record for 15 also. And again, supervisors, if this had just gone through normal channels like every other department is treated in every other office, I wouldn't be having to read that. So my apologies for that.
Any other public comment on this? And with noting that it is tabled for a future discussion. We'll go online. We have 2 hands raised. Carla Lobo.
Thank you. You know, this is an important subject matter, especially in our area when we have so many different cultures here. And so, you know, it's disturbing to hear some supervisors not taking this seriously and wanting to bring it back in June. You know, this was an emergency because we did find out information that wasn't previewed to us to begin with. And so now that it is, and now that we are having these discussions, for individuals to sit back and say, oh, well, you know, let's give it enough time. Today was not a full discussion, just in general of the subject matter that we're speaking about when it comes to our authority collaborating with those that are harming community members in our county. And so I just want to bring that to light, specifically because we do have a task force that works so very hard. And I'm sure that they were here advocating to not have this relationship continue, regardless of what money we're receiving. We will be losing more money in economic growth if we lose our community members to unjust, no due process procedures. And this is not about getting criminals off the streets. That's not what this is about, because if that was the case, we wouldn't be seeing across the nation a call to stop this. And so it's very clear, specifically in the areas of Greenfield and South County, they've been hit. And so for supervisors to sit there and say, oh, well, you know, this is not what's being said, it's not what's being communicated, is false. And you may not be reaching the right community members or all of your community members if you're not hearing the cry to end this and to actually put your community first. We get to decide how we want to run our county. I yield the rest of my time.
Thank you. We have a phone number ending in 837.
Hello again, supervisors. This is an emergency, and it just seems really terrible to have to delay it all the way until June with these thugs rushing around. I wish you could bring it up sooner and keep doing resolutions against ICE and to impeach Trump, the 25th Amendment or whatever, but it's all very, very important that we all stand against this cruelty that's people of color, millions are living in fear, and this is just so horrendous and awful. And let's not keep talking about criminal people who are not here legally when most of the criminals are citizens, and they too get let out of jail because the law necessitates that. And so it's just so unfair to pick on the immigrants. I mean, they tend to be very, very good people. I think they're among the best people. They're not spoiled by the materialism of this society. So please consider taking strong action sooner to prohibit ICE from staging in this county, to do the best you possibly can, and to arrest ICE who are breaking the law, which they are. thank you so much. So I know you care. I sense you care a lot. Appreciate it. Thank you. That's it. I'm done.
Thank you. We have Stephanie.
Thank you for giving me the floor. I urge the Board of Supervisors to study very hard until June so that there's no further delay. ICE did not delay in coming into our cities, our hospitals, our airports. I feel that there are some tactics that are being used that are pretty unsavory, and I really urge the Board of Supervisors to make sure that there is a strong follow-up, strong support of having a real check and supervision on how the sheriff is cooperating with ICE. And again, I will conclude in saying that trying to communicate to the community that it's okay to send bad people to other countries to keep you safe is a false narrative. There is a due process. It has to be respected. And there is no justification to send people away just because we determine that they are bad. It's a false narrative, and I think it's abuse of power. Thank you.
All right, we'll come in chambers.
Again, my name is Johanna Tape, and I'm here as a community member. As I came here on January 27th to be the voice of the community, I am here now to ask to end SCAP, to also assure that there is no outside employment with ICE, as that's obviously a conflict of interest, right? I am also here to assure and demand that the Sheriff's Department follow the Constitution, all amendments, and support it. She cannot just discourage for people to not follow their First Amendment. That is not okay. And then I am here also to ask that false information and misleading information also stop. Supervisor Lopez, you twisted my words around. I had never set out to listen to constituents. I am like the first speaker who also agreed that you're not listening to everybody. And so if other people are seeing it, it's very serious that even the people that are supposed to represent us are choosing and picking who they want to listen to and are misleading individuals, because causing fear for the purpose of manipulating to get what you want is not okay. It's unprofessional and disrespectful. Again, please listen to us, all of us, me included, and the first speaker who also said that maybe you're not listening to everybody. I agree. Also, I'm here to assure that the due process is being followed. Safety is number one, right? I don't see it. I don't see it in action. Thank you.
My name is Chris Barrera, President of LULAC Council 2055. I'm here today to stand in strong support of Supervisor Wendy Root Askew and her call for urgent emergency action to enforce the Truth Act. Let me say, this is not a theoretical issue. This is about real consequences for real families in Monterey County. If ICE increases activity in our community and these protections are not fully enforced, we will not be able to say we didn't see it coming. We will be responsible for failing to act when we had the chance. Supervisor Root Askew is showing leadership. What we need now is alignment, not obstruction. And I will say this plainly. Our community is rooted here. We live here. Our families are from here. Our children go to school here. Decisions about protecting this community must reflect that level of accountability and urgency. This is just not about policy. It is civil rights, due process, and human dignity. I am calling on this board to act now, enforce the Truth Act fully, provide real oversight, and remove any internal barriers that are standing in the way of protecting our community. Because if we fail to act now, we will regret it later. And I must say, I must let you know When the sheriff was running for office, I was on her executive campaign committee, and I was told that she would be in favor of a civilian oversight committee. 4 years later, and I'm still waiting. Thank you.
Name is Eric Peterson. I agree with Chris 100%. Regarding oversight, Salinas for over 30 years has had Police Community Advisory Committee. I was on it for about 20 years. It is essentially powerless, but it's amazing how much power that gives you. Thank you.
All right, seeing no one else in chambers, we'll close public comment. We're going to, through the CAO trail.
Yes. Yes, we've requested, and Department of Emergency Management is going to trail that item to next week on Tuesday.
And then on...
no, which is item 16, I'm sorry. 16.
Thank you. So item 16 will be trailed until next Tuesday. Item 17?
Yes, item 17, this is two new referrals that came in, one from Supervisor Askew, and this is related to the Behavioral Health Services Act draft plan. The second one is from Supervisor Alejo, related to a resolution to modify the Superior Court mandatory $15 fee that was implemented. Both of those will then be coming back for an initial review.
Madam CEO and Chair, just on 16, it seems like that could be put on consent agenda. It's a small amount, small grant they're applying for. I don't know why it has to be a regular agenda presentation. That'd be my suggestion for the next
I think
time.
there's a bigger conversation that'll include CAL FIRE, which is one of the reasons why they wanted to discuss this.
All right, so those are the readouts on
It's a grant for $200,000.
Sorry, if we could move our way through the agenda. As CAO comments?
Nope, I'm going to keep it.
Okay, no CAO comments. Are there board comments? Now would be a good time for your comments.
I just want to report on two things only, that because I traveled. I was at CSAC for our executive board committee retreat last week in San Diego, and this Sunday I'm traveling to Washington, D.C. with our CSAC executive officers and team to lobby on Monday, Tuesday, and Wednesday of next week. So that's why I'll be missing next Tuesday. Thank you.
Just to report out that we did have the 5th anniversary since our last meeting of the Casa de Nochebuena in Seaside, and it was lovely and such a successful program. And then I am going to go to Sonoma in 2 weeks to experience a evacuation drill that's in a portion of Sonoma County with their Department of Emergency Management, and I'm looking forward to seeing how what lessons I can learn for Monterey County. Thank you.
I'll be brief and just share the coastal commissions in town. We'll be meeting tomorrow, Thursday, and Friday in Gonzales. I know some of my colleagues will be visiting us there, so look forward to seeing you all. It'll be held at the Dennis and Janice Caprara Community Center for the next 3 days. So yeah, excited about hosting all those folks. They're here in Salinas tonight, and they're looking for restaurant recommendations. So thank you.
And I will just briefly wish my husband, Dominic, a happy 50th birthday. It's been a wild ride, celebrating living more than half your life with you now, and I wish you many more birthdays. Happy birthday, Dominic. With that, we will do readout from closed session.
Yeah, there's no reportable items today.
All right, and with that, we'll do adjournment of this Board of Supervisors. And I just want to say, for the record, we had some challenging discussions today about challenging topics, and I just want to say that I hope that we can continue as a board to focus on the policies and not on the personalities. Thank you.